pretty good.
Look at me sometimes like all you want to do is run. Hear me out, hear me out. If all the things you never show, there are the things I want you to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Losing almost all my energy. It's getting hard to talk to you, and I'm the only one who speaks. It's all the things you never show. There are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Here we go.
Okay, hey guys, welcome to the live. Thank you so much. Everyone's like, miss you, Sunny, having withdrawals. Or Charmaine was doing a live earlier. Hey, Zach, oh, Zach, you're muted there, bud. On there, let's see here. You're gonna have to unmute your own mic. Oh, where'd you go? He accidentally hit the wrong thing. Okay, well, he'll be back in a second anyway. But anyways, you guys, welcome to the live. Oh, is he back? 1 second. Let's see. Add to stage. Twirtle, twirtle, twirtle. Anyways, you guys, if you guys haven't hit that like and share, did you hit the wrong button?
I couldn't leave this soon. It kicked me again, so I'm back again. But I'll give it another shot.
Okay.
It's so weird because the other night it was perfect, but
Oh, I'm coming through your microphone.
already?
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Well, I don't know what's going on tonight, but I guess I'll let you
Nope.
do your show.
Try again.
All right. Try one more time.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, guys.
Oh, no, so cool. 1 second. I don't know what the issues are. I don't know what the issues are with. He was so fine. Like first time, remember Halloween night? It was like really bad, but there was a storm. But this time it was like, or last time it was like awesome, like no issues at all. And so yeah, it's not. So it's something whichever is creating it. It's not from my side. It's from his side. But anyways, you guys, if you guys haven't hit that like and share for Jack and Lily, please do so. Of course, they've been missing since, over 6 months, since May 2nd. And here we are at, what is the date today? Actually, the 7th, 8th. Can't even see. But anyways, you guys, it's been a long road so far. 6 months for Jack and Lily. Great to see you guys here. Sorry again, I was doing my night shifts, and that's a 12 to 8 shift, and that's a sucky shift. But whatever, it is what it is. It's part of the rotation and stuff like that. And I still got 1 more week, but it's not quite as bad because there's a holiday, right? Remembrance Day is coming up here on the 11th. So next week I have Thursday, Friday, Saturday off. And then the 11th falls on like a Tuesday. So I work 10 to 6. So it's kind of like one of those 10 to 6, 12 to 8, 10 to 6, 12 to 8. And then 3 days off. Let's see. Please be better. Okay. I'm rooting for you, dude. Come on. Yeah. But anyways, thank you guys all. Let's see. Yeah. Let's just pray that that's a little bit better. I don't know what the issue is there. But anyways.
You already coming through?
Yeah. Just, you know what?
All right. No, it's okay. We'll just I'll try to figure it out, but if not, I guess we'll plan for another night. I don't know what the problem is though. That's the problem, is I can't identify it, you know?
And I don't know.
But I'm sorry, guys.
Oh,
Dang it. I planned on being here for a long time tonight too, so but I'm sorry, guys.
Oh, well,
I'll
you know
try to
what?
figure it out, but
Maybe try to come back in a little bit and see if it's any different.
all right, we'll try that.
Oh, shit. Okay. All right. Okay. Worse. Cordu. I'll take that off. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I couldn't find his headphones last time, but it was working perfect. He's the only one truly to have issues. Adam used to have those issues, but it was as soon as Adam went out and then came back in, it was all fine. So I really don't know what it is, but all right. Well, Melissa will be joining us right shortly here as well. Actually, I'll probably tell her to. Melissa, are you in chat by the way? Hi everyone. Let's just do some quick highs and hellos. Oh, there she is. Okay. There we go. Hey Melissa. You're muted. Unmute yourself, woman. Hey, come on now. After a week, everything's broken. Melissa, unmute yourself. Yeah,
Well,
you
I
are back.
had to make sure I got you muted on the other end
Oh,
so that we
okay.
didn't have feedback.
Yeah. What do you think Zach's issue is? Well, my screen's going wonky. What do you think Zach's issue is? That's creating that sound. You know, not unless he has like two.
It's a feedback of some sort, but I don't know what.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, so Melissa's here now. Huh. I just feel so bad because that's twice now for that, and I was really hoping there was going to be no issues. But thank you, backup, because you were going to be joining us anyway in a little bit. But okay, so before I get started, you guys, this is Melissa. She's from American Justice Channel. She's been working really hard on the document that, like, I call it the Holy Grail document. It's a document that will entail, well, you know what, Melissa, you know what, I'm just going to pull it up to show it, and I'll get you to talk about it for a minute, okay? 1 second.
Sounds
here.
like a plan.
Okay, so 1 second. And okay, there we go. It's up on the screen. Here, I'm just going to take the comments off the screen for a moment. Okay, so go ahead, Melissa. Just again, reiterate what this document will be when it's done exactly. And God, I know it's been taking you a lot of time. This is a lot of work. I want you guys to understand how much truly work goes into something like this. So from the bottom of my heart, love you, Melissa, for tackling this again, like you did in Sebastian Rogers' case. Maybe, yeah, open up on another YouTube device. Didn't mute it. Yeah, go ahead, Melissa.
So I know with Sebastian, I kind of did the same thing. About 6 months in, I came in and said, nope, I got to have something. I got to have a timeline. And when I do a timeline, I do a massive thing. So this just kind of introduces you to the family, tells you who people are, a little bit about Jack and Lily themselves. They each have their own page. Ooh, I need to fix that. That must be on your end because it doesn't look like that on mine.
Oh, 1 second. 1 sec, Melissa. 1 sec.
Thank you. She went off the news and going after Zach now.
Yeah, I'll talk about that in just a minute. Thank you, Patriot Girl. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, go ahead.
So like I said, Jack and Lily each have their own page. I like to give, descriptions and stuff like that, pictures where I can. Then you're going to have a section where you're going to have all your tips and, where to submit tips and all your flyers in the case. There's going to be a timeline of events. And when I say a timeline, I'm telling you where I found the information, where you can find the information, timestamps, whatever. I put all of the media I can find in a section, and sometimes I take media notes. So those are in there as well. And then there'll be a section for social media.
Crazy woman. Look at this.
I have watched every single one of those in full.
Yeah.
It's a
Damn.
lot,
Yeah.
lots of hours.
Yeah.
So then there's going to be social media links, and I still have to get. I really haven't tackled that section because I
Yeah.
just got done with the media part. So then there's going to be the interviews, and for Daniel and Janie, there's going to be a contradiction section where if they've said something that doesn't match something else they've said, it's going to be in there. With Daniel, there was a lot of talk, and I thought at first too, the mark under his eye was actually a scratch mark. I went back and was able to find a picture of him from 2021 from his Facebook. And so it shows the date, and you can clearly see the scar compared to what it looked like that day. So to put that rumor to rest, I went ahead and included that. The 2.5-hour voice audio of Janie took a lot to get through.
Whoa,
I was ready to pull my hair out.
Whoa, man. Sorry, Charmaine, but I'm the one that put all that shit together. That should have my name with it as well. Just saying. I spent 8 hours of my time, and I sent over that file. 2.5 hours. 2 hours and 37 minutes, man. I need credit for that one. That was like suffering.
Okay, I'll give you credit too.
Both of us, because Charmaine uploaded. I was actually gonna upload it, and then about a week later, Charmaine asked me about it, and because I literally saved all those clips and spent freaking 8 hours, literally sitting in my chair because I couldn't mute my microphone because I had to play it from my messenger. That one in particular, that one, Sunny, I did all that work for that. And Charmaine had asked about it, so I gave it to her to upload because there's no way you could have gone back and got that stuff. It would have been deleted by that point. But I specifically, like, I'm one of those ones that when an audio, like especially with Janie and just like Daniel and I think Haley were doing it, like they delete shit fast, right? So I'm just sitting there, boom, 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 send it to myself, send it to myself, send it to myself. 2 days I had to listen to that Hagatha. I'm taking credit for that one. Put mine in there too, please. Just saying. Okay.
There you go. I got it fixed now.
Normally I wouldn't care, but that took forever and a fucking day listening to that lady. And when you have to suffer over and over and over again listening to that, okay, yeah, I want my kudos.
Oh my God, it was horrible.
Yeah.
It was a lot of stop, pause, go, stop. I had to take frequent breaks because I was losing it. So I've got it fixed. I've got your name in there too now. But you'll notice there's timestamps and quotes with all of that. And then she has her own contradiction section herself. And so then I have an entire section that has the court documents on it. So the photo gallery, I wasn't sure how to do it.
Oh, wait, you're down at the photo gallery?
Okay. Get caught up.
Yeah, let me get caught up. Court documents.
So there's some of her contradictions. There's all of the court documents. And I did give you credit for those court documents. I put your watermark on them.
Yeah, because this channel is the one that handed those out to everyone. And thanks to another person, which will remain nameless on there. So for anyone that wants to shit on this channel, watch who you're shitting on it. You know, seriously, you know, because I gave you guys, like people that are watching, I gave you guys those last 2 documents. Okay. I got those for you guys. And because of a couple of people, you guys got those documents, including like the first ones. And I offered anyone that wanted those documents to email me to get those documents. So for those haters out there, you know, those people that always try to whatever, this channel has done a lot for Jack and Lily and to bring you guys information. So thank you guys for the people that are truly kind, caring individuals that come here for the right reasons and not those people that are just backstabbing bitches and whatever that literally try to take away from the channel, right? So I will always hold my ground against anyone that ever sits there and tries to diss this channel if they want, like, meaning it doesn't bug me, like they're gonna do it regardless, but I'm gonna say my piece. And when this channel, I'm not one to ever look for like kudos and stuff like that, but certain times I will. When credit is due and credit is earned, this channel has given the most information for anything to do with Jack and Lily, thanks to some myself, others, Charmaine, Kent, and others that I'm not going to name that have done a bunch of stuff, Belinda Gray, and from the beginning of it and stuff like that. So, you know what? Thank you, channel. Thank you. It's a Crime and Shame. You're a wonderful channel. Wish I heard of you sooner. No, but anyways,
But
so
when you
yeah.
had sent me the court documents, Sonny, you did not have your watermark on them. So I was like,
No.
oh no, I got these from Sonny. She's getting credit for this. So I went ahead and put your watermark on them that I created. It's not yours. It's just one that I typed in.
Yeah.
So all of the court documents are there, some
Yeah.
million pages of them that I still have to go through.
Well,
And then in the photo gallery, there's a couple different sections of that. There's a photo gallery of just Jack and Lily, pictures of them.
Yeah.
And that's every picture that I have so far of them. And then I have a subsection of that, which is the house and the woods. So people can have an idea of what they were living, right? They can see what they were living in.
Look at that palace.
There's a separate. Yep, that's their palace. I put all the trail cam pictures up there. There's a lot of the house and the woods there.
Oh, look at all this.
Pretty much everything I've
please, yeah, you
been
guys
able to get my hands on.
Yeah, please give Melissa kudos for this for sure. See, that's what I mean. When you put a lot of work into something and stuff like that, you know, like this is again, I can't say this enough, that when this is done, right, then it will be available, you know, for you guys to look at. And so that you can go to like a one-stop kind of spot for the most part and find most everything. All right, Joseph Morris, it's been a minute. How are you doing there, buddy?
And it's something that when it's done and you release it, because it's up to you to release the link to this, nobody can edit it except for me and you. But when you release the link to this, any YouTuber can use any of the information out there. What I did when I did the one for Sebastian, I actually copied the link and I sent it to the police department so that they could look at it and see what I had done as well. So then I did a section where there's just other pictures about the case, things that Janie have said, proof right here that you had sent me where they were called into school, the keys, just different things, proof of when phone calls were made. And then the very last page is just resources. And that is where I give credit to everybody that I've used their information. And that list is not done yet by any means. And I do put my information in there so people can reach out to me. Everything in blue is a clickable link. That's what I like about this. You can just click on it and it'll take you right to the video or whatever. But when I say I am doing a document, and technically I say when I do a timeline, this is always what it ends up being, is a huge document.
Huge document. Yeah, absolutely. You know, and like I said, I can't even begin to tell you the amount of work that this takes. So all I can ever say is, again, when people put a lot of work behind something, and you can tell if they're doing it for the right reasons, you know, give credit and kudos where it's due. And so, Melissa, I know how much time it takes just to make a darn short video, let alone a document to sit there. So Melissa must be the connoisseur of this case now for how much she's listened to. I pretty much can probably ask you a lot of things and you'll know the answer now.
If I don't, I know where to find the answer. So somebody asked when this will be done. I
Mm.
cannot tell you where you can get a copy. I'm not going to tell you where you can get a copy. It will be released by Sunny when it's done, or when it's done to a point. It will never be done until they're found. But when it's done to a point that Sunny feels comfortable releasing it. But I can't tell you how long that's going to be, because there is so much work that has to go into it. I still have probably 60 hours or
Right.
better of social media that I have to go through and transcribe.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
it takes a lot, because I am typing this out by hand. It's not voice. Everything is hand typed and stopped and listened to again to make sure I'm getting quotes right.
Yeah. I was gonna
So
say,
I can't tell you when it'll be done.
yeah. I was gonna say, like, there's still a lot more that like, even though there's a lot out there, there's a lot more that needs to be added to it still. So yeah, like, I'm not sure like, if do you have like do you have a link for like Wade's video and Tint's video, and stuff like that? Do you have those ones yet?
Not yet. I haven't got that.
No, yeah, exactly. Okay. Right. And when I have a better time to run through it all, myself, because I really haven't had a lot of time. Like, this is actually as much as I've looked at this document so far is with you guys right now. And that's just because I was like, Melissa, I was like, well, share it with me, because, to show it to you guys tonight, to give you a sneak peek of what it will all entail. And it's a lot of information, right? It's not going to have everything. There's no way after 6 months it can have absolutely everything. Like, imagine trying to keep up with all Daniel's freaking remarks, all his bullshit for 6 months and stuff like that. Jeez. Okay. So, okay. So is there anything else you
Sunny,
want?
I will say, I will say real quick, if I have to give a time frame, right?
Yeah.
I'm hoping that within the next couple of weeks, I can get it to where you can release it.
Yeah, I was going to say.
That is a hope. That's not a promise. That's what I'm working towards.
Yeah.
But again, like I said, I've got to go through, I've got on my list probably 8 different social media, YouTube places that I have to go and watch their lives and do all this. And
yeah.
it's a lot. So I'm working as fast as I can, people. It takes time. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it is a lot. And again, I want to stress this is that it's not just Sunny alone. I do a lot. I love to dig. I like to snoop. I like to talk to people if they want to talk to me and stuff like that. But this is a combined effort that has always been with me, Charmaine, Kent, and others. Okay, Belinda, and others that have contributed, to the family members that have talked or that are willing to talk to me, right? So a thank you to Brad, a thank you to Justin, 2 people that, did talk to me, right? When I was talking about the neighbors and stuff like that. Thank you to Haley. Thank you to some others. I'll just say it that way. But it's a combined effort. But people could understand when people are truly passionate and caring versus that you're, basically a lunk of shit that's just doing it for money purposes and stuff like that. There's a huge difference. Now, I don't care that people do it for those reasons, right? But at the end of the day, this channel has not veered off of Jack and Lily's case at all, right? And it hasn't gone to all these big cases that are going on out there right now, as you guys know. So it's just, for me, I only care that as long as people understand that everything I do and is from the bottom of my heart, the people that I associate with are people that I care about because I trust them. And if I don't, then they'll get removed from my circle. I don't put up with bullcrap. You guys know that. I've spent too many years putting up with that stuff, and I'm certainly not going to take it here. So although I'm going to, in a second, show you a channel that did a reading on me and Zach because of this nasty bitch named Enjoy. Yeah, you take it, Enjoy. So I'm only going to reference that, and she can take that and pick it apart, and you can talk about me all day long, woman. But it was really nice that Becca's tarot channel did a read on us, and she was 100% accurate on me, 100%. For the stuff that she said, she was 100%. And I feel like Zach would say the same thing if Zach was here, but he's not because he keeps having issues and stuff. But if somebody had sent me the link,
Hey,
I think it
Sunny,
was
can I
Patriot.
jump in real quick?
No, go ahead. No, just kidding.
Okay, so there's a couple questions in here I want to answer
Wait
real
a second.
quick.
You cut me off just so you can sit there and
Just-
read something in
Just
chat out.
real quick.
Sure.
That Mary.
Yeah.
That Mary. No, I do not. I actually just learned of his property watching Char a few minutes ago. I always start with my news links because how do I put this? No offense, Sunny, but the news links generally are where I'm going to get the most factual information.
I get what
In
you're
the
saying.
beginning.
Right. Yes.
I have spoken to family. I've had long conversations with family on the phone, researching this document. There will be Durwood's post. There will be all of the comments. I made that today and sent it to Sunny and Charmaine. And then the other question was, shoot, I don't remember now. Hold on. Are there
Okay.
any quotes from Durwood? There will be. I always start with the news. And no, I don't, Mary. So I think that was all the questions. Like I said, I'm trying to get this out as soon as possible. Okay, Sunny, back to you.
Okay. So, and thank you. Okay, so just quickly, so I'm not going to be playing this at this moment, but I am going to give a shout out to Becca's Intuitive Tarot. Okay, so again, she was kind enough to I personally, it was just Patriot, I think, sent it to me. That's in chat right now, and said, like this made my day. She said, and so I went and watched it, and I watched the whole thing, and I wanted to say thank you so much to Becca's Intuitive Tarot. Because again, like this particular channel, I know her from a long time ago. I don't know what her beef is about, like trying to tear people down, but regardless, let's say about 1,000 prayers for her to become a nicer person, because obviously her life sucks in order to keep bashing me, Zach, and other people and stuff like that. I truly don't care. I want you to know that I'm a very strong enough person, but I didn't like the fact that she was trying to tell people I was writing a book. So that I wanted to clear up. But if she wants to be nasty, I normally don't entertain these things whatsoever. But because Becca did this reading about that nasty person from that channel, Enjoy, whatever her name is. But anyways, I don't know what her issue is. She obviously just got a lot of hate in her heart and stuff like that. So I mean, it's her life. If her life sucks that much, that's what she needs to do to build herself up, to make herself feel better. Go to town, keep talking about me all day long. Don't care. But I want to be very thankful that somebody actually did a read into me and Zach. And I can tell you right now, you can go watch it, and everything she said was 100% accurate. Now, yes, sometimes do I come off a little bit sharp? Absolutely. Why? Because honestly, I just don't put up with bullshit anymore, right? So either you like it or lump it. Come here and watch because you care about Jack and Lily. You don't have to like me, but you don't need to be ignorant in chat either. Or go basically fly a kite and leave and don't come and watch stuff over here. And, it's your choice. But I'm not here to be a people pleaser of, I'm not going to sit there and be like this person that goes, oh my God, I just love you guys all so much. Thank you so much for being here. You guys are all so awesome and great. That's not me. Thank you guys. I appreciate all the people that are kind, caring, and all that stuff. But I'm also not going to take bullshit in the channel. It's my channel. And I'm not going to sit here and take ignorance. If I block you, boot you, or whatever, it's because I dislike you. It's because for some reason you gave me that, ignorance or rudeness. That's not what we're here for. We're here to talk about Jack and Lily, have conversations as adults. And I think it's okay that we can be kind enough to each other. But I'm also like, so people are like, oh, Cindy, this, what? No. Look, if you dish it, I'll give it back sometimes, or else I'll just simply boot you, because it's just a waste of energy and waste of time worrying what other people are saying about me and stuff like that. But in this case, this was a positive. So thank you, Becca, for doing the reading on me and Zach. And again, I've dropped the links. Oh, shut up, Joe. He's always got his sarcastic butt in there saying something, you know. I'm just one of those ones. I just like to keep it real. Not here to do anything else besides keep it real. And that's all I'm going to say about that. Right, Melissa? Right. Right, Charmaine? Right.
That woman
Right.
needs to lay off whatever drugs she is on. And I left that comment in her section, and I hope she's seen it.
Oh, yeah. See, like I said, I wouldn't actually have known about it if I think Zach did a live on it. And then I was just like, oh, this is nastiness putting another video out, you know? And like I said, what if I worried about every time somebody's talked bad about me? Well, geez, I'd probably be all my way to China by now. But anyways, I really just don't care. But there was the one thing that did bug me, because I don't want people to think I'm ever considering writing a book. But how, I'm sorry, but you know, like, how do people spread that stupid gossip? So they go listen to her. And then next thing I know, I get messages from people like that I've talked to, like, and they're like, did you write a book? Like, are you thinking about writing a book? I'm like, where the fuck did you get that from? And then, well, it comes from, you know, nastiness there. Enjoy. And she says, oh, yeah, I can see Sunny right. No, trust me, my ass is never going to write a book. I could care less about language arts. I don't care about books. Again, honestly, it's like that's like the last thing on my list of things that I'm ever thinking about doing. I'd rather pick my nose, watch water drip, than write a book. That's all I'm going to say about that. Anyways, I left to her a sharp. Well, and so thank you guys for that. But again, just always know that Sunny doesn't actually care, right? There's a lot of nasty people out there, and she's just on top of that shit pile of one of them. But anyways, let's get off that topic now. And let's get back on to Jack and Lily. Okay. So, no, Melissa, just quickly, before I kind of get into stuff that I want to talk about, because Zach, obviously, he, poor Zach, poor his little issues. But anyways, is there anything that you specifically wanted to say about this case that's really, truly like bugging you? Let me ask you this actually straight up. Daniel, truthful or a liar? Or do you think, yeah, he's just that fucked up that he doesn't know how to tell the truth? You're muted. You're muted. Like, honestly, the patience for Daniel anymore is like, I got zero. So sick of his crap. He's a liar. And you know what? One of these days it's gonna catch up with him. Go ahead, Melissa. You gotta unmute yourself.
Sorry, I'm back. I'm in and out. I'm trying to make me something to drink because I ran out.
Thanks, guys. Sorry, what?
I said sorry. I had to go make me a drink because I ran out of something to drink.
Oh, okay. I gotta always have my drink as well. But yeah, so I want you to take me through, you know, like, so up until building this big document that you've been working on, I just want you to take me to what you felt when you started, right? With like little knowledge to where you are now, when what your thoughts are with the case.
So I had caught before I left, and was gone all summer, bits and pieces. I won't say I was like up to knowledge on it, but when I first heard Malaya's interview, I was like, there is something off with that. And let me preference this for people who don't know. My son went missing. He was missing for a week before we found him in the basement. He was being held captive. And my son was later unalived by somebody that was close to him. So I have experience with having a missing child. I have experience with having a child who is no longer with us due to somebody else's hands. So when I first heard Malaya, I was like, something don't ring right here. It don't sound right. It don't sound genuine. She's lacking emotion. And then she just went quiet, and that really got me because I wasn't quiet like the whole time my son was missing. I was talking to anybody that would listen, and was begging for help. And I had the news tell me that a missing 18-year-old isn't newsworthy. So like when I do these documents, like it's in his name, but I just knew, like I had like a gut feeling with Malaya that I didn't trust what she was saying. And with Daniel, I thought, oh, he's really out here looking. I tried to have empathy for him, like at first. And
Yeah.
then I started hearing his contradictions, and I was like, okay, why are we lying about little stuff? Like,
Mhm.
I don't understand. Like, why lie about it? Why change your story? Because I am a firm believer that the truth does not change, only lies do. And so then I really started trying to dig in here and there where I could. And by the time I left, I was like, yep, these parents have, in my opinion, knowledge, if not firsthand, we did something. And so then when I started doing the document, I was flip-flopping because some of the interviews I really did feel like he was being honest by reading body language and stuff like that. And then I'm to the point now, if his mouth is moving, he's lying. And
Yeah.
I've said it on your show and I'll say it again. There were 3 people on that property, and 2 children don't vanish in thin air. And I think they know what happened. I just do.
Oh,
I am
not
from
in our
Indiana.
opinion. Right. She's from
Yeah, in
Indiana.
my opinion.
Yeah. So again, nobody's been arrested or obviously charged in anything to do with Jack and Lily at the moment, but that doesn't stop us from being able to talk about what we think and in our opinions and allegedlys and all those good things that we can talk about. And that's what we will always continue to do. So absolutely. Mhm.
But I hooked up with you. You were covering Delphi when I first found your channel.
Yeah.
And
Oh, that one.
so then, we got to talking, and I don't live too awful far from Delphi. 3 hours. So
Mhm.
I went to Delphi for you and sat in the courtroom and brought you notes, and we talked about Delphi. And then we did Sebastian Rogers, and again, it was about 6 months in, and I'm like, I can't keep up with all this, and if I'm having trouble keeping up with it, so is probably everybody else. So I said, hey, you want me to create a timeline? And you're like, well, I have one started. And I was like, yeah, but your version of a timeline and what I consider a timeline are probably different. Because I knew when I said timeline, it meant document. It meant everything in the case. And you're like, well, go for it. And I think you've said it before, but you didn't think I would last very long.
I know, because
But I did.
honestly, yeah, you did. And honestly, like, because when you get involved in like these, so say to everyone what you said to me today. It was like, Sonny, I love your video. You're great at your videos, and you're great talking to people. But I kind of like doing paperworky stuff. That's her
Yeah.
forte.
So I think part of me liking paperwork and doing paperwork is because I worked for the sheriff's department, and I was also a medic for 8 years. So paperwork comes natural to me. But your superpower is doing videos and talking to people. And yes, I have a channel. Yes, I've done stuff on my channel. Thank you to everybody who's saying sorry about my son. And it was okay, but that's not where I thrive. I don't really thrive with the talking to people, but like if I'm up here talking to you,
Yeah.
it's cool. I can do that.
Yeah.
But just for me to like talk to the camera and not have conversation back and forth, I don't really like it. But yeah, I mean, your superpower is doing memorial videos because they're always awesome. And I know I'm gonna go back to Enjoy. She's saying how you're AI video was creepy and everything else. And I'm like, oh my God. And she's like, everybody with their fake tears. And I'm like, did you not hear me, honey? Like, them tears were real. Like, I was crying. The point of it is keeping, and she's like, oh, they just want to pull at your heartstrings. Well, that's kind of the point of it, you dumbass.
Yeah.
But you have this superpower when it comes to videos. They're always impactful. I know I covered the girls there in Iowa, and you did a video for them, and it was great. And you've done one, you've done them for Sebastian and other cases, and I always enjoy your videos. And you have this uncanny ability to get people to open up to you and talk to you. And I don't have that. Like, I'll talk to people, but I don't have that ability. But you hand me a stack of paperwork and say, make me a timeline and a document. I got you.
Yeah.
That's me. That's where I thrive.
Exactly. I do. Right. Now, I just want to say that I never did watch any of that video that Enjoy did. I have no clue what she said at all. Right. So
Which one? She's done so many of them on you.
Right.
But I got a kick out of it.
But
out of one of them she did. Because she couldn't get your name right. She kept calling you Sunny Justice. So I think she was mixing our names up, because it was and she said the three morons or something like that were up there, and it was me, you, and Zach. And then she starts going off on Zach, but she doesn't know his name. And then she's like, and I love Charlemagne. I'm like, who the hell is Charlemagne?
Whatever, troll. But yeah, so although I don't want to talk about her anymore, but I did not watch any of that video. Because you know what I mean? It's like the only thing I went back to watch was when she said I was writing a book, and I was like, so where did this come from? Then it was just like, I know she, like, I don't know where she went, like freaking south and just demonized whatever, because she was actually, like, during the Suzanne Morphew case, like, she was actually what came across as a decent person. So I don't know what happened in her life to fuck her over or whatever she's done. But the energy that she's putting out is nasty. And I'm not gonna even entertain, like, almost zero of that. So what I will entertain is when someone like Becca's Tarot does a freaking read on me and Zach. And again, what Becca said is exactly Sunny. Do I have abandonment issues? Absolutely. That's one of my worst fears, like I said, so through stuff, but everything's done, like I said, from my heart. But over the years, you get a hard shell towards people and bullshit. And I put up with enough of abuse and bullshit in my life that I'm certainly not going to take it anymore. But that's what I mean. Like, so I have this very, people can call it walls built up. Absolutely. And it's just because I'm just like a no bullshit person. So I'm one of those ones, I'll judge you instantly pretty much. And I'll just deem if you're, like a loser, a scammer, a snake in the grass and whatever. And I'll dismiss you easily. And I don't really ever look back. Right. I just don't have my time in my life to waste on energies like that. I just want to be around, like, positivity. There's enough negativity in this world. So you guys here are my family. And when those little snakes or those little idiots come into the channel, they'll get gone, because it's not about the subscribers. It's about the people that have passion and care behind them, not about the people that try to tear us down, right, in life. And I mean that for everybody, right? So those people in your life, get rid of them, because they suck and they're leech mongers. Now, getting back to this, right? So here's another pour me in. I got this from Justin Clutch Some Pearls channel. I was watching it and I was like, oh, I don't recall seeing this post on there. So let me quickly read this one, Melissa, because it's like, so Daniel has this pour me thing. If you guys aren't aware, but I'm sure you guys all are, is Daniel is full of himself, right? he gives accolades to himself all day long. And meanwhile, he says how much Malaya basically sucks as a mother, that the kids never went to her, like she never did anything. All she did was sit on her phone all day. And don't get me wrong, Daniel. I'm sure that Malaya had great reason to sit on her phone and avoid you all the time, because I know your personality, and your personality isn't one that most people, whenever freaking they get to know you, they want to fucking run. Okay. Because a narcissist that's like him, push and pull, in my opinion, of course, right? Those kind of ones, they are leech sapping, drain sucking, snakes that literally just, honestly, they take your heart and they'll twist it, and then they'll give it back to you and say they're sorry, and blah, blah, blah. Now, during the week that what happened to the children, Daniel also found out that his other two children were moving away, right? So I actually believe that whatever happened on the Thursday into Friday or somewhere in there, I do kind of believe that either the children got into drugs or that Daniel snapped and did something. So Daniel's a very, this is just my non-medical opinion. He's a very unstable person. He doesn't know the truth. And Daniel has this knack, which is not, he honestly, when this case is done, I want him listed as the number one fucking idiot of Canada's criminals. Okay. If he ever gets charged for this case, I want him listed as the number one fucking stupidest criminal, because this man is the person that tells on himself. Right? He tries to make it seem like, I'm telling you all this information. Look at me. I'm just being honest. Look at me. The the inspector, Reddy or whatever it is with NARC, like he's trying to get a false confession on me. No, why don't you just give it up, actually, Daniel? But it's like it's almost like watching the most dumbest person open their mouth and sit there and tell on themselves all the time. But yet he thinks that by saying certain things that we're going to take it as him being actually honest and open. But no, dude, got your number, So this post right here, okay, is exactly poor me, Daniel. Right, Janie? Remember, Janie, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, does it, Janie? Right? There's a mother that honestly, seriously, I wonder where Daniel got his issues from, Janie. I wonder where. So Malaya became violent all of a sudden, right? Isn't this another lovely portrayal of Malaya, right? The one that I know that I had nothing to do with it. I know Malaya had nothing to do with it. Okay. I'm telling you right now that man, well, first of all, he needs to doesn't matter what female it is, but he needs to feel his, what do you want to call it? His cup up of his narcissism. So he needs to always kind of have a female that he can, someone that's like that he can manipulate and control and stuff like that. Of course, not to him. But this is just another example of Daniel who loves Malaya still. Okay, don't even give me that crap that you're not still pining for her. Right? Hey, let's go fuck other people. Okay, because again, Daniel doesn't care. He needs his narcissism fed, in my opinion. Malaya became violent coming up to the disappearance now. So coming up to the disappearance, all of a sudden, guess what? Malaya, not Daniel, but Malaya, all of a sudden becoming violent. So she used to hit me. So wait, hold on. So up and coming to the disappearance, she became violent. But then you used the word she used to hit me. All the time.
That I can explain, though.
Wait, hold on. But as a man, you don't speak out about that. She became aggravated easily by me. Duh. Seriously on that one. By me and the kids. Malaya and her family and friends group all joined together to make my life hell. No, you did it yourself, Daniel. You did it yourself. All right. Right? Remember, don't forget, it's you and Malaya that weren't looking after the kids properly. But is that really what happened to them? That they just got wandered off and got lost, got hidden? Yeah, bullshit. Anyways, so Malaya and her family and friends group all joined together to make my life hell, and CPS too. You poor little boy. I only get to see Meadow under supervised visits, and my ex-wife will not allow me to see my other kids because her lawyer advised her not to. Good call. I don't know. 2 children missing. Good call. Good call, lawyer. Malaya is silent. Malaya is silent speaks for itself. Yeah, because you two sat there and talked about exactly what you guys were going to say, and Malaya probably freaking would have folded if she didn't actually hide herself, to be honest with you. I've become desensitized to judgment and always speak openly. Yeah, there's that, you guys.
Well,
I'm
that's a
truthful.
big word for Daniel.
Yeah, but that's that, and Daniel, you can suck it, dude. Like, seriously, you are an embarrassment to Jack and Lily. You're an embarrassment to this case, and again, time's gonna tell, isn't it, Daniel? Isn't it, Malaya? Time's gonna tell the truth, isn't it? Bunch of, to me, my opinion, just bunch of fucking liars, the 2 of them, the lot of them. Okay, Janie too. You're a liar too, Janie, in my eyes, my opinion. Go ahead, Melissa. What were you going to say that you said I can explain that?
Okay, so I thought when you first read it, when you first put it up and I read it, I thought it sounded a little weird. But then I got to thinking, so Malaya became violent up to the disappearance, right? Okay, cool. Take that the way it is. But he says, she used to hit me all the time. Okay, well, she's not there anymore, right? And it's been 6 months. So he's using past tense because it's not currently happening. In my opinion, that's how I take that, reading it after thinking about it. It's not like, in some of these clips that I've got in the document, he's used past tense like Lily loved something. I even caught him today in a clip calling the children it.
Right.
Wouldn't even refer to them by their name. He called them it. So I think in this, even though I want to read more into it, for me, it just reads as he's using past tense because she's not there anymore.
Well, I didn't kind of read it that way. To me, this was apparent that he was talking about the up and coming disappearance. And regardless of any of that, Melissa, Daniel, you're such a fucking liar, dude. Seriously. So now, because, I should just say to Daniel, go back and refer to the documents, right? I mean, everything was fine.
He is a pathological liar.
Pathological to the nth degree. No kidding. So, and that's the thing that's, I do. Okay, let's go back to Becca. Because again, if someone knows me, honestly, like I said, like I have a clear path. So like when Richard Allen, so everyone was trying to figure out who the Delphi killer was for years. Once they arrested Richard Allen, and Richard Allen's name came out of the freaking woodwork somewhere, and then you went back to the bridge guy, I'm like, that's it. Yes, that's the man. And after that, I was done because I knew the answer. Right. I didn't have to go back. I knew the answer. And a lot of people were like, free Richard Allen. Fuck that shit. Okay. Like, seriously, these people sometimes have warped heads out there, but whatever, whatever. But anyways, then I moved on from the case because I already knew that they had the right person. He ended up getting convicted and now they're doing the appeal thing. But the same thing is here, right? When I have a clear path of what I'm dealing with, in a sense, and of course, because we don't hear as much from Malaya, if she did speak more, I would have a much more clear path of Malaya. I think I already do, but it's only half of Daniel's. Daniel, I have a clear path of exactly who he is. And he ain't going to try to sandbag me with his bullshit, get by me, anything. Because he's clear as day, a big ass liar who doesn't know how to stop himself because he's such a full-blown narcissistic individual in my personality that it's like at that point it becomes, you know what, dude, cut the shit. Okay, you're just embarrassing yourself. But the piss off of this all, the big piss off is that Jack and Lily are 2 children missing, and Daniel is an embarrassment as a stepfather. Malaya is an embarrassment as a mother. Janie, you're just an embarrassment and you should go buy some Temu. Or I told you, Janie, if you want to tell the truth, I got some Temu in it for you. on there. But it's just, but Daniel and Malaya, especially to me, are such huge, absolute embarrassment. And I'm like, cut to the shit. Quit making excuses for Malaya. Quit making excuses for Daniel. Like, come on. Screw your heads on properly there. Right? There's nothing about this. Malaya's off doing her own thing, acting like two children aren't even dead. It doesn't mean that she doesn't miss them. But to me, in my opinion, she knows exactly what happened. Daniel knows exactly what happened. And they're going to continue on their bullshit until the day comes, in my opinion, so that they have enough strong evidence and hopefully find Jack and Lily's bodies. And then justice will be on its way to getting served. That's how I feel about this case. And I'm going to hold my ground on it because there's nothing else that's showing something different. And when you have, right, Melissa? I mean, when you're literally constantly watching somebody that's trying to project that he cares about Jack and Lily to the both of them, and what are they doing? They're absolutely, one's avoiding and the other one's making an absolute fool of himself. And you know what? He's stupid enough to keep coming back and feeding us bullshit. And you know what, Daniel? If you're that stupid, you know what, dude? Go for it. Just keep opening your mouth. Just keep contradicting yourself. Right, Melissa? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I look at it like this. I will buy you an e-cigarette when you go to jail there, Janie, for obstructing an investigation. And Daniel, I'll buy you some ramen. Just come out and tell the truth. I just want these babies found because, whether it was one or both, or I'll even be the devil's advocate here and say none of the three, right? Like, all that matters is Jack and Lily, these two beautiful babies, being brought home. That's all that matters. And if you are going and doing all of these interviews and you can't keep your lies straight and you continue lying and you continue playing the victim and you continue putting your dog ahead of these two children and you compare these children to your dog, stop it. You want to talk about everybody else and you want to ask why we think you're lying, because I can prove it. That's why I think you're lying, because I can prove it. And I have over and over and over in this document. So stop lying, tell the truth, and get it over with, because these babies deserve to be brought home. Belinda deserves to lay them to rest properly.
Absolutely.
Not wherever they are hidden.
I was going to say, like the family members that truly care about Jack and Lily, my heart hurts for these people. My heart hurts for anyone that truly just want answers for Jack and Lily, that are family members. Whether it's the teachers, the school kids, but most importantly, the family members that are literally having to deal with this bullshit, right? From Malaya and from Daniel. And I find that to the end, like I said, the nth degree of disgusting on the highest level, that you can be a piece of shit scum. That's how I feel about Daniel and Malaya and how what they're portraying. You got the one that's hiding and that's making excuses for her bullshit. And then you got Daniel, who's just the out and out, like, absolute BSer. And at the sake of Jack and Lily, these children deserve so much more. If I could adopt every darn hurt people or children that is being hurt by somebody or that has lost their life, I just could never understand how someone can look at children and literally have, just to put a hand on their head type of thing. Like, how can you look at these two beautiful faces and think that what's going on with this case is right? Well, the RCMP know it's not right? I totally believe that the RCMP absolutely know exactly what has happened, but they need the evidence and they need the proof. And Daniel is stupid enough to actually think that they're his buds and chums, and that they're just bringing him in for interrogation, just to shoot the shit with him, go over his timeline, just to make sure it's, crisp and clean and all lined up. But that's just it, Danielle. Online, you contradicted yourself so much. They are not stupid, but they do need the evidence, and they do need bodies. They do need to have a strong case before they ever bring that, for justice. They have to have that. And I think that they have lack of digital data, and they don't have the bodies. But go ahead, Daniel. You just keep thinking that they're your best friends, and maybe you'll fuck up. Maybe you won't. Maybe it will take time. And that's just, of course, in our opinion. If, of course, Daniel and Malaya had anything at all to do with the disappearance of Jack and Lily. Yeah. But this is not the way, Melissa, right? That this is not the way a case goes when parents are being sincere and genuine. And they would be out there to no end, wanting help, wanting assistance. Like that whole "please bring me home" shit Malaya's, writing that letter behind. You know what? Kiss my ass on that, Malaya. Bullshit. There was nothing in there that even remotely, hit my heart at all. And it's not because I'm sitting there going, oh, let me just because I hate Malaya. It's not about that. It's about, did that seem authentic? And what was the reason she did it? She didn't do it because she was just going to put it out there. She did it because she was asked. Because what would she look like, again, as a shitty mom that she's already portrayed herself as, to even a bigger shit mom than to sit there and turn down people that are trying to help you, like an actual organization? Wouldn't you look absolutely guilty? So sometimes you just have to do things, even if she didn't want to do that. But as for her truly standing behind, "please bring it home," no. That whole piece of it, no. Sorry, not buying your shit. Sick of your shit, both of your shit, to be honest with you. Yeah.
So I got something to say. Actually, I got a question, and then I've got two things to say. Charmaine, can I share about the days absent at school? That's my question. So I was talking to Charmaine the other day, and I said, something that bugs me is the constant, this was none of what happened in that trailer was none of my business. And I'm actually going to pull up over here in her contradictions, where she said things were none of her business. But yet she was telling that Cindy was more than welcome to stay at the trailer, right? But it's none of her business. What went on in there is none of my business. If Malaya wanted to leave, she knew that Janie would step in. I would step in and make her go or let her leave. What goes on in that trailer is none of my business. Were the black eyes your business? I have no idea what's going on in there. I don't care what he does. I don't care where he goes. I don't question that boy. But yet, when he got home at 10 o'clock at night, Janie, you were like, getting home kind of late, aren't you? Was that your business? You don't interfere in their life at all, but you're the one calling and supposedly watching the children, right? Was that your business? Was it your business when Jack showed up with marks on his face? Was it your business when they had black eyes? What you chose to make your business and what you chose not to make your business was entirely up to you, Janie. And what should have been your business was the health and safety of those children. And
Lisa,
that's it.
I'll be right back. Keep talking. I'll be right back.
Okay. So my second thing in regards to Malaya, your letter didn't resonate with me at all. And I'll tell you why. It didn't have your voice in it. And for those of you on Sunny's channel, I don't come on camera often because the focus is these two right here or whoever's behind me. That's why I put their faces up. But you said in your letter something to the effect, and I have to go back if this isn't in the document yet, to be a voice. Speak out. Where are you? Where's your voice? Where is your voice crying out for your children? Where is your voice posting things about your children? These aren't my children. These aren't Sonny's children. These aren't Char's children. These aren't any of our children. But we're more concerned about their safety. We're more concerned about their well-being. We're more concerned about where they are than you are. And that is sad, because it shouldn't be random people caring about your children. You as a mother should have cared about your children. You shouldn't have had them in an abusive relationship. You shouldn't have had them in a drug house. That was neglect. That was on you. Where's your voice? Because I haven't heard it, and I haven't heard it sincerely. Oh, you did a, 3-minute interview? Oh, whoever has my children, bring them home. You didn't even cry, for God's sakes. And if you were going to write this statement and this letter, why couldn't you have read it? You could have sat, recorded yourself reading it, and sent it out. That would have made more of an impact than somebody else reading it for you. They don't have the emotion. Starting to think you don't either, or you'd be crying out for your children. That's all I've got to say. And I did not see if Charmaine answered me whether or not I could say about days missed. So Charmaine, if you could type real quick, can I share that information? Is it out there, or is that, she said yes. Okay. So the kids were in school for 11 weeks, and I would have to scroll through this document and find it because I don't know exactly where it's at. But they were sick at least once every week, right? So a school week is 5 days. 11 times 5 is 55. Double check my math. Out of 55 days, you've missed 41 days. That is a staggering amount of days to be missed. And for Daniel Martell, when he said in Drunk Turkey at 10:55, he said, no, they had. Okay, had is past tense, low immune systems, right? And I mean, for like the first, I don't know, like 11 weeks of school, they were sick each week. Not that they brought home COVID and stuff like that, but you can't expect a kid to be perfectly healthy when they're hanging out with, other children. Direct quote. Go look at it. Timestamp is 10:55. Seriously? Out of 55 days, you consider them being absent 41 out of 55 a good thing because they had a low immune system? What children were they hanging out with? They didn't go to school. So what children, and, I don't know how it is in Canada, but in America, yeah, you wouldn't get by with that. You'd have truancy at your door. They better be going to the doctor. Something else he said is, I was pretty upfront with everything. What do you mean pretty upfront? Like either you were or you weren't. He says, I wasn't expecting the kids to be home. I wouldn't have kept them home. I was never expecting Malaya to keep them home for both days. So did you get upset with Malaya? Like you didn't know that they were home until your phone went off. And then that's what told it's in here. Hold on. But you didn't know that they were home until the school emailed you and told you they were home. Like, but you want to say Malaya didn't get up. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. Like, if they had a bad immune system, maybe, I don't know, because of the drug use in your home. My rant's over. You're back.
Okay. Sorry. I was just talking to Belinda for a second on there. But okay, so what were you talking about? Basically, some of the inconsistencies, or what? Or is
Well, some of the inconsistencies about how he didn't realize they were going to be home, and how I didn't feel like Malaya, her be a voice was genuine because she couldn't even put her voice out there.
right?
How
Yeah, don't be afraid to
41
be a voice.
days out of 55,
Yeah.
that's a lot of school to miss.
Oh yeah, I called that right at the beginning. Was it you that said that back to me? No, somebody said that back to me. So it wasn't you, I don't think. Because I called that right at the beginning of this. I said, I bet you any money those kids missed a lot of days of school. I got their number. I know it. I know exactly how these people work in a sense. And that they're lazy asses, and for whatever reasons, that they would have a lot of sick days. And then that, of course, came to fruition. But that was something I called right at the start, actually, of this case, because it was just, to me, so transparent about they cared more about, it seems like, themselves than they did so much about the kids, or like how they look at it. And so Daniel gave that stupid excuse like, well, when kids are around other sick kids, trust me, dude, okay, those are enormous amount of sick days, or whatever you want to call them, days that were going on there. But anyways,
Those were not sick days. Those were, I'm too lazy to get my child up. I'm too lazy to get them dressed, and I can't send them to school because they show signs of abuse.
Yeah,
I will
know,
say
and
it. That's how I feel.
yeah, and Daniel was just, that again, he was just full of shit on the Drunk Turkey show. Sometimes that's where Daniel's downfall is, somewhat, is that when he is actually like with someone, like talking to them, that's where he definitely says things more that he, like on the news channels, he can prepare himself per se, right? But when he's talking live with someone, that to me was always what he was, is that I felt like he was always scared to come up on people's lives because he didn't want to deal with the direct questions coming at him, because that's where he'll stammer, and that's where he'll say shit and stuff like that maybe he didn't necessarily mean to say, but then it just kind of slipped out of his mouth because he just talks too dang
That's
much.
where he stutters.
That's where I was going to say, that's where he stutters. But anyways,
I'm going off camera because I had my rant, but I wanted Malaya, Daniel, Janie, whoever. I want you to see my face when I say it. It's coming from me. Reach out. I've reached out to every single one of you on Facebook. Shoot me a message.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Okay. Now I just want to go back to this one for a second there, because Janie McKenzie's so these were just two things, and again, this was from Clutch Them Pearls that I had grabbed these off of, and then Janie McKenzie says to this Kelly Jo Walker, God, people, please stop with the accusations. Jack and Lily were alive Friday morning. No accident, no killing. I tell you, Malaya knows the answers. 1 second. Thank you. It's worth the $5.
Awesome. Thank you. As a crap mom, I just hope she doesn't have any more children, because the boyfriend, you told bring them home, you didn't want to be part of it.
Yeah. That's, like I said, to me, this is just a bunch of smoke and mirrors bullshit. Jane, I was going to say Janie. Jane, thank you very much for the super sticker, and absolutely. So thank you. And so he says, Janie says, I'm telling you, Malaya knows the answers, right? That's why she's not speaking out. They're kids for Christmas sake. I guess, she's talking like that into the phone. She should be telling the world what happens, not letting Daniel and I tell you people everything. Well, you know what? If I can just roll on the floor fucking laughing my ass off right now, that's what I would be doing, to be honest with you. Just reading that sentence alone. I mean, seriously, that's a part, right? There's like this side of this case where it's about Jack and Lily, right? So these two precious children, and these people are the ones that are acting like that they're just doing everything. Go ahead, Malaya. You just go ahead and tell everyone that they're on the reserve. Tell everyone where you've hid them. You know, obviously, these kids were not trafficked. If they were trafficked for money, then obviously Malaya would not have left Daniel, because they would have stayed there to wait for their loot to come in, and she wouldn't have left Daniel. Okay? No. This to me, is my eyes, is way more sinister than just something to do with trafficking, and absolutely zero to do with hidden. Darren wants to keep spewing his bullshit in his mouth and his tongue and stuff like that. Again, to Darren, you know what, dude, seriously, you are obviously very thick, and but he wants to sit there and he wants to misdirect and all that stuff. And he's trying to misdirect. Like, I don't know if he's clearly unstable or just clearly just misdirecting. But either way, these children are not hidden anywhere. Okay. Obviously, Darren, when he's spewing his bullshit out there, right? Like, whoever you are, whoever has them, you just need to send us proof of life, and to all those podcasters that are fucking leeching money off of this case, shame on them, and good for me, because I'm the hero, because I know the Brooks side of the family, and I crawl up Daniel's ass too, and stuff like that, and blah, blah, blah. So just listen to me, people, whoever has Jack and Lily, just send us proof of life. Okay. I mean, I'm glad you're taking care of them. That's how, like, seriously, like, sorry, dude. I don't know if you're just mentally unstable or what's going on with that. But to me, that's just a delusional thing. But it's probably more projection. Like, I'm torn with him. Is he really so unstable that he actually believes that shit? Or is it just a clear misdirection to, like Daniel does, just misdirect and lead off a different way? Now, so of course, Janie, in her, you guys, I want you guys to take these words and just know that they're very poetic, and they're very, I don't know, crystal clear, or whatever you want to call it, on how Janie speaks. Is her words are very deep and affecting us, right? Obviously, because she's such a soft voice. She's just a voice of reason and caring, obviously. But anyway, so yeah, I know. She should be telling the world what happens, not letting Daniel and I tell you guys everything. When we do tell you the truth, loosely, you a lot think we are lying. Well, that's because you are. That's because you are. You're absolutely, in my opinion, lying. Your ass is off, right? Trying to cover the tracks, kind of to cover up the truth of Jack and Lily. You think we are being called killers. God, we can only take so much of this. So when the truth does come out, I hope you'll be proud of yourselves. Oh, yes, we will, because we know, most of us know, that when justice is served, we'll know that we were right. We'll know that we were right. And we were right the entire time. But you go ahead and keep preaching your stupid bullshit. I wonder where Daniel gets this narcissistic personality, poor me syndrome from. Do you think it comes from the mother? The poor me and the whole narcissistic personality syndrome? Honestly, if they could stack shit that high, they apparently have over in Pictou County there. But it's so ridiculous. Their contradictions, their inconsistencies, and outright lies, and just BS. So anyways, it's just, again, you know what, Janie, you guys just keep preaching to the choir. Honestly, just keep talking and talking, because that's how stupid you people are, that you actually just keep contradicting yourselves during your exact timeline, during the things that you guys say. So keep doing it. You're doing a great job at doing that, and we appreciate you for that. There's one thing we probably do appreciate you for. It's just the fact that you guys keep constantly contradicting yourself, and your stupid little timeline there. There's no way that Janie heard these children that morning based upon their theory, based upon this bullshit hidden theory. It didn't happen. It didn't happen because you guys are liars, in my opinion. I guess I always say that, in my opinion, right? But anyways, that one I wanted to share. Now, go ahead.
Sonny,
Yeah.
I want to address a comment here.
Which one?
Hockey donut. If something did happen in the home or on the property, and the worst case scenario is true, how did the cadaver dogs not pick anything up on the scent? Well, I've thought of that and thought of that. And after talking with a couple different people, I feel like the kids were definitely injured. And then they were placed somewhere to fully succumb to their injuries. I don't think that they actually succumb to those injuries inside the home. I think they succumb to whatever injuries they had wherever they are now. And that's
Well,
in my opinion.
You know, the one thing we truly do not know is if Jack and Lily truly made it home at all. We still don't know the true answer to that. We know that they were seen on camera footage. That's what we do know. We don't know for sure if they made it home. But at the end of the day, I think that, so first of all, dogs are not miracle workers, right? So again, it really depends on exactly what happened that night, right? Of what we think about it. You know, did they get into drugs? When Daniel was in Westville, right? Was, you know, because if you look, like when I pull it up in a second, like when you look at the timeline, the Google timeline, and that's what's in the documents, right? Now, definitely, I know Charmaine touched on this just a little bit, that they can be manipulated. Google timelines, you know, it tells you, gives you instructions like what you have to do. Now, there's clearly some visits there that aren't on there. And like, I wasn't really aware so much of Google, you know, when Malaya's like, I could show you my Google Maps type of thing, right? Actually, should I pull that up now? Maybe image file. 1 second here, because I got that again. So let's bring it up again. 1 second. Oh, no, that's not it. Did I download it? Come on, Sonny, get your shit together. Come on now. I downloaded it. I know I did. Anyways, let me just go back to my messenger for a second here. Totally sent it to myself.
Well, while you're doing that, I want to, you know, everybody to go along with what you're saying here. And I have to go up here in the document. Because Daniel said that he came in and he flipped on the light at approximately midnight. I went to bed actually a lot later than Malaya. I think Malaya was already asleep when I came into bed. I remember flicking on the light for the kids at midnight, or a little after midnight. So a little bit of
10 Canadian dollars.
1 sec, Melissa. Sorry.
Thank you. Thanks, Sunny, for the beautiful video. I love you so much. I shed a tear. Again, thanks for being there.
Thank you, McMac. Appreciate that. You know, it was a beautiful video. I want to say that. You know, I mean, the whole point of it was to make people realize that these children were alive one day. They were playing. They were, you know, just living life as children should. And I wanted to bring them to life because I want people to feel the pain of these children that deserve so much better than what's going on, right? Because I want it to tear at your hearts when you see Jack moving or Lily moving in that video. I want it to impact people's hearts. That's the purpose. Because Jack and Lily, they mattered. And even if they didn't matter to Malaya or Daniel or Janie as much, they mattered to a lot of people. And so that's what I really wanted to do with that video. So again, I do things from the bottom of my heart, and I just wanted to bring them to life in that. So that's all I'm going to say about that. But thank you, McMac. Appreciate that. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
So everything I'm reading is a direct quote from Daniel. So he said, a little bit after midnight, and both of the kids were fast asleep under the covers. So, but I never really got a chance to see what they were wearing because the blankets were up on them, right? And that's something I noticed. When he's not sure about something or he wants to make it seem quote unquote normal, he'll say, right? Like you agree with me, right? Like, that's
I know
normal.
he always says, like, you know, we had 2 sets of keys, right? Right? when he said that too.
But
Go
it's
ahead.
like he didn't see the kids. He admits he didn't see the kids that night. So for the people who say, well, he's seen them, well, no, he didn't. His own words tell us he didn't actually see them after 9 o'clock because he was outside. As soon as they got home, he went outside to help his mom. A little bit after 4 o'clock, I went outside and helped my mom work on the fence. It took me a little while to find all my tools and stuff. Blah, 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 blah. He didn't come in until midnight, according to him. So he, according to him, had not seen the kids since 4 o'clock, which means somebody who, in my opinion, couldn't stand these children, couldn't take care of these children, was alone with them from 4 till whatever. I just
flicked on the light.
The point is he didn't actually see them. So for people who say, oh, he saw the kids, no, he didn't. He told us he didn't.
What about when he flicked on the lights?
No, he said when he flicked on the light, hold on, let me find it again. So a little after midnight, I came into bed early. I remember flicking on the light for the kids at midnight or a little after midnight. So a little bit after midnight, and both of the kids were fast asleep under the covers. But I never got a chance to see what they were wearing because the blankets were up on them. He never saw the children. The blankets, he saw blankets. He never actually saw the children because the blankets were over their head.
Something all very weird about that regardless. Actually, no, the whole darn timeline, there's just something weird about, with everything. And it's crazy. So, I do want to, okay. So you guys, for whoever was watching Charmaine's channel, earlier today. So, actually I want to bring up Google Earth for a second. Let me do that. And then we'll come back to the timeline thing here. Stop screen share screen. Where's my Google Earth? There you are. Okay. So Charmaine was talking about the fact that there was a tip-in by a person. And that was around 11:30 to 11:45 on May 1st. Okay. So that would be on the Thursday prior to, of course, the children disappearing, depending on what day you think it happened. One sec. I had a tickle. Anyway, what is this? Coke Zero. But anyway, actually, I got a tickle. Sorry about that. So correct. So Charmaine was talking about that, and let's just say that I'll say this. So me and Charmaine are both talking to this person, trying to understand, different things. Now, the reason why it stood out to this person as well was because it was a school day, and there was 2 children that were, towards the street section of Jordan Getty's home. Okay. And so that's what I'll just say the person said caught them. Okay. And that the person did not know it was actually Jordan Getty's at the time, until, Darren was speaking out, and then Jordan went on Dolly Vision and stuff like that. So the person actually didn't know that Jordan Getty's lived there. But the thing that I did ask the person was that, well, what was each children wearing? And, Daniel Malay or whatever. And so it was that Lily's hair was, say, down. She was wearing like a little light pink jacket. Like she had pink clothes on, but a pink jacket. And that Jack was wearing a little blue jacket and dark pants. That Daniel, she said that about the necklace, that I guess that stood out was like the necklace and the red shirt. And that he was holding Tim Hortons cup in his hand, and Malaya had Meadow. And Meadow had like a little bow, one of those little bows. The baby had a bow in the hair on there. What I found, so again, the thing that strikes me as odd here, and this is what I need to understand, is that in the documents, Edmund Dixon was the person that saw the children at the Dollarama, right? Or saw Daniel and that at the Dollarama, caught on camera. But in Edmund's testimony, he says from 11:30 till 12:30. And so I'm thinking about, what this person said, obviously. And it was, wait a second. Let me just put this. Right. But in docs, Edmund Dixon claims he met a DM at 11:30 in the parking lot. So how can they be well, no. So Edmund said 11:30 to 12:30. That's what he said, right? So that's still an hour's time, right? Maybe it was just a quick stop by, perhaps, right? So again, right, we're talking about a few minute drive, because the person said that, like to Acropole, for instance, it's just a few minutes, right, to get there. So how can also Edmund have met TM at parking lot at different times to exchange goods? Like I said, this is something that I don't understand. So I question the fact of the timeline.
Sunny,
Yep.
to exchange goods, are they talking about rugs?
Yeah. Well, like bottom line is like, so I'm trying to work out in my head, like, was this timeline changed by the Google Maps? Did Malaya and Danielle, change it? So I'm confused here because the person said about 11:30 to 11:45, right? And the reason that they had, of course, what that was because of, when you're doing something and, you have like, meaning once you realize that the children are missing, but then you have something in your phone to reference back to the time in a sense. And the reason, say, said person was going to do a quick errand, for somebody. So that's how that they remembered to kind of like what time frame it was at, right? So that's where I'm kind of confused here because Edmund says 11:30 to 12:30. Now, the RCMP say that Malaya went into the Dollarama at 1:52 and that Daniel then followed at 2:02 into the Dollarama and that's when they were last seen. So this is where I'm confused because Edmund's saying 11:30 to 12:30. Said person is saying 11:30 to 11:45, somewhere in that area. So then we have that they didn't, like, according to the Google Maps, the timeline didn't start till 12:10, right? So I'm trying to figure out what's fishy about this because something seems amiss about this, right? I find it hard to believe that I could. Now this one I could, but how do you get 11:30 to 12:30 mixed up with 1:52 when they entered the Dollarama? That's like a huge difference in time on there. So it's one of those little puzzle pieces that, like, Yeah, and here's something else. But the reason, so let me take down this comment. And again, thank you guys. Thank you. I'll just say this. Marie, thank you for becoming a new member. Patriot, thank you for the $5 super chat. Jane, thank you for the $5 super chat. And Mick Mac, thank you for the $10 super chat. Let's make sure I get those back in there. Okay, so I want to go. So I'm on Google Earth right here. So I want to say this to you guys. So I'll pull it out a little bit. So you guys remember, if you guys don't know, Donna Serafina had done a read on Jack and Lily, a few different ones. She was actually, in fact, supposed to do one for Belinda. And then that did not happen. And then Donna's dog had passed away and whatever. Bottom line, it didn't happen. But Donna, in one of her readings, talked about Peter Pumpkin Eater. And she talked about sundial. She talked about, towers and stuff like that. So when I originally did this, right, is that Donna kept saying that it looked like something like the sun or whatever like that. And then you have this big reservoir on Google Earth that looks like a big sundial on it. So I just wanted to say to you guys that this sundial is within the vicinity of where we're talking about, right? If I'm not going to tell you where Jordan lives to show you the address, but I'm just saying to you, I just found it ironic when I was looking at the map that this sundial, I'll just zoom it in better. I call it a sundial, okay? But okay, so right, and so Donna kept saying that she's seen this round thing that looked like a sun and blah blah blah. I'm not saying that it is, but I just found it very ironic that this is in the proximity of that, of the location of Jordan's, where Jordan lives. Now, I know that Donna talked about Peter Pumpkin Eater. So like I said, when I originally done this map, right, it was like, here's Peter's pumpkins. Because if anyone knows Donna, whoops, oh my God, my camera went crazy. Hold on. Gotta sort it out. That's what happens when I move, I suppose. 1 second here. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, if I touch this, it usually fixes it. 1 sec. But anyways, is that fixing it? No, not yet. Okay. When Donna was talking, doing her read and stuff like that, she was, I don't know why I'm getting this. Now, Donna isn't the person to go around going, well, let me just find a pumpkin patch, right? And like some people are ridiculous and say stuff like that. If anyone knows the Lori Vallow case, you know what? Get bent, because Donna called that one like it was as if she knew exactly what happened. And that was foresight. But anyway, so Donna, when she was doing that read, she was like, I don't know, but I keep getting this. And she's like, Peter Pumpkin Eater had a wife that couldn't keep her. So I don't know if there's an attachment there, or if somebody worked there, or somebody that's part of the reason why Jack and Lily are missing was pertinent to perhaps this whole Peter Pumpkin Eater. But just so happens that frickin' Plymouth right there has this frickin' Pete's Pumpkins. Pete's Pumpkins. 1 second. I got to fix my camera. Oh, wait. There we go. It got better. Yeah. I don't know why. Ever since my husband got me, and I mean, this is a good camera, but it's the same one. It's a Logitech one. But for some reason, this one does want to go out of focus for whatever. But anyways, what am I doing here? Okay. So here, let me make this bigger for you guys. Okay. So again, I'm just going to say this, that this is again, near where Jordan Geddes lives. So is there accuracy to this? I don't know. But I just, when I was looking up the address, I was like, oh my goodness. There's that freaking ass sundial up there. Right? And now I know Charmaine had said that there was a 12-minute back roads that you could take, to get to Jordan's house from 1407 Gairloch Road. Now, I honestly don't know what to make of the information. So Charmaine did ask Daniel about, hey, did you by chance go over to Jordan Geddes the day before? Because remember, they're good friends, right? Worked together, known each other for a long time. Again, allegedly, Daniel does have a person named Chance Lays that he buys meth off of. And, you know what? It's one of those things. Is that you got all this information. It's like pockets of information, right? Just kind of like the stuff from Brad as well, right? Pockets of information. And yet you just can't really make overly sense of it. But let me ask you, Melissa, if you were a betting person, which you probably are, she moved to Halifax, I believe it was, Stacey Lynn. So whatever it was, a couple hours away is Halifax from Pictou. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Meep says it. And hey, Benben, what do you think, Melissa? Like, based on what Brad has said, based on, okay, well, let me ask you this. Daniel, of course, will deny anything. It doesn't matter. So he denied, of course, that was just fabrication, right? Do you believe that the person that gave this information was being truthful as far as she could tell? If she saw two children.
Normally when people are lying, they're not given a lot of detail. They're real vague. So for that person to give what people were wearing, where they were located, it just rings true to me.
Tim Hortons.
I can't say for sure that it's true, but with the amount of detail that the person gave, I would lean more towards it's a true thing. They're being truthful as opposed to.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, I did ask, I said on a scale of 10% to 100%, what do you believe is like your percentage for that? In fact, this was Jack and Lily and whatever. And it was said, like 90 to 95%. So a really high percentage there. And is this information by chance in the documents? Now, was this information given to RCMP, as Charmaine had said? And, said person obviously said that, yes, the information was given and that they had gone over to Jordan's home, the RCMP. So whatever became of that. So we don't know if it's like in the unredacted part of knowledge and stuff like that. And God forbid, I don't know what it is with them putting out names of people. And it's like, you know what I mean? Like, I just don't understand why they're putting out people's names and not keeping them redacted. It's one thing to look at the information, but it's another thing that they keep putting out people's names, right? And in this day and time now, like that's not a good thing to do at all. No,
I agree. I mean, I understand unredacting information. I understand that part and I thank them for that. But I just feel like, Brad and Justin and all these people who were basically doxxed, essentially.
Yeah, it's exactly the.
It's not right. Because if you do have a witness, well, now you've unredacted that witness's name and they're going to be harassed. They're going to be like, screw it, I'm not going to talk. Like, I don't think, I think they should have kept the names redacted, me personally.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Right. Like, I just honestly, when I kept seeing like Natasha Wood's name or whatever her name was there and stuff like that. And then, Brad's and Justin's put out there to the world and everything. Like, I just, I do have a problem with that because, it's one thing to see information, but then it's another thing to literally, it's like you said, it's like doxing them, right? And then it's like, that would stop people from wanting to even give information if they know that their name's going to be put out there to the public, to be honest with you, right? But
Especially if they're private people. Like if they're a
yeah,
private, they take privacy seriously, or they live a quiet life, and they give this information because they're wanting to help and they're wanting to say what they've seen, and then you unredact their name or their address. Like that isn't fair to them, because now they're going to get a lot of flack, or they're going to have people coming at them,
yeah,
and that's not fair.
like I'll just come back here. So, I mean, I agree that the principal people that are involved, like obviously Daniel and Malaya's names, and certain things to do with that, like part of. But as for people that are just trying to give information, and help and assist, that's going to stop them from wanting to even come forward. To be honest with you, so I just think that that's very wrong on every level. That names should always be redacted. Like most people know if they're talking about, Daniel or Malay and stuff like that. But as for the other ones, yeah. So I totally agree, because the internet especially is a very, very dark place when it comes to the things that the lengths that people will do nowadays. Like meaning in the old days. Okay, I can understand like different story, but when the internet came around, and especially the way it is now, I mean, in the United States, man, you can look up freaking everyone and get phone numbers and relatives and everything, which is crazy enough to me that
Like
I just
like I wouldn't come forward if I knew I was going to be bombarded. But somebody said, Sun Clear Bremen, she said some names were broadcast on the dispatch audio anyway.
right.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
but I don't think that was right, because
I don't think
if
that
they're
was
going
right
to
either.
release the audio, bleep it out.
Right. I absolutely. So exactly right. That's exactly it. Is that with the dispatch audio, you bleep that stuff out, right? A lot of times that happens, but it depends in like United States, which state you're talking about. But yeah, like you bleep it out, right? Just cover up the name part. But they were like, yeah, just, like, yeah. So, Justin Smith, he called, and hey, you want his phone number over there? but anyways,
I mean, look what they did in Sebastian we knew exactly where the cameras were and who owned them and what the guy did for a living based
yeah,
on the dispatch, and that wasn't right in that case either,
right.
because that man ended up getting a lot of flack.
Yeah. So my going back to this whole Thursday timing. Okay, let me ask you guys in chat, okay? So obviously said person says like, look, what caught my attention was the fact that 2 children were out of school. And it was a school day. And also because they were near the road, right? And but again, then was able to give a lot more specifics. But the one thing that struck me is, and I believe if I'm not mistaken, it was said to Charmaine about like the red shoes that Daniel has his like red shoes, but like the red shirt, the gold chain, but the coffee, because we know that they stopped at Tim Hortons. So it's kind of like, am I more apt to believe the person that's saying this? And I mean, how many times do you come across 2 children, a mother holding a child with a little bow in their head, and someone that's holding it regardless of Tim Hortons coffee, when you know darn well that that's in the timeline? Now, who are you going to believe, Danielle, or a person that said that that they believe that was Jack and Lily and and Malay and Daniel and Meadow that day?
Well, let me ask you this. Did that person come forward with that description and what he was wearing and what he was holding and what the kids were wearing and all of this other information? Was all of that before these documents and stuff were all released?
Oh, yes. Yeah. This was, so
in other words, was there any other way for them to know that information?
Mm-hmm. Now, I believe, okay, and I could be wrong here, but it was given to RCMP, but I believe because I asked what day this was as well, and it was said that it was like before, I think near the beginning of July or before July, um, at that time, and I think it was because of the fact that said person didn't. I don't want to mess this up, to be honest with you. Um, well, the part that I remember with that said person didn't know that it was Jordan Geddes up until the fact that, his Darren, and then Jordan went on Dolly's live and then said that he hadn't met Malaya, and stuff like that, that he was good friends with Daniel, but had never met Malaya. And it was kind of like, well, that would be a lie because, they were at your house. So, Charmaine, correct me if I'm wrong on that, because when I asked that question, I'm going to have to go back and look at my messenger because but the thing is, I think it's in voice clips. Or did I? Yeah, I'd have to go back. Reported to I'd have to go back. I'd literally have to go back to that. 1 second here. I just want to see.
I will be right back.
Okay. So honestly, I feel like I don't want to misspeak on that, but I do know that I was told before July. You know what? Give me a second. While I'm doing that, let's see here. Live. Streamed 7 hours ago. Okay. I'm just going to play you a little bit of Zach while I stop screen. So I want to go check that because it's going to bug me. It's going to bug me for you guys. Share screen. And Zach was supposed to be on tonight and he started, but his voice was coming through the thing. So 1 second here. So I'm just going to play Zach. Zach Jackson,
Well,
okay?
That is what led me to try to figure out where Michael Vaughn could be located. So then I did my session. And this is what I'll bring to you guys. So the session ultimately led me to believe that when Stacy was telling this to the guards, and this is a long time ago, I believe that this was orchestrated through what I got during my session. And the people that quote unquote helped Stacy get Monkey Michael Vaughn, I believe they already knew for some reason that Stacy was going to tell this. And before they had the chance to find Michael Vaughn, they had already moved him. Now, many people have asked me, do I think they have brought Monkey to another location, a different house, an abandoned place? Many questions I've been asked. Well, what I think ultimately happened was, I think that the group of people that hurt Michael Vaughn that day, besides Stacy, because Stacy at this time was already locked up, I believe that Brandon Shirtliff panicked. Now, I don't know much about Adrian. I haven't got much about him within my session. Elizabeth. So this is about the Monkey Michael Vaughn case. And I wanted to just tell everybody about the remote viewing session that I tried to post last night, but I was not able to post it. So I felt like I would just come to you guys today on a live and explain to you guys where I think Monkey may be and where I would search if I was investigating this case, and if I was trying to find him myself. And now this ultimately is quite a big area, and I wish I could limit it down to a more small area. But ultimately, the area I was given was a landfill. And I do believe that the landfill is in the proximity of Idaho, somewhere in Idaho. I am not familiar with Idaho at all. I know Monkey went missing from Fruitland, Idaho, and I think they panicked, and eventually they panicked and removed Monkey from the situation that they had ultimately put him in, and they brought him to a landfill. So if I was law enforcement and I was investigating this case, I would be looking all over, as I'm sure they already have, but I would continuously look, and because ultimately that's where I think these individuals panicked and brought Monkey there. And for some reason last night, it would not let me upload this remote viewing session. And that has never happened to me before. I have had times where it takes many hours or it lags and stuff like that, but this just would not upload. So I said, okay, instead of just trying all day today, I should just come on a live and explain it to everybody so they get the information firsthand. And that way another day isn't wasted because I believe we are way too far into this investigation. And the more time, the worse off we are to bringing Monkey home for a proper burial.
Now, sorry, Zach, cutting you off there, dude. And that's how poor Michael Vaughn. But at least there's justice coming little Monkey's way. That's a very sad case. I know about it. I didn't cover it, but I definitely absolutely know about it. So I just wanted to clarify. So the answer back was no. It was in the middle of June that they came to me about 2 weeks after the call. I called it in the day after the press briefing. They asked for help to fill in the timeline. Okay, so sorry, I was reading that for you guys. Anyways, okay.
Okay,
so
that is when they called in the tip about what the kids were wearing and everything, right?
Correct.
About being by the road. Okay, so I don't remember in that press conference them ever saying where they stopped. I don't remember them saying what clothes Daniel had. So that would be information that was not readily available.
Correct.
Then, so that lends more credence to what they're saying is true because they had details that were not readily available to the public, in my opinion.
Yeah, and so right, so there's lots of things out there we don't know. And again, for all you know, this is still redacted. Now, people keep, let me talk about that for a second. People keep saying that there's more redactions coming and it's about the relationship and stuff like that and blah, blah. I don't know where this information is getting fed. Is it possible that more redactions will be coming? Correct, because the newspaper keeps fighting for more redactions or, more things to be unredacted. But usually the personal stuff and whatever, typically, well, this case is absurd in the first place because normally we don't even see these type of documents coming out. But, so I kind of feel like that came from like the Brookside, and it's been, trifling down about it. And so, and then it's kind of, people are kind of spreading stuff. And I feel like I know where this kind of started, like that little rumor mill of it. Now, it could be more redactions be coming down the pipe. Absolutely. But I think that people are jumping the gun on by saying that because like as DT said what? Well, again, it's one of those things. So, how do I say that? Okay. Let me put it this way. If a person I talk to, she would know that answer, right? And so that answer would not be true. at this moment. That the press is fighting to get more answers, right? Like that's the reason why you guys are seeing what you are, because the Canadian press, CBC News, Globe and Mail, are fighting to, always to get more things unredacted, more information. But there's certain things that won't be. So that person would know, right? So it's not to say that stuff might not be coming down or might come down the pipe, because there very well could be. But I think that it's getting a little bit twisted about what's truly going to be, unredacted. Now, certain things might. Well, the thing, again, there's only a certain place you could really truly get that information from, like, which is the source, like the sources, right? So we'll see what happens, bottom line. But I just, what comes to my mind is that I remember seeing someone post that something about Malaya should be worried with information or something like that. That will be coming out and and I said it was going to come out like last week. Well, still wait and see. Nothing's come out. So all I'm going to say is like, I feel like I would be putting the, cart before the horse and saying that's true at this moment. Because again, there's only certain people that would truly actually know that answer. And I just think that the rumor mill a bit is getting a little bit on that one. So where would DT have heard that? Right. So and again, I feel like I know where this all started from. So I'll leave it at that, and whatever comes out. But I feel like I know where this came from, and it was from like the Brooks Murray side. And I know why probably that this would have been portrayed in that light. And then kind of added a spin twist on it. And it's coming out as if all this stuff about their relationship's going to be unredacted and blah, 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 blah. But I feel like I know the actual answer to why the people started talking about this. And it was, again, from the Brooks Murray side, and in particular, Malaya, who would drizzle that down. So anyways, we'll see. We'll see exactly what happens, right? I mean, hey, I'm all about freaking the more I see, the more you try to understand the puzzle pieces, but I do feel like that maybe again, sorry, let me go back to, I want to go back to this. Stop, share screen. Go back to this.
Oh no, in my opinion, it's awful clickbaity to put, stuff in titles about, they're going to be unredacted and there's more coming, and just, check back. It's just, to me, it's more clickbait than it is. We know for a fact this is coming.
Yeah. Well, like I said, each of their own type of thing. But for me, it's kind of like, I like I said, I just, without saying it, I'm just saying that I know where this would have drizzled from, and it would have been Malaya. And then Malaya would have drizzled it down to other people, right? And then those other people would have drizzled it to other people. And then that's how the spin gets put on this. So the only people, let me put it this way, the only people that would really know that answer, guess who that would be? I mean, in all fairness, it would be the lawyer of the newspapers that are the ones that are fighting for unredactions, right? So if the lawyer that's fighting for, CBC and Canadian Press and Globe and Mail are the ones that are fighting for it, don't you think that they would know? Don't you think that they would know? That's what I'm going to leave it at. Don't you think that they would know, because it's them that's fighting for the unredactions? That's where I'll leave that at. Okay. And so anyways, so who, like, all I know is for me personally, I just, whatever information, I'm all about truth and timelines, right? Now, I'm not a worker little bee like Melissa is to do it like she's doing it, but I'm all just about the truth and the timeline, like what's truthful here, right? And so it gets really hard trying to put all these puzzle pieces together. And it's not like I'm going, oh, because, you know, like I'm some PI and stuff like that. But my thing is that I need to make sense of something. And when I can't make sense of something, it irritates me because you just want clarity. Okay, you know, did this happen, right? You know, exactly A to B to da. But right, all we keep getting is little puzzle pieces. And a lot of them just sit there and you don't know where they truly belong and stuff like that. But so it's irritating because obviously if you're covering a case, right, of course, Jack and Lily are the focus, that you want answers for Jack and Lily. But behind this case is the reason why Jack and Lily, over 6 months later, have no answers. So I like to look at that stuff because it for me personally, I just want to understand where the truth lies. So this case started off as odd, and it definitely hasn't slowed down for the lies, inconsistencies, bullshit, BS, and stuff like that. So then it gets to a point of that you're frustrated because Jack and Lily deserve answers. That's the bottom line. They deserve answers. And they don't deserve what's going on with this case and how it is. But so it's really hard because you're trying to make a timeline out of a bunch of liars. Okay. And there's some accuracy from people that are truthful, but Daniel and Malaya are the true people that would have the answers for what happened to Jack and Lily, you know, in my opinion, and Janie as well, you know, but we'll just say Daniel and Malaya. And so when you watch bullshit continuously play out for over 6 months, it's frustrating, right? But little by little, more little nuggets keep closing in, you know, for this case. And so again, is by chance, you know, were Jack, Lily, and Malaya and Daniel, you know, seen at Jordan at Getty's home on May 1st? There is gaps to this timeline. Stop screen 1 second. I know I had it already, but let's see. Yeah, this one here. Share screen.
I know it's weird, Sonny, but here's a couple things that I would like to know. And
Okay, go
to
ahead.
most people, it's going to make no sense as to why I want to know this and why I want to know this for the timeline. I want to know what time the kids ate dinner. I want to know what they ate for dinner. I want to know what time exactly they went to bed.
Yeah, absolutely.
I want to know, do they have a bath that night? Or do they routinely take their bath in the morning? I know these things don't make any sense to most people, but that tells me a lot. When it comes down to making a timeline, that tells me a lot.
Absolutely. Right? Daniel can't remember if the kids were awake or sleeping, and he acts like it was just a normal fucking day on Thursday. Bullshit, Daniel. It wasn't a normal day. The kids weren't in school. You guys went on a little freaking, like, here's the thing right here. Hold on. Bring that up closer, right? But the thing is that you can edit it. I mean, you can literally, like, it says right there that there was 5 visits. So why are we not seeing 5 visits? You know, she sent me, I guess, what she probably wanted to send me, or edited what she want. But I mean, it says 12 p.m. they start off, and then it says, Melissa, it says 12:10 p.m. to 12:49. Doesn't take no freaking, like, what, 40 minutes to go to your first trip. Like, you see those gaps there?
Well, I don't know a lot about how this part works, but let me play devil's advocate for a minute. 5 visits to what? The Gairloch Road? I know I'm mispronouncing that. Don't come at me.
I think it's Gairloch.
Like, is it that 5 visits to that address? Now, she's driving. It says driving, but does that include it took 17 minutes to get there, or is that at the Dollarama, the 144 to 236? Is that how long they were there before they drove again? Like, that's the weird stuff I don't understand as far as that goes. But if that's true, it took them 17. If the way I'm looking at it, it took them from Gairloch Road 17 minutes to get to their first stop. They were at their first stop from 144 to 236.
No.
And then they drove again for 12 minutes and was there at their next stop from such and such a time to such and such a time. And the reason I say that's how I take it, because I used to have Life 360, and that's how they would put it. And that's how it meant. And my family would call me and be like, why are you there for so long? Like, why are you at the hospital? My mom, I was at the doctor's office one time, and my doctor's office is right across the street from a hotel. And I wasn't there maybe 20 minutes. I was waiting. And I wasn't there very long. And my mom texted me. She's like, why are you at a hotel? And why have you been there for like 20 minutes? I'm like, Mom, I'm not at the hotel. I'm across the road. But it took me a while to realize that's what Life 360 did. So is that what that means? That it took, they were there from 144 to 236.
Okay. So if you look on the thing, it's only showing 3 stops, right? If you look on that little map, the blue line up top, you'll see like the circle with the blue, dark blue line, right? And it shows 3 stops. But they went to Acropole, they went to freaking Tim Hortons, they went to Starbucks, right? All these different things on that particular day. So basically it's saying that they left at 12:10 p.m. Right? Then they drove for like 39 ass minutes. Okay, 12:49. Where the fuck did they go? Because it only takes obviously a very short time to get over there, like 15, maybe 20 minutes type of thing. And then it took 39 minutes, right? So something's missing there, because then they're driving again from wherever they went to on that first stop, right? Then they're driving again, 17 minutes, 127 to 144. Okay, so that one can make sense, right? That one, you can kind of make sense out of a 17-minute drive from going. But where did they go on that darn first trip that took freaking 39 minutes? Where did they go? Right? Like, seriously, what took them 39 minutes? Why is that part missing? Why is it just showing 3, like 3 things when it says 5 visits? And then, so then the next one, because it says driving, then driving. So where the hell did they go for 39 minutes when they left? And then it's driving. And then it says, and then Dollarama was 144 to 236. So 1, 2, it's like 2 of them are not being shown. And then you get to Dollarama, 144. So driving, 144, 127. They leave. Okay, so they're showing 12:49, right? And then the next driving trip is 127 to 144. So something's missing there, because 144, they get to Dollarama, right? And to 236. Now, it said in the documents that at Dollarama was where Edmund Dixon, whatever, saw them, because he's a person that works at the sawmill as well. So 152, Malaya gets out and goes into the store with the children. And then, or no, I think goes into the store. And then Daniel at 2:02 goes in. I can't remember who had the children when they went in, but either or, then Daniel goes in and then they leave. Okay, so that can make sense for that, for the Dollarama. And then they're driving another 12 minutes from whatever to 248. So basically 236 to 248. Then they go and visit this. So Malaya's was having blood work done, whatever at the Westville thing. Now, obviously, I must have this cut off a little bit here. Not too much though.
Yeah, there's
Um,
definitely something missing. I agree
yeah.
with you because it goes
Uh-huh.
from driving to driving. Well,
Mhm.
it wouldn't do that. So there's definitely something missing.
Well, definitely. I mean, first of all, it shows 5, and then Daniel was like, "Oh, we went to Acropole. Where the frick is Acropole on here?" And stuff like that. Is that at the 252 to 311? So they leave whatever it was. I think Acropole was supposedly the last stop, but that's according to Daniel. And do we believe Daniel, people? Well, no. But let's give him this one, that they were leaving Acropole because he wanted a poutine, whatever. He said pizza, but poutine. So 252, they leave. They arrive back home apparently at 1407, right? And so the last time on camera would have been between the 144 236, where they were seen on camera. But yeah, so that makes me wonder, right? So said person, right, is saying like, look, I am pretty darn sure that, that there was 2 children in front of Jordan Getty's home. And that's why that they should have been in school. And that's originally kind of was like, okay, like, why aren't they in school? Obviously you're going to slow down because it's 2 children that are near the side of the road, and that Daniel say is holding a coffee cup from Tim Hortons, so where's all that shit in here as well? So it's almost like, and this is kind of what like is in the documents. So like, is there information in the unredacteds that we're not seeing that they have? Right. And this is the shit that, of course, they're trying to, like send us like, oh, well, here you go. I can just show you my Google Maps. Yeah. Once I've edited it all, for the police and all that shit, So this is where I truly think that there's definitely things we 100%, 1000% know that the RCMP have. So is there accuracy to, them being at the home of Jordan Getty's that day on the 1st? Absolutely. You can just go in and sit there and play with these freaking timelines, obviously. So did they truly leave at 12:10? Because why did Edmund, why do you think, like, do you think, in all fairness, do you think that Edmund was that far off of his time? Like,
But I mean, I know, like, whenever I drive places and I use my GPS, it asks me what my starting location is. So that doesn't necessarily mean that they started at Gairloch Road or Gairloch or however it's pronounced. I don't care how it's pronounced. But that just means that's where they say they're starting from. That doesn't necessarily mean that's actually where they're starting from. You know what I mean?
Right. One second. Nova saying Westfield does not do blood work. That's the drugstore. Oh, I gotta have Nova back up here, man. She says such a great lady herself there. That's the drugstore.
Well, I have a question, Nova. If that is a drugstore, so you must be somewhat from that area, then why does it say medical clinic? Is it you know what I mean? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Here.
Like, it says
visited
medical
Westville
Medical Clinic. So if it's a drugstore, wouldn't it say drugstore? Or just Westville?
Now, just
I don't know.
Nova's from, obviously you know that. She's from that area. Thought there was a chance the Lily / Heard saw the bus and tried. No, yeah. Because she used to get them ready, but this was, I'm always skeptical. Nova, that makes more sense.
Okay, so you're saying that it has a doctor's office too, but no blood work. Let's see, I don't want to break HIPAA. My doctor's office, so I'll talk about myself because I don't want you to break HIPAA on your end. My doctor's office can do blood work. So can this one, how do you know that this one doesn't? Because you seem awful positive on that. So I'm just trying to figure out, have you
You
been
know,
there? Like, do you know for a fact they don't?
I'm thinking perhaps it's possible that the term blood work wasn't maybe necessarily the right word of like I was told what it was supposedly about, but maybe it wasn't necessarily, I don't know, maybe the wrong terminology they used by saying blood work, and it really wasn't, and it was just a visit to the doctor's office. Right. It has a right. So that's what I'm thinking, Nova. If I think about it, I'll message you later, Nova.
Okay. So Lori she said, my doctor was in that clinic. Blood work is not done at Westville Medical Clinic. Okay, thank you. That's all. I
Right.
didn't want anybody to say, yeah, I doctor there or anything like that. I just wanted to know how we knew for a fact that they didn't.
Right. So I'm thinking perhaps it was just maybe like a trip to the doctor versus actual blood work. Like perhaps maybe it was one of those things where you go to the doctor, and if they need blood work, they'll send you over to where to get blood work type of thing, but you go visit the doctor first. Who knows? I don't know. Like I know, like if I want blood work done, like I'll go to my doctor and then they'll send me to a different place to go get blood work done. And there's something about I'm going to Lawton's on that, right? Something about
Mine
that
just,
too.
it depends. Sometimes they'll do it at the office and sometimes they won't. So that's why I was wondering how we knew for sure, how everybody was so sure that they didn't.
Mm-hmm. And just going back to this, is Legal Canada says it's cremation weight. If they left at 12:10 p.m. from home, is it possible for DM or to them to have met Edmund at 11:30? Or see, this is where I'm confused because, like, the whole point of it here. Let me 1 second. Stop screen. And where is? Come on now. Better have that document up there. Where the frick did it go? Shit. Where the hell is it? Come on now. I literally had it by its... Oh, here it is. Oh, there it is. Wait, 1 second. How do I... I'm confused. Because... I'm confused. Because before I would open up my Adobe... whatever, for the expert PDF file. And, color me stupid. Sometimes I am. Okay, so, whoops. Where's my, get rid of you. Go away. Where's my, there it is. Okay. Going. Edmund Dixon said he worked with Daniel at the sawmill and saw him in the Dollarama parking lot between 11:30 to 12:30 a.m. on May 1st, right? They had a conversation for about 5 minutes and discussed enjoying their time off work. He also saw Daniel's girlfriend and their baby. He saw other people inside the vehicle and heard the children's voices, but did not see who was actually in the back seat. Okay, so this is where I'm getting confused myself because obviously, if Edmund, obviously he would be on camera during the Dollarama time of regardless the 1:32 was it? 1:4 what time was it? 1:32, 1:52, 1:52 to 2:02, like that whole time frame there. 1:44 is when they showed that they arrived, right? Now, this is where I'm confused because obviously that's going to be on camera, right? Right? Because it's at the Dollarama, and that's what they're saying is that, that's how they can confirm that, that one, whatever time that was on camera, like in the afternoon there, 1:30, 1:40, whatever, that they could say that they were actually at the Dollarama.
225 is when the kids were last seen at the Dollarama.
Okay, so they used 225, right? Because it was like 226 or something when they started driving or whatever, right? So then you have to think in your brain cells. Okay, so Edmund says 11:30 to 12:30. Now, is he just simply wrong? But what's hard to take away from this is that now you have planted in your head of goods is that someone saying that they believe that they saw Fandango there at Jordan Getty's home that day between 11:30 to 11:45, and I was shown a screenshot of why they remembered that time frame. Okay, and it was because again the person was doing an errand for another one of their family members, and that's how they knew about the time frame, about why it was 11:30 to 11:45. So explain that away to me.
Something
Matt.
I noticed in this, Sonny, is it doesn't say, it just says that this is what his statement was. It doesn't say that that's actually confirmed on camera. So could, and this is just being hypothetical here, could this person who is clearly knows Daniel and has worked with Daniel, could Daniel have said, hey, you seen me from this time to this time, that just stick with that, do me a solid. And that's not what time it actually was, because it doesn't actually say in here, and this was confirmed by video, or this was confirmed by CCTV or anything like that. It's just saying that's what his statement was. Could it be a, hey, do me a solid and tell him you seen me between 11:30 and 12:30 because I don't want them to know where I was?
Well, okay, one second. Hey, Nova, do you want to come up for just a short period of time? You don't got to turn on your camera or anything like that. But if you have time, I would like to bring you up here as well. Nova, you've watched Nova's channel, correct? I'm sure you have. Have you? Don't lie either.
I don't.
Do you want to come up?
The name's not ringing a bell. That's all I can say.
Okay. Well, she's a very nice lady. I'll tell you that much. Far nicer. Daphne.
She said okay.
Far nicer than Daphne. I gotta give Daphne some pokes. She bailed on me when she was supposed to do a live with me. Every time I ask her, But anyways, I know Daphne's a great person as well. There, just actually, what I love about Daphne is her spirit. She's always got that bubbly personality as well. But let me send Nova the link here. And in Messenger, where's Nova?
Well, see, I don't know. What do you think? See, Legal Canada says American Justice, good point. Well, how does everybody else read that? Because it doesn't say it was confirmed.
Shit.
That,
Nova
by video.
Wait. 1 second. Nova, message me on Messenger. Oh, wait, there you are. Forget it. Found you. Boop, 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 boop. There we go. I still feel like we've jilted Zach because he's whatever those issues are. He was so perfect last live. Like, not even an issue.
It was.
I know.
I don't know. It's something weird. Is it storming there or snowing or?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Something that could be interfering with it.
Yeah. Oh, what I was going to ask you guys in chat. Okay. One, if you believe this information, like about, May 1st and that, and don't forget. So just think about this member, Jordan Geddes, but the person didn't know that's who that was. But, Jordan Geddes is a good friend of Daniel's, and you guys heard him basically talk about Daniel, about how great he was, how awesome he was, and all that stuff. God, I mean, hindsight is 20/20, but I mean, I'm sure he is to maybe Jordan, but was he so great? So, like, again, that's what you would call manipulation, and men, they're not as intuitive as females, definitely, but but he's just great. Daniel's awesome. He's so amazing. We're good friends. Blah, 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 blah. I can't see Daniel doing this. Fuck off. All right. Yeah, Nova has an amazing heart. Love Nova on there. She's just a great. I love beautiful hearts. Love the beautiful hearts. So again, thank you to Becca's Tarot for doing that nice video for me. And well, I mean, she was doing a reading on us, but hey, thank you for being accurate. At least I appreciate that. Instead of bullshit from the other channel, at least some accuracy on those reads. So thank you. Yeah, you know, Sunny can be sweet too. She can. I mean, I kind of know her a little bit better than most people, but she's going to be really sweet. My husband might. You know what? When I was at the doctor's office today, the lady says, "Do you want your husband?" Because we both had an appointment, right? And she's like, "Do you want your husband to come in as well?" And I was like, "Nah, I don't really like him too much. He can just stay behind." But I was just kidding you, of course. On there, she goes, "Where some people don't like their husbands." No, me and my husband, like glue. Except for my husband was being a little bit snarky today with me because, you know, men, they just don't really fully tell the story about what their problem is. So I was like, "I'll take charge. I got this for you, husband. Don't worry." And then he's like, "Well, what's the difference? If I said 4 and you're saying 7, what's the difference?" And I was like, "Well, that's no different than if Brad says 3 and 4 and, you know, then we hear 5 to 6, right? And then we hear 4 to 5. Obviously, it does make a difference. It does make a difference, people, right? Because you want to be accurate with information, you know, to the best of your abilities, right? So that's why I went back to Brad and said, like, "Hey, like, how many times did you actually hear trips?" And then he said 4, like full trips. But anyways, but yeah, I went specifically for my diabetes. Well, no, actually what I went for was the cream. I said to my husband, and I'm, you know what, I'm not going to talk about my diabetes, not going to talk about it. I'm a big failure at the foods that I should eat and what I do. So I said, I just want my cream, just want my cream. Here she is. But anyways, but husband, he gets this really bad pain in his chest. It's like, I can't remember what word she called it. Something. There she is. Let's find her. Hey, Nova. Let's see. Nova, where are you? I can't hear you. Nova. And she's not muted either. Dude, can't hear you, Nova. Oh, there you are. Are you there? Nova? I feel like saying Novocaine all of a sudden, just because we were talking about doctors. Thank you, Scotia Leo. Nova.
I need some Novocaine. My mouth hurts. I had some dental work done and it hurt.
Yeah. Can't unmute your guests because they chose. Nova, you're maybe go back out and come back in. Because you're like we can't hear you. Well, you're muted right now because you muted yourself, but we can't hear you. Like, am I having a jinx to live today? Zach? Angina? No. It was like effersitis. I can't remember actually now, to be honest, what the word was. Anyway, so I'll call it when you get heartburn in your bottom of your stomach or something, but it's like you find it hard to breathe because it's so painful. It's like someone punching you in the stomach, but she called it something like effertitis or something. I don't know. Anyway, he's Nova. Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe this is better. Come on. Nova.
Hi.
There you go. There you
Okay.
go.
I actually dropped my microphone and then I had to hook it back up.
Oh, okay. So it's not the same thing. I thought I was jinxed for a second between you and Zach. I was like, what's going on? Okay. Hey, beautiful lady. Nice to have you back up here, eh?
Thank you. Hi to you too, and Melissa and everyone else in the audience there.
Yeah. So obviously you guys, again, Nova is from that area. So she would know. And I know she was talking about that there's no blood work. But do you think it was one of those things? Because like, I mean, I was told why she was whatever. And so I'm thinking, do you think maybe it was like there's the doctor visit and then they'll send her to do blood work or something like that?
Possible, but it was the nearing the end of the trip because they went from the dollar store
Yeah,
to the
yeah.
drugstore because that's where she bought Meadow cream and Tylenol, and then to Acropol, and then back out to Lansdowne, which is, I would assume they took the back way, not the highway, because you can go into Lansdowne right from Westville.
Yeah.
So that was my assumption, and because they went to Starbucks, that's the day they went to Starbucks,
Yeah,
right?
Starbucks, actually both Tim Hortons and Starbucks.
Right. Well, Starbucks is on the same. It's right by where you get your blood work taken. So I
Right.
thought, okay, well, she must have grabbed a coffee. They must have stopped at Starbucks after blood work or before or whatever.
Yeah.
Was my assumption. That's
Could
all
have been.
assuming.
Could have been blood work and then back to the doctor.
If it shows that on the map, but
no, but don't you feel like do you feel like the map's been manipulated?
I wasn't thinking that until this whole Jordan
Well-
like, I knew about the Jordan thing for a long time because it was on Dolly's, and
Right.
but I never really thought anything else about it, especially once that map come out, because then I thought, okay, well, it's not even shown that they did go there that day, so that probably was his girlfriend's kids, I guess. Yeah. So I don't know.
Oh, sorry. Say that again. Whose girl? What? Say that again.
Well, he was saying that, somebody had called the police and said that the kids were seen there on Thursday, and they apparently were
right.
his girlfriend's kids or something. That he's saying that it was his girlfriend's kids, not Lily and Jack, because apparently they're around the same age. So I never really thought anything else about it. And then when the maps come out that Malaya had shared those maps with you, then that kind of confirmed it for me that, oh, well, that was just a rumor because it's not even showing that they went there on that day.
Right.
So I never really thought any more about it. Yeah.
So okay, now I think, and just going by your gut feeling, do you think that perhaps the person, it truly wasn't Jack and Lily, but perhaps, so refresh my memory, even though I know Charmaine played it today, but I was kind of distracted and was listening to only parts of it. So remind me about this Jordan and his sister's kids, or whatever it was that you just said.
I think it was his girlfriend's kids, I thought, is what he said. Is that he did say something about his niece and his nephew, but I don't know what he was going on about there.
Oh, okay.
No, I didn't think that, because I mean, the police would know that because they would look into that. They would, like, do you know what I mean? Like, they would have to ask and confirm, like, was that your kids out there on Thursday? Because he's not stating it wasn't so at all. He was saying, well, there were kids out there, but it wasn't Lily and Jack. It was my girlfriend's kids. So that would lead the police to then have to confirm that and talk to her and possibly the kids to confirm that. So
what do you, regardless of that, then, so first of all, do you think that, that, what is that noise of a drum or something?
I'm trying to hang my microphone back up because it fell. It actually let go. I'm sorry, I didn't know you guys could hear that. It actually, the whole thing, the handle and everything come off. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No. So in your opinion, would you think that this is just maybe a person that thought that they saw Jack and Lily, but it was really more to do with the fact of the girlfriend's kids instead? Or
yeah, I do take it as that. I mean, if it wasn't, then the police would certainly know that, because they're, not because then you're involved in the girlfriend having to lie as well and say, yeah, those were my kids when it really wasn't. And
because the thing is with this, right, is that there's nothing to substantiate this, besides, of course, a person talking about this. But, like the thing that stands out somewhat is about the red shirt and the necklace and the coffee and the Tim Hortons cup in the hand of what she believed was Daniel. So
Yeah.
right. And yeah. But the thing is
Oh.
you know, so
I
So let me
didn't
ask you
hear
this.
those details. I must have missed that on Charmaine's.
I'm not sure if Charmaine talked about that on hers.
Well, that's interesting because those are details. I mean, pretty specific, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So, but okay, so go ahead. Melissa wanted to say something. Go ahead, Melissa.
So just let me play devil's advocate here for a second. Does Jordan look anything like Daniel? Like, could they have been mistaken to this person? You know what I mean?
I don't know what he looks like. I think did Charmaine say yesterday or I can't remember what day it was, but that she saw a picture of him or something?
That she saw a picture of who? Jordan?
Yeah. I don't know what he looks like.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. I mean, his Facebook would show that for sure on there because I'm pretty sure. Let me just put it this way: I'm pretty darn sure that she definitely would have.
Marie Antoinette says he looks wild.
You know. Hi, Mary. Okay, so what do you make about the 12:10 to 12:49 when they leave? Like, where did they go? They must have went somewhere. Like,
yeah, well, yeah, I didn't notice that. I heard you saying that, and that's why I'm wondering if that's when she, like, it's not showing that a blood, and I always said that. I always said I don't understand why it's not showing a blood clinic, the stop at the blood clinic, and everybody kept thinking that it was Westville, right? Because it says clinic, and I kept saying, well, no, they don't do blood work there. That's a doctor's office / drugstore. That is not where you get blood work done. It should show East River Road, the blood clinic, but it doesn't show that on there, does it?
No.
Yeah. So the only thing I can think of is that time frame that's not showing there.
Well, that's just it right now. Okay, like, let me just ask you on this one. What are your thoughts on this case at this point? Like, where are you sitting at?
Well, my thoughts remain the same. The only difference is I've slightly shifted on my thoughts with Malaya, that I'm more curious as to, does she know more than what I originally thought she did? And what changed me on that big time is when she's approached by People magazine,
Right.
that is worldwide, and if you are going to grab at one opportunity to get something out there about your children, that's a big opportunity, and it's time to, if you're not dealing with this well or whatever the case may be, that is the one time that if that was me, I would have pulled my shit together and took that opportunity, because I mean that's going everywhere. Right. And I mean, they basically had to just copy from something else because she wouldn't speak to them. So they still did an article, but it wasn't based on, obviously what they wanted was to speak with the mother, right?
Yeah.
So that kind of made me. Sorry, go ahead, Melissa.
I said, I agree with you. That was like her one chance. If she was going to say something and you weren't left alone, like, at least, like you said, that was her chance to get it out worldwide.
Yeah, you're speaking to the world in that one article in the People magazine. Just, disappointing.
Well, absolutely. Now, just quickly, Nova. So behind the scenes, right? Again, we've heard from Wade, we've heard from Belinda, we've heard from multiple people about Malaya, and like, first of all, her actions to me were straight from the get-go. Just red flags everywhere to me. I tried to question it, like, okay, I didn't really fully believe that she was assisting the RCMP, but by the same token, I didn't really know. I was kind of flip-flopping on that, but my gut said no. That now, so everything that we've heard, and even in the background, is that she's not showing any remorse. And I know DT said it, and I've said it, is that, family is getting very frustrated. And they want answers for Jack and Lily. And like I've said, like it's on here, is that Malaya's story really has not changed to what she said in that interview, besides a few things, like little things. Other than that, it has stayed the same. And again, the family is getting frustrated because they want to know what happened to Jack and Lily. But when somebody really is kind of getting ready and acting like that, there's no children, and like, do you know what I mean? Like, everything that I've been heard and been told is that, yeah, like it's not this morning stuff going on. Like outwardly, it's let's get dolled up, let's get ready, let's go out, let's do all these things, let's hook up, and stuff like that. I've seen pieces of that. So yeah, with a new boyfriend, and stuff like that. But so I won't get into all the details about that. But yeah, right. And so here you have Danielle, doing the same thing, right? Just honestly, between the two of them, they make me puke. So Malaya is showing no signs, and I want to ask you, how many times in your life have you spelt your name wrong that you can remember? Do you remember ever spelling your name wrong?
You're asking the wrong person, because
Okay.
I have, because of, my illnesses and stuff I have going on that does affect my mind.
Well, we added this one. I'll take that back.
And from experience of dealing with people, with trauma and things like that, I do know that can cause those issues as well. And the double writing as well. So, because she was also, besides, and she didn't just do it there, she actually did it. And if you read some of like her other messages and stuff, she was doing it there as well. And she also did it in that note as well, not just with her name, leaving letters off the end and repeating. So I can't remember what it was she was repeating, but I'll just make up like, so what if we, and you're writing that, you're not even saying it. She was writing it. And right. That is a sign of trauma and like something going on, right, with your mind.
I believe there's trauma there.
Yeah.
On many levels.
So I don't know if that's what's going on there, but it's just stuff that I do know. So it's hard for me to look at that and not think of it possibly in that way. Yeah, but
well, just from, again, I mean, just honestly from a whole perspective of this. So you said your opinion kind of changed more so.
Mm-hmm.
So do you believe that Malaya is more culpable versus helpful?
I always felt that anyways, no matter what. No matter what.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Like, I do believe she's a victim of DV, but no matter what, that doesn't matter.
Right.
It doesn't matter. You're still a mother, and
absolutely.
And there's things that she should have done.
And do.
And but like, if one, I'm hearing and what you had just stated about the getting all dolled up and all that and the
Right.
partying and whatever, if that is true, I
Mhm.
mean, now I'm getting the Casey Anthony vibes
Right.
as well, you know.
Right.
So yeah, like I'm yeah.
I just feel like I can't sit here and feel sorry for Malaya whatsoever, to be honest with you. Like,
Mhm.
meaning, regardless of domestic violence and all that stuff, it's about the two
Yep.
children. She can deal with those other issues, but the thing before us is 2 children are missing. Her actions are absolutely just disgusting to me. I don't care. This is my opinion. Absolutely. Opportunities that she turns down. She's making excuses. And to me, that's like, this is all just signs of bullshit.
Yep.
And I'm not making excuses for Malaya or Daniel for their BS and stuff like that. Like, who cares about the A that got missed? The whole thing is, she had an opportunity there to use her voice to put it to that letter. She didn't take that. She doesn't take any opportunity to try to bring. It's like someone that's avoiding. Like, I feel like she doesn't go to the vigils, that she doesn't want to be put in that position where she has to lie and feed bullshit, that she would rather just decline. But so this way she can write a letter. But do I think that she's sincere, that she wants, please bring me home to come and help and stuff like that? No. Because I think damn right well that Malaya absolutely knows what happens to these children. And
Yeah.
her actions match that. Daniel's actions match that, in my opinion. And it's just more ridiculous. And yes, correct, right? That's all I've heard is about Malaya's actions, about what she has been doing while the world is talking about her children.
Yeah.
And it's not somebody that's sitting at home grieving. Someone just asked about the apartment. Malaya has a home on the reserve. Okay. And but that's the bottom line. She does have a home. Does she spend a lot of time there? I don't know. She probably spends more time, at the guy's house and whatever. So, like I said, is this a mother that's grieving? Daniel, sitting there. These people are twisted, man.
Yeah. And I agree with you. And I mean, the behavior that we're hearing of, if true, it's disgusting.
It is.
It's disgusting. It's bizarre. And the only way that it ever will be understandable and unforgivable is if we do find out in the end that there was, that one reason. There could only be that one reason that could make that understandable and excusable, and that is if she is speaking with RCMP and asked to stay quiet. And outside of that, it's disgraceful and it's disgusting.
And that
bizarre.
does not seem to be the case. That does not seem to be the case. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you are going out partying and those the things that we're hearing are true, it doesn't seem that way, does it?
No. And it just goes along with what Wade said, right? I mean, you darn right know that Wade and Cindy talk, and I'm sure that both of them know that Malaya is probably feeding them a bunch of bullshit. But Wade didn't know he was being recorded, obviously. But I think that Wade got things wrong, things that he probably heard. But I also think that there's a lot of things that were probably accurate to that as well. And I do believe that one of them was, because it's been said multiple times about Malaya's actions since the children have been missing. So it's just one of those things. You know what? For me, probably like you, just call bullshit. We just call bullshit when we see it.
Yeah.
And I'm so tired. I want answers for Jack and Lily. I really okay. So do you believe, like I do, that they know what happened, but they have to have the evidence, a strong case, right? Like you don't,
Yeah, and that is Jack and Lily,
yeah,
unfortunately.
unfortunately, right. Um, and so I kind of agree with the fact. Okay, can I ask you something about again as well? And do you believe? Okay, first of all, do you believe that the children made it home from on the Thursday?
Do I think they made it home?
Yeah, gut feeling.
I do, but at the end of the day, who really knows, right? Like, we just don't know. But my feeling always was that something happened after they returned home. Yeah.
Doesn't it make you kind of, in hindsight, doesn't it make you kind of sus a little bit that Darren literally said that there was an argument that he believes started when they were shopping, and it was about money, and that argument continued on. And okay, so there was an argument that night. Call it a squabble, call it an argument, call it what you will. There was an argument that night, right? Malaya literally said to, like, well, I'm not sure how many people she's had, but I know at least 3. That she woke up and that Daniel was doing meth in the bathroom. Okay. So I believe that to be true. Right. And I believe he was I believe possibly he could have been in Westville while he was there, gathering up some of his, meth, in my opinion, during one
I
of
believe that.
little trips. So do you think that there was like this argument that contributed to the demise of the children, or that the children got into the drugs? Because it is hard to think that because something happened to one, that you would take out the other. It's more acceptable for the brain to believe that two children perhaps thought it was like freaking, oh, candy, look what stepdaddy left in the car console, or I don't know. So what are your thoughts there?
I think obviously that could be a possibility. I mean, whenever you're introducing drugs into the picture and you have children involved in the household, of course that can happen.
Right.
However, I'm not so sure I believe that is what happened, because what struck me with Daniel, we know what Daniel does. He comes out with something, and it's to cover, like the sweater thing, right? So it's to cover, in case that does come, happens. Well, Malaya did that, and that's how that happened, right? So he's putting that story out there already. Well, when he said that about Lily's black eye,
right,
and like, this is the thing that really gets me, is him coming up with that story about the black eye, and then Malaya saying, well, I don't know what he's talking about. And then Cindy seeing them, the biggest thing of all, Cindy seeing those kids on camera after they had been at Patty's, and putting in her statement to police that everything was okie dokie, nothing seemed unusual. So obviously there was no black eye that she saw with Lily, or she would have asked, and there would have been a conversation, and she would have told the police that. So why is Daniel coming up with a story about a black eye that obviously seems like is not true? Why is he telling on himself? To me, that means something did happen to Lily.
Right.
That is probably a part of what happened to her, that there is an injury in that area of her eye, skull. And if the children are found, and of course, everybody, this is, in my opinion, total speculation, okay? That he's filled that gap in. That, well, yeah, but I already told you guys that she had an injury there. Remember, she got hit with a Tonka truck? Because that's what we've become to know of Daniel, that he does that. So that sticks with me,
Well, does it kind of like, for the fact that was the same timing that his other children had moved away, and that Malaya obviously wanted to leave his ass regardless, right? Now, obviously, Malaya stayed with a meth addict. Do you believe that Malaya was doing drugs as well?
Oh, I think it's definitely possible. Yes.
I definitely think it's possible.
Yeah. I mean, and the whole Wednesday thing gets me because they're both so fuzzy on Wednesday.
Oh,
Like
my-
Wednesday never even existed
Wednesday,
that week.
right.
They're so messed up on it. I think the kids had something to eat
All right.
at Tim Hortons. Does that not sound like a couple of ruggies
And
talking? Like,
doesn't it also sound funny? And Melissa, if there's something you want to jump in on, feel free. But doesn't it also sound funny when Janie kind of says like, like, well, I don't know. I just want, like the kids were outside and I went in and had dinner. Like she never even expanded on that. It was just kind of like, well, I just left them out to themselves type of thing.
Yeah.
Like, she didn't say, it's just kind of like, well, yeah, later kids, I'm going in to have my dinner. And like, that's always struck me as odd as well.
You hear about the adults eating, but you don't hear about what the kids had for supper.
Right.
Like, and I, it said that. Does anyone else feel like anytime the food was talked about that the food was just for the adults? Like the Aquapol, what was it? Poutines. And does anyone get
a poutine?
Yeah. Does anybody get the feeling that was for adults only?
Go ahead, Melissa.
That's kind of why I was like, what did the kids eat? When did they eat?
Yeah.
What did they eat? Like, because none of it makes sense. Like you're saying, everything. Well, she got a Starbucks coffee. He got Tim Hortons. Well, what did the kids get? What did you give the children?
They think that they got a bagel for them.
A bagel or something, right?
They think.
The
but
one
they
that
can't remember.
The redacted thing that they freaking redacted.
Well, one bagel for 2 kids? Come on.
Well, I can't remember if they said bagel. I thought it was bagel.
They didn't actually say. They actually redacted it.
Oh, jeez.
That was the joke. That's what made me laugh, is that they're unredacting a bunch of the stuff. And yet you're telling me that you can put down a coffee or a bagel or something, like you guys had to keep that redacted.
Right.
It was just like, really? Seriously? You're going to redact an item? And yet you're going to unredact all these names and stuff like that.
But you guys know what it's like when your kids were little. Like they were priority when it came to eating. You would damn well know what they ate before you'd remember what you ate, right? Because you're the parent.
My kids would
You're the parent rung ragged from caring for kids that you don't remember what you ate, but you damn well know what your kids ate.
Well, and then Daniel with his whole Thursday was just a normal day. The kids, nothing freaking normal about that day.
No, it's the day before they went missing. That's not a normal day.
Right. I mean, they didn't go to school. You guys went out and did all these trips, but like I said, they want to pinpoint certain time frames, and then they're wish-washy on so much stuff. And Daniel, we know that he's that one that he'll hear somebody say, well, like he'll hear say DT say, well, I can understand that he didn't remember because trauma. Fuck that shit. Nothing against DT on that, but I mean, fuck that shit. With that, because it's like, I'm sorry, really? So Malaya can't remember Wednesday. Daniel can't remember Wednesday or Thursday hardly. You need to you get your days all mixed up. But it was just an ordinary day, right? And to sit there and act like that you wouldn't remember something. So when 2 children go missing, and like that day on Friday morning or Thursday, whatever day it was, you're going to tell me that you can't relax it. You were helping your mom with the fence. You can't really remember the time. You can't remember like if the kids were awake or asleep, but you turned on the light after 12, but then he says that I never seen them on the second. And I'm like, dumbass, after 12 does mean the second. But anyways, but it's just
Sunny,
memory. Go ahead.
So, we keep talking about how they can't remember timelines and they can't remember this and that. It's been 5 years since Nick went missing. I can tell you where I was sitting in my home when I heard it. I can tell you what time it was. I can tell you what I did, where I went, and what time I went. Yeah. I can tell you the route I took. And it's been 5 years. Don't tell me that the day before, and this is so recent, that they don't know jack squat. There's no way. Because that is the first thing you do as a parent. Oh shit, What happened? Okay, let me replay this in my head.
Oh,
And you go back and you replay it over and over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Dan, I was going to say, Nova, do you remember when Daniel said, the more that time goes on, the more
Yeah.
clear I remember things?
Yeah. Right. It's not how it works.
Yeah. So, I mean, it is Nova. I mean, obviously, I think like we're pretty much like most of us are all on the same page. Is that, Malaya full of shit, Daniel full of shit, and stuff
Mhm.
like that. And Jack and Lily, something happened to them, and that the RCMP, I believe, absolutely know exactly. Daniel, you're a fool. Like I said, he should be. If when this case is come to a conclusion, right? And if Daniel and Malaya absolutely, hypothetically, allegedly, had something to do with it, let's just say, don't you think he should totally be put on the Canada's stupidest criminal?
Oh God, yes.
Like, honestly, he has earned that
Yeah.
title, should it ever come to fruition. But where, so the Brad's timeline is still confusing to me, in a sense, because 4 trips, but I didn't actually hear about anything until Daphne said it. I didn't hear anything about that a vehicle went up 289 and then down McLeod. All I was ever talking about, because I thought that was all we were talking about, was a vehicle went back and forth to where the blanket was and stuff like that. Wait, let me ask you this. Do you believe that the boot print has anything to do with this case? Or do you think it does, but it's just look this way, plant some evidence?
The
The boot print.
the one in the driveway or the one
pipeline one.
well, do we know if there was actually 3 sets?
No, there was not 3 sets.
Okay, so
I think
that
there
was
multiple.
A single boot print. A single boot print. Not a
Yeah.
set. A single boot print on the
Well, that-
pipeline and a single boot print in the driveway.
But Daniel referenced boot prints in the driveway. And actually, I think they both reference boot prints for the pipeline as well.
Well, the pipeline in the documents, it says
Thanks.
cluster of prints. It doesn't say one.
Right.
It says clusters.
Cluster.
Right. Of different prints, which we took as I took as 2.
Right.
But then apparent that picture that come out that is supposedly from the searcher.
Okay, so if you don't know that, please update yourself on that one. That was literally just a picture from that particular group that had nothing at all to do with the actual footprints. So I didn't know that. You didn't realize that. So that wasn't an image or what somebody was trying to portray of what was there. That was just literally an image from the actual, whatever you want to call it, the group, when someone posted it. What's the word I'm looking for? So that had nothing actually to do with Jack and Lily's pipeline.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, right.
Because that.
So I got a question then. For Nova, you said, or Sunny, one of you just said that it was said in the document, in the court documents, that it's a cluster of prints. Is that what you're saying?
That's what it said. A cluster of prints, and I can't remember how they referenced it, but however it was referenced, it gave you the idea that it was 2 different sizes.
Right. It was
one. Okay, one was child size or something, and
one was adult.
Yeah,
it's the way it was referenced, wasn't it?
Okay, because I haven't gone through all the court documents yet, so I may make that a priority tomorrow to get through all the court documents then, because Janie said there was a single print in the driveway and a single print on the pipeline. Daniel also said there was a single print. That's why I thought it was a single print.
You
but
can't
if you're
listen
saying
to
it's in the court documents, I'll look at it.
Yeah, you can't listen to anything they say. And in fact, it doesn't even mention a print in the driveway in the documents. It only talks about the pipeline. So,
and actually, Daniel referenced that, like maybe because he's mentioned it probably more than once, but he actually mentioned boot prints, because you know, when something really just sticks out, because Janie's saying, you know, footprint, like this is where the footprints or whatever. And then Daniel, I'm like, well, wait, is it one footprint or two? Like, you guys got me all confused. And just, isn't it amazing how where Janie was Reiki,
Mhm. And she actually said in her interview, she said to oh gosh, I can't remember what reporter it was she was talking to.
That one's Allie.
Yeah, with the red hair, sweet. She actually said to Allie, that was the only boot print that was found. One boot print right here in the driveway, and it was Jack's. And she actually called her out on it. And she goes, well, I thought there was boot prints found on the pipeline. And then Janie goes, well, yeah, there was boot prints found on the pipeline that Malaya took a picture and sent that to me. And so she said Malaya took the picture, sent her the picture,
why I
or whatever.
thought there was only one.
Well, yeah, she says it, but in the documents, there's not even anything mentioned about any prints in the driveway.
You know what? If that's true, I didn't actually notice that.
Well, I'm going to have to make going through the court documents first priority tomorrow when I start on this.
Yeah.
Because I've been focusing on getting so many of the media done. I need to focus on the court documents. Now, Nova, I followed you. I don't think I've ever heard of you. But let me ask you, do you think that there is a chance that this argument, this whatever you want to call it, this fight, whatever that happened, could have continued when they got home? And maybe the kids were being loud. Maybe Jack wouldn't leave them alone, or Lily wouldn't leave them alone. And Daniel could have been taking his frustration out on one of the children. I think Jack first, when I think of this. And Lily or Jack, whichever, the other child would have been like, don't hit my brother or don't hit my sister. And,
or screaming.
You know, it just escalated to a point where both children were hurt.
Yeah, screaming, exactly,
and then
Sonny.
From the home.
And very well could.
I think anything is possible. I mean, something happened, and but for me, the biggest thing is him saying that about her eye makes me,
I know,
veer away from the whole they may have accidentally taken something,
right?
Because why is he stating that? Why is he coming up with that story?
I know,
like.
Because that thing has never been confirmed. Nobody else has talked about it.
It's only him.
It's only him
that said that. And so the only reason why a person would be doing that is to cover something else up, right? Like if you find her, because through autopsies, you know, they can still sometimes see damage, or you know, that was there, or if something was broken, or skull or cheekbone or whatever, he's already come up with the story, right?
Yeah, I don't think it was a clip, right, Nova? It wasn't a clip. It was like a screenshot, wasn't it?
Yes, about her.
It was a screenshot
with the Tonka truck. Yeah.
Now I want to. You actually want? Go ahead, Melissa.
Damn, I done lost that damn. Go ahead, and when I rethink of that question for Nova, I'll ask it.
No, so Nova, let's just talk about this part as well quickly, because okay, so 6:17, blah blah blah. They call the kids into school, right? Well, duh. But anyways, because it has to be part of your cover up, hypothetically, allegedly, whatever. But then, right, Malaya places Daniel. Okay, and this is where this is total absolute bullshit. So Malaya places Daniel sleeping the entire time from 6:18, like basically from the time that she put the kids in school right till 9:40. Okay, that's Malaya's BS timeline. Now, of course, we all know that at 8 o'clock to 8:30 is when Malaya said, and she told Belinda, 8 o'clock to 8:30 on the scanner radio. Obviously, they're going to use 8 o'clock. Okay, then we hear Daniel bullshit, Daniel. And then we hear Daniel talking about, how he, first of all, heard Lily, like Lily said something to Lily, then he didn't say something to Lily. I think it was, then he did, then he didn't. You know what I mean? How those things go, right? Let alone the confusion about, well, Malaya woke up really fast, and wait, did I tell, she told Daniel, or I tell Daniel, did you hear Jack and Lily? And then, of course, Daniel says that he claims the same thing. And then, of course, he's like, you know what? The more I thought about it, the clearer my brain got. So, yeah, I think it was Malaya. But anyways, and then, of course, he tried to say, well, it is really fast how fast you woke up. But anyways, so all of a sudden we hear about this lock being talked about, right? And he said that he was awoken, that Lily woke him up, but he has also said that Malaya woke him up. Again, they just can't keep their story straight, people. But anyway, so that Lily was rattling the lock and woke him up and whatever. Now, we all already know that Malaya has said that the children were being very loud, type of thing. And then Daniel at one point said that he had to shush them because they knew. And then he kind of retracted that, saying, well, Lily knew, all I had to do was this type of thing. Fuck off, Daniel. But anyways, 8:28, right? Malaya makes a call to her mother. And in order to do that, she has to stand near the window. And so that's at 8:28. Remember, Daniel's out cold, people. I mean, according to Malaya, Daniel's out freaking cold.
Right.
Yes, no clue. The TV's turned on. Daniel out like a light. TV's turned on.
He's out cold, but yet he knows every single thing going on while you're sleeping.
Absolutely. And then, of course, we know in the interview, the polygraph one, where he said, well, it's not like I was hardly in a deep sleep or something like that, right? But anyways, so Malaya has him out cold from basically, 6:18, whatever. Let's just say 6, because that's whatever her alarm goes off to call kids, whatever, to 9:40. That's Malaya's BS timeline. But yet 8 to 8:30, all of this shit happens. And then she makes a phone call to her mother, right? And then again, we know from early on that Daniel said, first of all, he said it was only a few minutes after that he couldn't hear Lily and Jack, until he got up, right? And then he used the 20-minute time window. And so again, just more to add to the BS of all this stuff, right? Let alone all the, no, Malaya said it. No, I said it. Wait, no. And then he says that he's running around like a moron and all that stuff. So again, I mean, their whole, to me, timeline is bust. Why do you think that Malaya made a phone call to her mother at 8:28 that day, even though she didn't answer, but that she made a phone call?
Well, I've thought about that one, and it would be nice to know the history of when those calls, communications between her and her mother typically happen, because we know they happen daily, and at least once a day, but often 2 or 3 times a day.
Right.
So it would be nice to know the history of when those communications took place, which I'm sure RCMP would certainly know. But because if that, looking back at the history, you could look back at that and see, well, yeah, 3 out of 7 days a week or whatever, they did communicate at that time in the morning. It just really wouldn't seem to be out of the norm, right? But if that's not something that was typical, a typical time for their communications to take place, then obviously there's another reason why she was making that phone call. But if it is because by that time something had taken place with the children, why did she not call again?
Right.
Well,
remember that Cindy heard it from Patty, about the children missing.
Later on, because she had left her phone at the house while she was in the barns, or at the stables.
And then, so at that 8:28 time, well, again, 8:48, phone call comes in from, can I ask you something? Is there any part of you that is sus about Ron McKenzie? Or no?
Yeah, my mind's gone there. Yeah.
It's gone there, but I don't know what to make of it because 624,
Right.
she sent him something on Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
848. So again, so
And then
840
she changed her time there too, don't forget. Because she at first said that she heard the kids prior to
Before.
him calling and then
Right.
changed it and said it was after.
Right, because they got to get their bullshit straight, I suppose.
Yeah.
Right.
But I mean, definitely, my mind is gone there, but haven't talked about it because you don't want to start pulling people in that weren't the actual people on the property
Right.
until you have a reason to.
Right, exactly.
But my mind goes there.
It goes there. It's a thought because, Daniel
Hey,
spends,
Sonny.
yeah.
Sorry. I thought you
No,
go ahead and finish what you were saying. I
No.
remembered
No, I was just going
a
to say
couple things I
Daniel.
wanted to say.
Daniel's always spends a ton of time at Ron. So, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so you had asked a little bit ago, you had asked Nova. Am I saying that right, Nova?
Yep.
Okay, so you had asked her if she ever spelled her name wrong. I intentionally spell my name wrong. Like in my signature, I intentionally leave a letter out. So I spell my name wrong every time I write it. So I'm just going to say that. But Nova, I had a couple questions for you. The 41 out of 55 days that they were absent from school, what do you make of that? What would be a possible, since you're from that area, reason? Like, do your schools say, well, if you're absent so many days, you have to have a doctor's excuse? Or do you guys have, it's called a truancy officer. So if kids are gone too long without doctor's excuses, they come in and they're like, hey, you kids are fucking absent and we want to know why. Like, do you guys have that there?
My kids are like 29 and 30 now. I don't know what they do in the school systems now. But when my children were younger, I don't ever recall having a truancy officer, but you certainly could be held accountable to truancy if your children were missing too much school. I mean, especially with the child tax credit and stuff like that as well, because you're not supposed to be receiving that if your kids are not in school. So that's a whole government thing. I mean, I would think that that's part of the reason why the school did end up contacting. It would be a number of things, right, that were sticking out to them, that they were noticing, that would be part of it, and the other things that we're aware of. Yeah. So.
Well, I
Okay,
want to say that to that, like, because Daniel, quickly, 1 second, Melissa. Daniel, right? He's trying to portray like that they were just because of developmental reasons and stuff. Daniel, I don't know who's fucking like lying pot that you're sitting there trying to get us to believe all that shit. Okay, there was a lot more going on than just that these kids had developmental issues. Okay, Lily's pulling out her hair, and again, this is and that's the part, right? And that's being dived into, absolutely. Because Daniel's trying to minimize it. And then, remember he made that post to Taylor about that he can't see his other kids because whatever. But you know what, Daniel, if Daniel speaks, Daniel's lying. Okay. There's some truth in there, right? There is some truth in there. But just know that never believe anything that's coming out of Daniel's mouth, right?
Does Melissa know about that? About what with his kids that CPS spoke with them and that they had told CPS that he was abusive towards Lily and Jack?
I don't know. Do you know that, Melissa?
I have heard that, but I've not been able to verify that. Because, okay, when I go through things, Nova, I have this weird little process, and I was in Char's chat the other day, and somebody said, hey, if you need help, let me know. I'm like, that's okay. I have a process, because I start with, media, and I'm like, okay, this is what's been said in the media, and then I venture off from that, right? So I've been focusing a lot on the media, and I finally got one thing left to do. and that's finished the DT interview and getting it transcribed and what I find weird in it and what was said and such. And then I'm going to move on to what's been said social media and on Facebook and all that. So I haven't got to that part yet. I've heard it, but I haven't got to it. Somebody asked what truancy is. Basically, it's being absent from school for an extended period of time without reason, right?
Right.
So I wanted to ask you, could Cindy have said, and this is for Sunny or Nova, could Cindy have said that you said she had said something essentially that everything was like hunky-dory and everything was fine on that video because she's seen it outside Dollarama? Could it be that she's so used to seeing the bruises that it didn't even register?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't the video of Dollarama. It was a
437.
messenger video she did with the kids at
Yeah.
home. Like they would communicate every day, and some of that communication would be her talking to the children on Messenger, and you'll see this in the documents. And one of those on Thursday, she had around between, I think it was 4 and 4:30. She had spoken to the kids via video, whatever, messenger video or whatever, and saw the kids then. So she was asked by the police in her statement, if she had noticed anything or whatever, and she stated that nothing stood out. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I definitely need to make the court documents a priority tomorrow. So, Nova, what do you think about, could it be possible with this timeline with Edmund that, like I said before, Daniel may have said, hey, do me a solid and say it was this time, as opposed to that actually being the time? Do you think that's even a possibility?
Oh, well, why wouldn't it be? Like, I mean, I don't know these people, so I can't tell you based on, their character or, I mean, I could certainly picture Daniel asking somebody that
Well,
because
what was
he certainly doesn't care about the truth.
No.
But would somebody
Because
else
something
do
else
that?
that stuck out in that, he said he heard people in the back seat. He didn't say he heard kids. He heard people in the back seat but couldn't see, I think is how it was said. I'd have to pull it up to know exactly. So that struck me as a little weird. So then I've got a question, and this was said, I need somebody to answer this for me and know if I'm reading too much into this, because I'm used to people with these cases that we cover, referring in past tense and talking in past tense. That generally means something nefarious happened. But when he was on Drunk Turkey's show and he said, what I mean, or like 30 seconds or something like that, because it, referring to the children, could be in the fridge. And he referred to them as it. What does that mean to you? Because to me, he's showing very much of an indifference, and that's worse than past tense to me, because he's no longer calling them children at this point. He's calling them it.
I agree. And I don't know how they could be in the fridge because there was a lock on the fridge. The fridge was locked. Well, I shouldn't say that for sure, but the fridge has a lock on it.
Really? Where did you hear that from?
You can see it right in the pictures.
Oh, what picture is that?
Huh?
When they're standing in front of the fridge.
Yeah. Do you have that handy or no?
No, but it's like, it's just in the,
you're talking about, sure.
It would be in some of the pictures I'm sure you have of the kids that you use, and you probably just didn't notice that. I was looking at it trying to figure out what it was. I thought it was a handle. I was like, is that some kind of new fridge with a handle on it? A different kind of handle. And then in another picture, like you can see it going across the fridge, and then in another picture it's kind of hanging down the fridge.
Right.
And then when I was watching Justin's, Justin had talked about it and said, did anybody notice the lock on the fridge? And I was like, oh my God, it's a lock. I did not even clue in that was a lock, but that's what it is.
Oh, you know what?
I was
Yeah.
gonna say, if somebody has that picture, can they send it to me?
Sure.
Like,
Well,
Do you-
yeah. Charmaine said that
anybody.
she's not-
Do you see it, Sonny?
Charmaine, will you
No.
please send that to me?
Yeah. I need to go.
Well, that's all the questions I had. I just, like I said,
Well,
for me, you know, I
let me
have
go
my
to the
process,
bathroom.
and court documents were kind of next on my list. So I definitely need to finish this last thing up and then make that a priority. But I don't know. I just needed somebody else's, you know, thing. And as far as the 828 call, for me, there's very few possibilities that could be. Either she's calling to tell her that the kids are gone or whatever. And the other thing is, that I initially thought of was maybe she was calling to say, you know, hey, I called the kids in sick. But then I realized, you know, that's probably not right because they've been gone so much from school.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Probably not a
So
big deal.
if you-
Nothing different to them.
Yeah. If you woke up and your kids weren't in the home and you go outside and they're not in the home, they're not outside, and your mother-in-law, as you consider her, lives literally right there, would you have not hollered out to see if she were home? Or would, because I feel like I would have. I wouldn't
Oh,
have
I
just
wouldn't
been like,
even.
well, she's probably not home.
I wouldn't
I
even
would
have
have-
hollered out. I would have been right over there in that trailer because you're looking. It already happened with me with my youngest son when he was 2. He got his fingers inside the baby, the toddler hand. Like, we had the safety knob on it, but he was able to get his fingers inside and get it around the actual real knob, and he got outside. And my older son, there was only 11 months between them, so he was only 3, came and he was trying to tell me. And as soon as I clued into what he was telling me, I got up and I ran to his room. He wasn't there. Well, the first thing I did was check, because you don't want to believe it. You don't want to believe that your little 2-year-old is outside by himself in some kind of danger, right? So your mind is like, please let him be under the bed. Please let him be in the closet. So I checked all that stuff first, as I made my way back to the front door to head outside. And then I went outside and there was a barn there. I was yelling his name, like a little shed. I opened there. I looked in there. I mean, if my mother-in-law lived on the property and she was in a trailer, I would have been right over there and there. Definitely. I mean, that's just what you do.
Well, that's what I thought. It's like I would have ripped open that door and been like, are my kids in here? Have you seen the kids? Have you heard the kids? Where, like, there was no urgency. And speaking of no urgency, in the Drunk Turkey show, when Daniel was recounting what happened, and I think I said this to Charmaine, it might have been Sunny, but he's like, well, we made our way outside. And, well, we made our way through the house to the kitchen, and then we made our way outside. It's not, there was no sense of urgency the way he's saying, well, we just kind of made our way here and we made our way there. I would have been like, I ran here, I ran there. And the only time he says he ran is he ran back to their room to make sure they weren't under the bed. But it's like, then, well, after that, we made our way outside. There was no urgency. Do you take it when somebody says they made their way here or they made their way there? Do you feel like there was any urgency in that statement?
Not really, but then there's other times he's saying how he ran faster than the helicopters and did this faster than that, and he goes back and forth, right? The way
All the
he
time.
is.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, that's all the time. And I was going to say that, even though I heard you guys just talking about it too, absolutely. Like, there's just red flags galore with this case. And the
Yeah.
reason why there is because the truth isn't being told. So it really becomes this. Where is Jack and Lily? Where is Jack and Lily? Where are they buried? Where are they buried or in water? What do you think? Nova, water? People keep saying in and out of water, kind of like as if they're near water. What are your thoughts? What,
I always had a feeling they were in water.
okay. Oh, I have the pic. She has, okay.
Okay, because I was looking on my phone as we're talking through the ones I have.
Yeah.
Uh,
So
I feel
now
the same way. I feel they're in water.
yeah.
I don't actually. I feel like they're buried in the ground. Or I feel like, and if I was to even be more specific, I would almost say one of those blue tubs that was always in the picture. One of those kind of blue tubs. But
Oh yeah.
I keep getting ground myself. Not to say it's not near water. I know a lot of people keep talking about, star. What do you think about? Okay, wait. What's your thing on the star that was found on that McLeod little bridge there?
Well, I didn't think it really had anything to do with it until now Brad is saying that he does believe that Daniel went up on that road. So now I'm kind of wondering, well, maybe it does.
Well, right, and that's the thing, right? Is that's all I really wanted to know. Like, so if there was 4 trips, where did those 4 trips consist of? That was the answer I wanted to know. Now, I will let you know that Brad did tell me that him and his wife will not be speaking at this point anymore. Basically, again, people taking pictures, videos, it makes the wife, the kids feel uneasy and stuff like that. And this is what happens, right? People try to do a good thing, and then, right, and then these weird ass people just stand in front of the home and trying to, you know what I mean? But anyways, so I never did get fully out of this all what I wanted, which was simply, if there's 4 trips, okay, explain the 4 trips then. Because you're talking about one that's going towards the blanket, and then all of a sudden I hear, okay, so like there's no clarity for me on this at all. That part bugs me, because it's kind of like when you're giving specific details and stuff like that, right? Then of course I want to know, where are these 4 trips, and what do you mean that there's a vehicle that sounded different on the last trip? Like, where did that come from, right? So I believe that Brad absolutely and Justin heard a vehicle. I do believe so, but I would like some clarity, because what do you mean? Because when you literally enter about another car sounding different on the last trip, right? Then people just run with that shit. And yet you don't really know what that all meant, like what the 4 trips truly meant. Was it 2 trips this way, 1 this way? I don't know, right? So when I had asked him, to clarify, he never did actually, but he did say that him and his wife would not be talking anymore, I'm just one of those ones. Okay, fine. I'll leave it at that. Does it bug me that I just wanted, the 4 trips, did 2 go this way and 2 go this way? Was it 1, 2 in a different direction? Right. Because you want clarity, because his information would be very valuable, because if you feel like something happened to those children and it happened at home, the timeline of those trips, obviously are going to give you some more insight into what possibly, or which direction that the vehicle was going. Right. So I'm left unsatisfied.
Yeah.
Because
I applaud that decision, though, Sonny, from him to
absolutely.
not talk, because
yeah,
people
definitely.
are ripping into him, and people are
Yeah.
trying to make it sound like he's lying and everything else.
I
Me
know.
personally, if you guys are listening, I fully believe you. I applaud that, because they came forward as responsible parents and adults themselves and said, hey, this is what we heard. They came forward purely for Jack and Lily, and now
Yeah.
people are turning on them. So I applaud the we're not going to talk about this anymore.
Yeah.
From people that aren't in true crime, it definitely is a whole whirlwind of stuff that people that aren't in true crime, or if this is your first case following a true crime, like, we know that people make threats to people all day long, and most of those threats are just idle threats. But the bottom line is, when you're in, like how one is feeling when people are kind of stalking the home, or sending messages or whichever, that's got to be very uneasy. And to literally publish the name, I mean, regardless, his name was out there before it was unpublished, but Justin's wasn't. But it's still, I mean, that's an uneasy feeling, because we're doing it from a true crime space in a sense here. But when you're actually part of that story that's going on with Jack and Lily, I mean, it's got to be unsettling having these stalkers drive by and try to catch videos of your wife and your kids and this and that and do this. Definitely has to be unsettling. But maybe he'll still
Yeah.
talk to me behind, because it's not like he was in chats, him and his wife, right? So, but for me, again, it's just one of those things, even if just talking behind the scenes, which I do a lot, right? You just talk, you don't necessarily, you're not going to out the person, but they might say here, here's some information, but just don't use my name, type of thing. And it's absolutely.
Yeah.
It's really just becomes
Honey?
about the answers. Yeah.
Do you have the picture of the lock? Because I do. I didn't even realize I did, but I do have it.
Oh.
No, I don't. Can you send it to me? Yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
I just went through my
Give me a
pictures and
second, let me get all of them, because there's several pictures that I have that have it in there. I
Yeah.
will send it to you, but give me just a second. You guys talk away, and I'm going to get these opened up and figure out which ones I need to send to you, because there's a couple of them.
Oh, okay. And I know it's really late for you over there, Nova. Probably ready to pass out.
I was actually sleeping and I woke up to use the bathroom and then checked and saw you guys on. So I was listening and then I just heard you say that about the drugstore, thinking blood
right.
work was done there. And I was like, okay, I gotta tell her. So
Yeah,
she
yeah.
knows that's not so. It's the same as the, I had commented before that as well, but I don't think you saw it, about them as, RCMP putting their names out there. The thing is, there is 2 numbers to call or to put your tip into, right?
Oh, right. Oh, I seen that. Right. You said
Yeah.
that. Right.
Yes, because one is anonymous, and if you call the other, if you can put your tip in anonymous, and then later retract that, and cooperate with the police if they want to put your name out there or whatever. But if you put the anonymous tip in and the case does end up going to court and they need you as a witness, well, obviously you're not going to be anonymous anymore, right?
Right.
So it just depends on how you put your tip in. Yeah.
Right. Gotcha. Are you sending me any of them quickly? Melissa?
I am trying. It's just going in circles right now, like it don't want to read. But I am trying to send them to you currently.
Is
right
it
now.
is it in the file?
Yeah, it's actually in the file under the kids' picture.
Okay, hold on.
I'm pretty sure you could just blow them up because you're able to edit it, but it shows a lock on it, and it looks like a child lock, to be specific. Like what you would put up to keep a toddler out.
A toddler, not Meadow. I doubt it's from Meadow. Meadow ain't opening up no fridge at her age. Could she? Hold on. No. Well, maybe now she could, for sure.
Yeah, now she probably
Now she
could.
could.
Yeah.
Right.
But she was 16 months.
I remember.
then,
Well, because Haley at a year and a half could get into the little clippies on the cupboards, right? But as for the fridge, yeah, that's pretty kind of heavy to try to sit there and open up a fridge. I can't see it being a protective against metal.
Well, my grandson is 18 months right now, and he can't
Yeah.
get the fridge open, and he can get everything else open. I've got all
Right.
elastics all around the cupboards
Yeah.
now. And they just love opening everything.
Just quickly, where did you say it was underneath, Melissa? Okay, hold on.
It's in the photo gallery, but it's finally letting me send them to you as well.
Okay, what's this first one there with Lily? Okay. Oh my God. Freaking stop.
No, go to photo gallery, not other pictures.
No,
Go
no,
to
no, no,
photo
no.
gallery where it's all.
I'm looking at your messenger there. 1 second. I'm looking at your messenger.
Okay.
I'm not looking at this thing right now, actually. I was just because
Okay,
I
so
have to
if
feel
you
them
look,
there. Yeah.
yeah, if you look in the corner by her shoulder, you can see
Yeah, I can see that.
the little clips for it.
Did you only send me the one? Oh, Charmaine sent one as well. Oh, okay, Charmaine's. Oh, okay, right. Okay, so let me show this one as well. Oh my goodness. Yeah, see, I use this picture too in the video. The one with Jack in it.
Oh, yeah, I figured you probably had some of them. And I know I do, but I have so many of them that
I
I
know. Oh my
just couldn't
God.
find it.
No, I mean, trust me, my computer, I've been trying to organize all the stuff to do with Jack and Lily because it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So
Night, Charmaine.
night, yeah, she was trying to fool us by saying she's going to bed, but she didn't.
She's going to creep us, isn't she?
I feel like she is. Yeah. I would never do that to her though, but she would. Let's see here. I guess I gotta click on the picture. 1 second.
Night, Ben.
Oh, is Ben
Okay, so I sent you 3 where I
Oh,
can
no,
clearly
he's saying
see the
goodnight
lock
to April.
right away.
Sorry.
What, Melissa? Sorry. What, Melissa? You sent me 3 what?
I sent you 3 on Messenger where you can see the lock very clearly.
Okay. Well, the first one, okay. So this is this one. Well, let me make that bigger. And take this down. Good night, Charmaine. She says,
Yeah. So
and it's
there,
that little thing just right there where your mouse is, right there. That's a lock.
yeah. Like, ain't no freaking 16-month-old even coming close to that to try to open that up, first of all. But I can't see a 16-month-old. I think this, like, it like, honestly, you guys, doesn't this kind of a little bit remind you of the House of Horrors, that you don't truly know what's going on in there, and that you're learning all this stuff that was going on? Black eyes and
Marie, you'll see it. You'll see it, Marie, in another picture that she shows. You can see both sides of the lock. It's off at the time, but you can see both sides. Just give her a second. It goes from the front of the fridge to the side of the fridge, so it just holds the door closed. It's like a it's like a baby lock. On the side of a fridge, but there's a couple.
It's actually locked. It's actually locked there. Yeah.
Yeah. And now, do you think
locked in another one? It shows it's off.
What do you personally make of this, Nova? Do you think it's to keep Lily and Jack from eating snacks all the time because they're hungry?
What else would be the purpose of it?
Absolutely.
Because it's not to keep Meadow out of the fridge. I know that because, like you said, at that age, and I know having my grandson here, he opens everything and he can't get the fridge open.
Yeah.
And I had everything locked up when the kids were little. I did not have the fridge locked.
I never locked my fridge. Sonny, that picture, blow it up. Blow that picture up that you just had up. The one of Jack in front of the fridge. Blow it up on his face.
Okay,
because I just got messaged. I won't say who, but they're right. It looks like he has a healing black eye. Blow that picture up because it does. It's his eyes. Definitely something's up with it.
Well, let's take a look. Okay, 1 second. bring it back up again. 1 sec. Share screen, window, Jack. Okay.
Yeah, Daniel said that they had full access to the pantry and the fridge. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. And that's why Justin was pointing that out. He's like, yeah, right. That's why there's a lock
Right.
on the. Oh, yeah, his eye does look up top, doesn't it? Even down
It
bottom.
does. It does on the right eye if you're looking at the screen.
Yeah.
On the so it'd be his left
Right
side
above
too.
the dinosaur.
Yeah.
But I mean, so I always find it hard with these because of shadowing and
Right.
illusions that can go on, right? I mean, clearly he had a black eye in the school picture that Lindsay from the Globe and Mail had posted in her article, which was a clear black eye. But ones like this, to me, I would never put any wager that this kid had a black eye. Besides, it can look like it,
Right.
you know.
I agree.
Yeah.
It
Because
definitely looks off. I would almost put money that
Eh.
that's either healing, or I don't think that's a shadow. The top could possibly be a shadow, but underneath
Yeah.
his eye, that does not look like a shadow to me because there's no shadow on the rest of his face.
Well, but the thing is, if you truly look at the other side of his eye, I mean, honestly, if someone was to ask me and they wanted me to give them what I felt, I would definitely say no. I do not believe he has a black eye here. That would be because when I'm looking at both sides, and that this one's can come across like I just don't. I see creases. I see a dark crease here, but this one's more in the sunlight. I personally would never say that I even thought that there was a black eye here. Like when I'm closer looking at it myself. Whatever you guys think, you can think, obviously. But I'm just looking at one's getting caught by the sunlight, the other one's in the darker, the shadowing. But I can see why people could think that. It was kind of like somebody showed me a picture and said, oh, look at the bruise on Lily's leg. And I'm like, come on, that's Christmas wrapping shadowing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Stuff like that. So
like I could almost give it to you, Sonny, about the lighting, but look at the shape of his eye.
Yeah, but
it's off.
No, I don't.
I
don't think so.
I disagree with you, but we can agree to disagree.
Yeah, because the other one's caught in the lighting, so you're not seeing the puffiness as much as you are underneath the eyes. Jack obviously has these little puffy eyes that he seems to always have in his face.
And the darkness.
Yeah. So for me, yeah, I absolutely just think that the lighting is catching differently on the one side that's catching the light and versus this one. I think that if he was in the same lighting, both eyes would actually look the same. That's how, because even the purpley color that you kind of see above his eyelid, I don't really think is purpley, because if you look at the other eye, you can kind of get that same one. I don't know. I don't get me wrong. Obviously there's black eyes going on here, regardless of Jack and Lily, more than most people could ever imagine to talk about, or come across with their own darn child. Now, in saying that, quickly, let me stop screen, and then I'll bring up the other one, Melissa, with the lock on the side. So
Mary, I noticed that, that the cupboards didn't have a lock on it, and you can tell because the cupboards actually popped open. Yeah.
Yeah. Image file. No, not image file. Share screen. This takes the longer way, but whatever. In order to show it a little bit better. Come on, computer now. I don't know what it is.
What does chat think? Do you think that it's just the lighting, or do you think it's a healing black eye? I'm kind of curious to see.
Share
I mean, I know what you think. I know what I think. Kind of curious to see what the chat thinks. One, if you think it's a black guy that's healing. Two, if you think it's shadowing.
Why isn't the picture coming up? I freaking hate this. Why is it doing this now? I just don't get it. I'm bitching right now because I've never had an issue with StreamYards. They're going to get a piece of me right now. I swear to God. I'm going to get 3 months.
Would it be easier if I shared
Daphne did.
Eh? Yeah. Well, I'm going to, because I'm really getting sick and tired. This never happened before. And whenever I sit there and go to share screen, it's taking forever. like it wasn't happening until just right now. I went to go pull up the second picture of the screenshot with Lily in it, and all I'm staring at is Jack. Now, normally it transitions right away, so I
See
don't
if you
know.
can put up mine. I just shared it. See if it
Yeah,
works any faster.
but the thing is, you would have to zoom in on it, right? If you open it up with the thing, so you'd have to. Whereas that's how I was trying to show it. I was trying to show it in the window, right?
Frankie, that's a good thought. Never thought of that. Or it's a good possibility. You never know, right? That maybe the fridge was but in other pictures it's off though, is the thing. And the fridge is closed. So yeah, I don't think that is a possibility.
About what?
He was saying that maybe the fridge was broken, so they put that lock on it to make sure it stayed closed. But in other pictures, the lock is undone and hanging down the front of the fridge.
Yeah.
So, and the fridge is closed.
So I was gonna say, so now, because I know that it's probably time because you guys are a different time zone. You're 4 hours, Melissa's 3 hours, and stuff like that. And I'm at 9 o'clock still, so I'm still good. But where do you think, like, what vicinity do you feel like the kids are at? Do you think it's plant a blanket? And so let's just, perhaps usually when people plant a blanket, they don't, it's to misdirect this way when really it's somewhere else, right? So which way would you say, what area would you, based on the information we have, what area, where would you think that these children are if you were to kind of pick your poison there for that?
Well, the only thing I can say is that I don't feel they were taken far, far, far away. I mean,
Thanks, Melissa.
Some people were thinking the Fundy, the Bay of Fundy, and all that. No, they weren't taken away. They are probably familiar stomping grounds out in that area somewhere. Now, whether that's an area that eventually would take them out to the ocean, and they could be out in the ocean, but that it started in those familiar stomping grounds within that area. Those are my thoughts. Yeah. But I don't think they're on the property, and I don't think they were taken far away. But they're probably somewhere outside the radius, and a familiar area to Daniel.
To Daniel. Exactly. To Daniel.
Mm-hmm.
To Daniel. Do you think at one point one of them's going to flip on the other? Like Daniel would never do it. So do you think at some point that Malia is going to be caught in a catch-22 and but she'll end up flipping on each other or no? Or do you think?
I don't know. Like I'm looking at that case with the little fella. Oh my God. The father just finally pled guilty, but they won't say where the little fella is. No, the little baby.
No. You're talking. No. She's talking about the one, the one that was
Emmanuel. Is it Emmanuel?
Yeah, I think you're talking about Emmanuel.
I know who she's talking about. I can't think of the name.
And I mean, she's still not saying anything. Like, what the heck? So, like, I'm listening to that and thinking, is that what's going to be taking place? Emmanuel Harrow. Yes.
Yeah, Harrow.
Yes. Is that what's going to take place here? Like, it seems to be so far. Is that what's going to happen here? Because she's still sticking to her guns, that one. And when you listen to her mother speak during the sentencing, she is describing everything about her daughter the same way things were described as what happened with Malaya. like the disconnection from the family and the friends, and
Mhm.
like you would think it was Malay, family member of Malaya's up there speaking about Malaya exactly to a T how she described, what happened with her daughter, that her daughter used to be this nice person and loving and caring and then turned this way and,
April.
cut the family off,
Mhm.
like so similar. Yeah. So if she's anything like her, no, she's just going to stick to the story.
Yeah. And right. And as Karen, to answer your question, because there's a difference between, so on Facebook Messenger, like it's not like there's a video saved, right? Of a phone call for that FaceTime, I don't believe, right? So the last time they were seen was on cameras, like cameras. So even if Cindy was having a phone call with Malaya, I don't think on the iCloud it's going to be like, it's not
Love
sitting
you.
around.
Love you too. What are you doing up this late?
Because they asked me to
Oh,
go on, so I
Yeah, no,
Sunny
no.
to-
Hold on. One sec, Melissa. Nova's going to bed because don't worry, we'll let her get back to you. You poor thing, poor husband.
he's giving me a kiss goodnight, saying, "What are you doing up this late?"
Sonny's fault. Absolutely.
It's
No.
all Sonny's fault.
Yeah. Oh, so Melissa, sorry, cut you off. What were you gonna say?
So correct me if I'm wrong. You and Nova know the court documents better than I do because I haven't went through it. But it is said that they were last seen outside of the house, right? On camera at Dollarama. It doesn't
No.
necessarily say that they were last seen at the Dollarama. They're just
Yeah.
saying the last time they were seen outside of the home was at
Right.
Dollarama.
Well, yeah, correct. So outside, like Dollarama was when they were seen on camera, right? So they can't take anything Janie said, Cindy said,
Right.
Malaya said,
Yep.
at all. So the last thing that they can use for actual evidence that these children were alive is based on that camera footage. Of
Yeah.
$100.
According to
But that was
RCMP,
my answer to Karen. Or what was her name? George something. I forget. You
Putting
took it off the
Charmaine
screen.
to sleep. That's what Charmaine said.
oh, yeah, the last time, according to RCMP, the last time the children were seen was on the 1st, not on, they don't say, like, they didn't go by what Janie had stated or Daniel, that they heard the kids. They state May 1st.
Yeah, the last time they confirm that
Yeah.
they were seen was
Mhm.
on this
Yeah.
video. So that would be my answer to her question of the, being seen, is because that's the last time they can confirm
Right.
with 100% certainty was on this camera footage from Dollarama.
Correct.
And it's not my fault that I'm putting Charmaine to sleep.
No, right. I know you do that to everybody. No, but I do want to let you two go because I know for you guys
Yeah.
both it's really late. And
Um,
Nova, like I know my schedule's whatever, but maybe next week at some point, we can set up a time that you can come back on.
Yeah.
Because I know it's been a while. Because sometimes I get lost in my own shit because I don't have a lot of time, But when I have and I don't have a lot of time to honestly, I might catch pieces of your lives, and I catch pieces of Daphne lives and pieces of Clutch and Pearl's live, but not. It's usually not a lot because, like I said, with working full time and all that stuff, my 12 to 8 shifts are exhausting. I deal with issues all day at my job, right? And I'm
Yeah.
exhausted. The 12, I don't know what it is about the 12 to 8 shift, but it feels like you just did like a 16-hour shift. That's how, right? The 6 to 2 shift goes by so fast. 9:30, 5:30, 12 to 8. Oh my goodness. Yeah. But
Yeah.
it's what
Well,
Yeah,
I
well,
just
you
want to
just-
say it was great meeting you, Nova.
Yeah, you too.
Like I said,
you
I
too,
subbed, and
Melissa.
I'll have to go watch some of your videos because I seen you did some, and you never know, you might end up in the document.
Well, and thank you. And I think you're great as well. I've watched you on Sunny's a few times now, and yeah, you're fantastic. And I watched you with I seen you prior to this, though.
Sebastian Rogers.
Was that the
Yeah,
case?
yeah. We were
Must have
covering
been.
Monty Lateef, Sebastian Rogers,
It was the one
the
you went to
Collins
court.
girls.
You were actually in
Delphi.
Delphi.
Delphi. That's it. Yep. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All righty. Thanks for having me on, Sonny. Yeah,
No.
just send me a message
Yeah.
next week and
Yeah.
whatever day is good for you, because you know I don't
Oh,
work
I have
anymore.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday off. So just pick your day, what time, and then just send it to me. So Thursday, Friday, and Saturday off. I have off next week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
just pick whatever time works for you.
Yep.
Yeah, and then that would be perfect. So
All righty.
thank
Take
you,
care,
Nova.
everyone.
Thank you. And Missy Melissa.
Bye.
Bye, Nova. Thank you so much. Go back to your husband. My husband's still gaming. It's night's still young over here. Are you ready to are you going to bed now? Are you relaxed? chill?
No, I'm still good if you want to stay on for a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm in one of those let's go tonight moods. I might work on this document a little more tonight yet.
I know. She's a night owl as well, really. So yeah, good night, Nova. And again, Zach was supposed to be on here with us, but Zach was having issues again with him coming through. His sound going in and out wasn't fixing it. I don't know what that. I honestly don't know what stops that. Right? I don't know. Besides using earbuds, but I don't know what stops that. Besides using earbuds, but I don't know if he misplaced his earbuds or whatever it was. So that sucks because I was again, I look forward to talking with Zach as well, and I really wanted to talk with him tonight, but not because, of course, I already knew you were going to be coming up after Zach was on for a little bit, but it just sucks. I feel badly. Because that's twice now. But that time before this was perfect with Zach. There was no issues. There was no coming through the speaker and stuff like that. So sorry? Someone says sorry for your loss, Brad. What would you like to talk about next, Miss Melissa?
I don't know. Like I said, I've been going through so much, and I really need to finish up Drunk Turkey so I can really dig into these court documents and.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to get this out there as fast as possible for you and for everybody else because, I do it for you. And, like I said before, I do it, this is kind of one of my ways of dealing with my own grief with my son.
Yeah, I know. Absolutely. Again, I've never been in this position myself. The reason I didn't plan on being in true crime, myself, right? It was just simply that the short of it is that I was 26 and I was always reading the newspaper on the C train that you would call it in Calgary. And, I was always reading the newspaper and I got tired of listening to that a mother threw her kid over the Capilano Bridge, and everything was about death and bad news. And so from 26 onwards, I stopped watching the news and I stopped reading the newspaper. And because again, being a deep empath, every time I'm looking at this, anytime I hear about a case, I instantly start feeling the sadness towards, like in this case, for instance, for Belinda, right? For the family members. But in this case specifically, I remember it was Belinda because when I heard about this case, like I said, I felt like it was off right from the beginning. And then I was just kind of looking at some different Facebooks, and I noticed that Belinda was posting about Jack and Lily. And so I just kind of kept like I left the odd comment on some of her posts, right? And I did send her a message on Messenger, which she didn't answer at first. And I just, asked her, something about, hey, if you want to, talk or whatever, type of thing. But anyway, so but instantly my heart just feels so horribly bad. And so those emotions affect me. It's like when I'm around negative people, those emotions they bug me, right? I hate being around negativity. And in this case, this is a different type of pain, but it's taking on people's emotions in general. And so when I'm around someone that's just negative, or there's negative people in the chat, um, it's like buzz killers to my energy. It's like, get the frick out of here. Like, I don't want that stuff. Right. I just like uh regardless, positivity and people that truly absolutely care about other people. The mean spirited ones, the ones that are purposely mean spirited, like, I know that I can have a sharp tongue back, but you have to understand, I do not sit there and ever go out of my way to go, oh, you know what? I'm just going to pick on, let's say, Cool J17, for instance. No, it's when I look at a comment inside the here and there's ignorance, right? I will tackle it straight in the bud and call you out on that stuff. So it's one of those things. I don't sit there and just go, hey, let's just bash on people today. No, if you're bashing on me, I'm going to give it right back to you typically if you're in chat. As for the creators, after a while, you just get whatever old to that stuff, right? But to me, it's kind of like, again, how I live my life in real is very laid back. And one of the most important things to me is love and caring about, like I said, people. And so my heart just hurts beyond repair for these cases. I always question myself why I'm in it. But what got me is that I was watching YouTube one day. For all the people that don't know, I was watching YouTube one day, minding my own ass business, right? My husband was gaming and my computer was in where the balcony is there. And I looked over to my right and I saw this beautiful girl that was on the bridge, the Delphi murders, it was called. And so I literally said, don't click on it, right? Because I don't want to know that people have lost their lives or killed or murdered and stuff like that. I said it about 5 times. Don't click on it. Don't click on it. Click. Well, that was 2020. This is 2025. I struggle with being in this space. I really do, because it's so heavy on the heart. My own job is already heavy as it is. So it's kind of like absorbing a lot of what I call negative energies and very energies that are towards the murdered and the missing, which I call like dark negativity, because you never want to read something and of course somebody's dead or murdered or this or that. It's just heavy. It's heavy on my heart. So I try to avoid stuff like that. So I do struggle with being in true crime because I don't really feel like it's my forte, to be honest with you. But it's about the people. And every time I think that I'm not going to do true crime, I always go back to, but you know what, Sonny, your purpose is always about caring and helping and bringing, in this case, awareness and stuff like that. So looking beyond the hurt and the pain of all these families that have to deal with this stuff, it's what we can do as people individually while we're on this planet. Like, even though I never felt like this was my calling for sure, because comedy or something like that, perhaps, but it was just something that it's what we can do to help others out, that we can be a voice, we can be a space, we can give them a platform, and we can do a ton of great things. And some people might view that, the outsiders that don't know true crime might deem that as like bullshit, Sonny, like, you guys are always accusing this and that. No. Speculation is fine. I love speculating when I think that there's a puzzle piece going on and that bullshit's happening, right? Because I'm all about truth. I just want truth. I don't want bullshit. I don't want BS. I just want truth. And this channel is always about putting the truth out there as much as we can and as much as we know. And if we're wrong, we are wrong. But yeah, so here I sit, 2025, covering true crime for the reason of that we can make a difference. And there's lots of people that I've helped, that this channel has helped. get over 1,000 subs, that has told somebody, like, why don't you start your own channel? Like, meaning, like, be a voice, right? Because some people are like, nah, I can't do that. I can't do that. But, it's really not such a bad thing. Like, if you have a knack for talking, but so it just really depends on the personality. But I will always try to push people to become their own voice, right? Because then they can have their own channel and then they can say whatever they want to, right? But some people just like coming in to chat because they're just following the case, or following different cases and stuff like that. But anyways, that's why I sit here today in 2025, here almost 2026 coming up. And yeah, so Delphi case was the first thing I clicked on. And that's why I've been here. Now, I ended up covering the Suzanne Morphew case right soon after that because I thought that the Delphi case was really fucked up. Fucked up case. Fuck. Yeah, I mean, imagine a case where they have a picture of a young guy and an old guy. And for all those years, they show you this older person. You believe it's an older person, but then they tell you that this person could be younger than what they seem, and they come out with a 20 to 25-year-old picture of somebody, right? Hey, Melissa? Fucked up, right?
Yeah, it was fucked.
Fucked up is what that is. So imagine having this drawing of somebody that's 45, 55, and then this 20-year-old, and you're like, what the fuck? And they're telling you, well, don't pay attention really to the first one anymore. Let's go with the first picture we originally had that we didn't use, which is of a younger person. And like, honestly. So I just at that time, Suzanne Morphew's case, a mother of two beautiful girls, even though I don't think very highly of these girls because of their lack of action for their mother. Anyways, they'd rather show their asses off in their freaking avatars than literally put up about their mother missing. Because then, whatever. I get pissy with that shit. But anyways, so Suzanne Morphew disappeared on Mother's Day, 2020, May 10th. Right? Husband. This is what we're talking about. Misdirect. Barry Morphew is again charged with the murder of his wife, Suzanne. They had to let him go. Like, they had to pull back when he was first charged because they didn't have enough evidence, right? So they knew that they had to pull back because you get one kick at the bucket. Same thing's going to happen here in this case. Quote me on that. I don't care. But that's what I feel is going to happen in this case. You got one time to get it right. So this could take another 6 months, a year, 2 years, okay, before justice might happen for Jack and Lily. Because you have to have a solid case. They need to have these bodies, right? To make, and then of course the autopsy and all that stuff, right? But that's what they need because you have one time to get it right. After that, you're fucked. Because it's not like you can sit there and retry them again, right? If Malay and Daniel had anything to do with this, right? So they have to get it right the first time. Do people think Brad Wong is sus? I don't at all.
No.
No.
But so B in Florida said, so sorry, Melissa, did I ever find my son? Yes, he was found a week later. He was being held captive in the basement. And it wasn't long after that he was unalived. So yes, I found my son. There was another one in here. Cool J 17 said, how do we know Daniel locked the fridge? Where's that from? First of all, we don't know for sure it was Daniel. Yeah. We know that the fridge was locked, and it is the fridge, not the freezer. Somebody said they thought it might be the freezer, but it was the fridge. There's pictures of it, and I will be blowing up those pictures and pointing that out and putting that in the document as well. At some point, my kids always had access, but we don't know for sure that it was Daniel that put it on there. Yes, it was in the background picture. We showed it. You can go back and see it. Sunny showed it. It looks like a childproof lock to keep Meadow out. I don't think it was for Meadow. It is a child lock, but I
Yeah.
don't think I'm like you, Sunny. I don't think it was for Meadow.
No.
Um,
No. And honestly, if we're gonna go by Daniel's logic, Malaya bad, Daniel good. So only Malaya, I guess, would have put that lock on there. Daniel, of course, would have said freedom, children, freedom. So if we go by Daniel's always narrative of how he's awesome and amazing and great, he's gonna definitely blame Malaya for that one. About that, you know.
and
Or he's
B
gonna
in
come up.
Florida asked, and it's a good picture. Yeah. Did CPS see that fridge lock? I have a sneaking suspicion that's why in one of the pictures it's off, but I would assume they would, because when CPS comes in, they have to make sure that you have running water and that your house is appropriate. And in doing so, they would open your fridge to make sure you have food. So I would assume that they seen it.
Go back to.
Am I missing any more that we needed to answer?
No. Whoops, 1 second here. I'm just curious quickly in chat, just to ask you guys. Okay, so based on Google Maps, right? 1 second. Just want to ask you guys, okay? So if this is north up here, never eat shredded wheat, okay? And 1407 is right here, obviously. And if we were kind of thinking about Brad's time of 25 to 30 minutes for a trip, in a sense, because obviously, you know, you're not just going to drive and woo, let me just, you know, turn around and come back. Usually when something is planted this way, you honestly go a different way. Do you guys think that it's like kind of like northeast? Do you guys think to go kind of, I guess, north up here, west, north? Where do you guys think? If you guys were to think about this case, where do you guys
North.
I was gonna say, where do you guys think the Jack and Lily might be? Just curious, like, you know, like I don't see, the only thing I get torn on was they were so focused on the woods. Were the children somewhere and then moved? Right? Do you think that's,
No, I don't think so.
do you think that's where
Because I
they
think
are?
once the kids were reported missing, chances of RCMP keeping a closer eye on the parents, and if that, you know, is likely, but for them to, let's just say it, this is pure speculation here. This is just an example for all those people that want to say I'm saying something I'm not. If they put the kids, right, they put them in one area. Malaya left the home the next day, right? So she wouldn't be the one moving the kids. That would be Daniel. I just don't see that the RCMP wouldn't be keeping a close eye on that. Like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I just don't feel like they would have been moved. But my kid at 4, wait a minute. My kid at 4 could go in the fridge and get yogurt or juice box. And, you know, that's something that Daniel said. He said they would often get in the fridge and get yogurt cups and eat them. So
Right.
I don't think the lock was necessarily helpful, I guess, because even if it were locked, I think Lily would have been able to open it. But
yeah,
there clearly is a lock on it, and I never noticed it. I never noticed until it was said, and I went back and I'm like, oh my God, there really is. I can see it. But yeah, that's something Daniel said. He said they would get in the fridge. But, you know, he said in Drunk Turkey that he heard Jack in the kitchen and he was rummaging through stuff. I don't remember now exactly how he said
Yeah.
it, but
I'm,
basically he could hear Jack in the kitchen going through stuff. But then he,
mhm.
like, 2 sentences later said, but nothing was moved. There was nothing moved. There
Right.
was no chairs or anything moved. And I'm like, well, then did you really hear him in the kitchen? Like, because you're saying
Well,
you're hearing him in the fridge and you're hearing him do
well,
all this. You
well, let
heard
me
him
ask.
rustling around in the kitchen, and then
So,
there was nothing moved. The chairs were still perfectly in place.
right, because Daniel keeps adding bullshit to it. So this is my thing, is that I wipe away all of their words, because all I see is BS, bullshit, inconsistencies. And so I wash. All I see myself, in my opinion, is an absolute cover up of Jack and Lily. They were called into school. They tried to build a timeline. Their timeline failed miserably. Daniel kept adding to it. Janie kept perpetuating her bullshit. Derwood walks in, keeps adding to their bullshit. Now, it does make you wonder why that Derwood keeps well, first of all, it's really unusual for a stepfather to act this kind of insane about 2 missing children. To be honest with you, you would expect that more so. And obviously, Cody is the biological father, but he walked away from the children 3 years prior, right? So, but I'm saying that it's very rare that a stepfather who's not even biologically to these children is going to put up all this effort, all this whatever. I don't buy it for a second, Daniel. Daniel is such a narcissist to me that Daniel, basically, Malaya went her way. And I still think that this is a combination of whatever happened in that home, or whatever happened to Jack and Lily, is a combination of both of them knowing. So when Malaya got up to do, right, and said that Daniel was doing meth in the bathroom, okay, I'll just say this. She was asked if she checked on the children, and her answer was no, that she didn't. So again, a little tidbit there for you guys. So right, so you're getting up in there in the night, you see Daniel in the bathroom doing whatever. Now, I still call bullshit on this, because I don't believe that that was truthful. I believe that at the end of the day, that Malaya even saying that she didn't check on those children is just part of the whole cover up and bullshit story that these two people, in my opinion, came together to try to sit there. And I do believe it was an accident. I don't believe this was premeditated at all. I do not believe so. I think that either Daniel lost his shit
Agreed.
because Malaya was, okay, his other children had moved away. And then, right, Jack and Lily, I don't think that they were those little precious gold nuggets that Daniel and Janie are trying to actually act like. I think that that Malaya, and that they were obviously on a toxic relationship, and Malaya was trying to leave his ass. There's something that transpired there where I feel, my personal opinion, that I think that actually Daniel did something, but I think that Malaya is just as culpable for in what happened. And I think it was still to save their own asses. And I think that Malaya left because of the fact of what happened to her children that she knows of. And she probably couldn't even look at Daniel, to be honest with you. That's why I don't believe this is trafficking, because Malaya would have stayed. Okay, if this was about money, Malaya would have stayed. But she didn't. She wanted to get away from that piece of shit that she knows probably did something to the children, but she's just as culpable. So basically, they lose Meadow and they spend their life. I think the bottom line is that this happened, but then you still have another child, and you still think about what it is, what part of is that you were part of all this, that that your life is now going to forever be fucked, and that you will no longer get this child. I just noticed actually in Dolly's from June 18th, where Daniel said, hey, Daniel, I just want to tell you this. So your comment that you put was, if Malaya loses Meadow, that she's going to commit ecocide. Well, she's still kicking, alive, and breathing. And you know what? Obviously, you guys both probably cheated on each other's asses, to be honest with you. Who knows? But again, right? I think she's doing well, Daniel, to be honest with you. I think that she's either masking her truth, but I just find it hard to understand how a mother has 2 missing children, refuses to really give interviews, did this bullshit one with "please bring me home" is how I personally feel. She's not changing up her story. They're sticking to their bullshit. And I think that Daniel does have something over her head, and he uses it. Malaya, like I said, I think she's the smarter one by staying quiet, because I feel like I said that they're both just fucking liars. This whole thing reeks of bullshit. And I don't believe any of that timeline. You didn't go in the trailer to ask Janie if the kids were in there. You said multiple different ways about how Malaya was on the phone when she called 911, et cetera, like that, right? There's just, you could just rip this timeline apart, and it's easy to do. Right. And that's the thing. I don't give bullshit if there's a couple inconsistencies. Okay. You know what? You think about them. But this actual timeline reeks from start to finish, from Wednesday to freaking the day. All these freaking amnesia. They're all half asleep. He's asleep this whole time. Daniel says he's not. Janie's claiming she hears those kids. Bullshit. They cannot produce a timeline that would make sense to when Malaya or somebody else could have came on that property and took those kids, because they fucked up their own timeline. And then they're trying to pedal backwards, right? Right, Daniel? Those keys, Daniel, right? All that stuff, Daniel, that we have 2 sets of keys, right, Daniel? All this bullshit, right now. Daniel is taking on this case, because I think that Daniel, besides him being a full-on narcissist, he's being the protector, in a sense, of Malaya. I'm going to do this.
I disagree.
Okay, go ahead.
I think Daniel is doing this because Daniel likes the attention. That's why Daniel keeps talking. He is in love and loving the attention.
Okay, yeah, because you didn't let me finish, because that's the part I was getting to. This is exactly what Daniel. Right? He is the narcissist. He's full of himself. He loves thinking that he's fooling us, because in his warped ass brain, he actually believes that he's fooling us. Dude, the RCMP are not stupid, but you're taking everyone for idiots, and you're making up all these absurd, ridiculous comments. And again, I'll say this again. It is clear as glass that Daniel is literally trying to buy the bullshit and sell it to us. And he is so blind by his own arrogance and ego that's behind this insecure little boy, right? Because you need to control women because you're fucking not a true man, and you're fucking got fucking mommy ass issues from probably mommy herself and shit like that. You're fucked up, Daniel. You are one fucked up individual. I'll tell you that much. And to sit there and try to portray to the public as if we believe your shit, okay? I think most people are over the whole hidden bullshit by now. I think most people are, I think. And if you're not, well, you know what? Enjoy that fairy tale, to be honest. Didn't happen. The cops would be going there. These people are fucking twisting shit. They're trying to direct you somewhere else when the truth is Occam's razor right down the fucking pipe. Go ahead, Melissa.
Look at the left hand, because I don't want you to know what the right hand's doing. That's all.
Absolutely.
It's a complete look over here, because I don't want you to see what I'm doing over here.
Absolutely. But, like I said, I mean, I've never, honestly, when you follow cases, you meet some dumb ass idiots. Well, Daniel, oh my God, honestly. I mean, again, he deserves a freaking Academy Award for being one of the most stupidest people that I've actually had the displeasure of following a case and watching poor Jack and Lily be turned into a circus act because of these fucked up individuals that can't tell the truth. My opinion, by the way. And it pisses me off.
So Ellie said
He needs a
Um,
supply.
Kelly said that lady needs a smoke, LOL. And I said, who? She said, the person talking to Sunny. Well, that would be me, Kelly.
She has smokes, man.
And
Like, yeah.
I smoke like a chimney, so I don't know what to tell you.
She smokes like a chimney, absolutely. You know, the one thing I love about Charmaine, the one thing I love about Melissa, right? We cut through the bullshit. We're not here to BS, and we just cut through the crap. We say it like we feel. We say it like how we feel it is, and you know, I like to surround myself with people like that. But the same token, that they know, like anyone that will usually talk about me knows that I'm feisty. I don't put up with bullshit anymore and stuff like that, right? I have to have that hard shell with dealing with a fucking bunch of idiots that come try to troll and stuff like that, right? Like, meaning I refuse to let those people, those content creators that bash the channels and stuff like that, are the ones that bash in here and come in here and think that they're all funny with their stupid shit, right? And let that take over the fact of Jack and Lily, the case, Daniel and Malaya. They were the ones, regardless, in charge. And, you know, charges will come to those fuckers. They will. At the end of the day, charges will
Well, see,
end up
that's
coming.
something I don't understand. Why do you think? Because in my opinion, neglect charges should have already been laid. At least if you charge them with neglect, you have something to, well, we'll drop the neglect charges or we'll give you a deal if, you know, why are they not
Okay.
playing that card?
Well,
I don't understand that. So,
well, what card are they going to use if they don't have? Sorry, oh, there it is. What card are they going to use though? Like, meaning honestly, so you're going to trade in maybe a year for, what, 40
we
years?
won't charge you with the murder
Mhm.
of the kids. If you tell us what happened, you'll only get the neglect charge and
Mhm.
say, you know, basically, we understand you didn't do it, Malaya. We think Daniel did it, but we need you to
Mhm.
help us. We'll only charge you with the neglect. We'll give you immunity.
Right.
We'll give you like the golden key to the city.
I think that they've offered
You
that.
know.
I think, yeah. Mhm. I think that they've offered that. But at the end of the day, guess what Malaya loses? She'll lose Meadow. She loses,
She's
right?
already lost Meadow.
Well, yeah, but she doesn't think so.
She's got to have supervised visitation.
Mhm.
Like she's already lost that.
Mhm. These, to me, the two of them, like I said, this whole bullshit that Daniel's over Malaya and stuff like that. No, fuck this shit. Malaya though, right? Remember, just always remember how that happened. Is that she literally went onto Facebook, took down all his shit, right? Took down all of his shit. Okay, because I totally believe that Malaya knows exactly what happened. She knows that Daniel's a fucking piece of shit, and that, but to save her own ass, there's like this agreement, right? Because, you know, there's been a bunch of lies, there's been a bunch of cost to this entire case and stuff like that. I think Malaya is very naive, and I think that Malaya is absolutely not coming out, because that means you have to lie. You have to lie to people. And I don't think Malaya's a great liar. I don't think. And I think Malaya being quiet is her easy way out of having to really, you know, deal with people and stuff like that. I'm right. Again, family says, my Malaya's telling pretty much the same story. You know, few bullshits in there, but same type of story. But I think Malaya's actions say a lot, and Malaya isn't showing that she and right from pretty much the get-go, right? Right, pretty much from the get-go.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this then, Sonny.
Yeah.
If, you know, Malaya and Daniel both get supervised visitation, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So you're saying she hasn't lost Meadow completely yet. Okay. Well, do you really think, because you're from Canada and you guys have different laws than we do, clearly, do you not think that, okay, do you think CPS would give, I can't talk, it's that late at night. Do you think CPS would give Malaya custody back, knowing that she still has 2 missing children, knowing that there was neglect, and knowing that she's not talking. Because if
And
I were a CPS caseworker, there's
mhm.
no chance in hell that I am
Oh,
giving you a child back when you still have 2 missing children that you are showing so much indifference to that you
yeah,
can't beg or plead or tell us what happened.
right. Absolutely, right. Right. Like these people are not getting fucking metal back. And Daniel actually he went back to working full time, by the way. So he actually I don't know, but I know as of like right around Halloween there, he actually missed a couple of his visits with Meadow. Now that could be due to the fact that he's working full time again at that sawmill. Um who knows? And probably poor ass needed to frickin' stop reaping off of Malaya's government money that she was getting, and needed to get back to fucking life, and realize that, hey, I mean, how long can you honestly keep jumping on Facebook all day long, you know, uh, and be broke ass? You need to frickin' put that Escalade on there and stuff like that. Now, so just a reminder for people, which someone said, where do we get this information and stuff? Well, again, it's a combination of a lot of people, a lot of them that are people that are pieces of shit, and a lot of people that are really good people. So at the end of the day, regardless, I talk to people. I talk to a lot of people. I don't want to say a lot, but a good chunk amount, and that's because people have been gracious enough to talk. And Durwood was on the channel, and then Durwood didn't like the fact that I didn't take his thing with Daniel, because I'm sorry, again, I'm not here to follow somebody's own thoughts and whatever. I got my own goddamn thoughts, right? Oops, I did not say that. Dolly's gonna get pissed. I got my own thoughts and stuff like that. So when I see bullshit, you know, um, absolutely, I'm not going to be one to sit there and go, yeah, you know what? I'm sorry, Durwood, but Durwood is a very Durwood's a very angry person when you don't agree with him. Actually, he's a jerk off. He's just a jerk. Durwood is so full of his own shit. Yes, they do pile shit that high. So if you disagree with Durwood, just kind of like he got mad at Charmaine. He tried to come in Charmaine's channel, and then he's like, she's gone a long way too far. No, dude. Hey, your stupid, ridiculous posts yourself. You're the one that's created a bunch of bullshit to this case, and you're fucking off your rocker is what you are on this shit. But anyways, but this channel, between Charmaine, Kent, myself, and others, in a sense, again, we talk to a lot of people, right? Between all of us. So the information comes from those people. So if it's Durwood that perhaps knows something about, or Daniel that Kent has talked to and says, about CPS, I'll just say that there's many people that we talk to that are sources of information, and most of it being a lot of the family members. And
I was going to say, for me to answer Kelly's question, it would be, we get our information from family. It's been stated multiple times that Malaya has said it. Daniel has said it. CPS has custody of Meadow, and they can only have supervised visitation. I mean, we're getting this from the family. It's not like we're pulling up, this is what's going on out of thin air, right?
Yeah.
We have proof, and that's part of what this document is about, is proving and keeping it fact-based. You don't understand how hard it is for me in creating this document with all of the stories that have been said and everything, to keep my personal feelings out of it. And it is completely fact-based. And not only do I tell you what is said, I am telling you a timestamp or a section of the court document that you can go to and verify everything I'm saying. It's not this is what I think and this is how I feel. It's all based in fact, because that's what Sunny's channel is about, is everything being based in fact.
based in fact to as much as you want to believe certain people, right? And I'll say this till I'm obviously blue in the face. Always pay attention, first and foremost, to RCMP, family members, and the media. Okay, the media is diggers to look for information. We are diggers from the true crime community. Thank you for subscribing, cool scavenger. And so those are the most important. And then there's, the side noise. And sometimes those people can be somewhat valuable, of course, right? Because they're a neighbor, they have knowledge or stuff like that, like Brad, Justin, right? And just different people. So, and then beyond that, I don't pay attention to the bullshit. I don't pay attention to Facebook groups because that's just a bunch of bullshit, even though I know that there's things in there that family members might say and da-da-da-da-da. But, I got the gist. To me, I already got the gist of this. I don't need to sit there and keep showing screenshot after screenshot because, again, this is just like he keeps showing Daniel screenshots about how much he's a fucking liar. It gets boring. It honestly, because it's about Jack and Lily, but yet by the same token, I mean, how we can sit there and talk about where they could be, but we have no freaking clue where they could be. They could be 5 kilometers away, 10 kilometers away, 20 kilometers away. We don't know. And so it's nice that that at the end of the day, what we can do is still keep Jack and Lily's name out there. But I can't do repetitive things, like in the sense of, yes, don't get me wrong, you guys. I love stuffing the fork in Daniel's butt whenever he freaking is full of shit, right? Because it's just so easy to do with him. I mean, it's almost like you got these 2 missing children, and yet you got this fucking comical act to the side named Daniel, who is just so full of it. Absolutely full of it. I remember when he was trying to gain momentum with this whole hidden bullshit. And then he went on the Drunk Turkey show, right? And then Drunk Turkey show gave him a space to, to talk and stuff like that. And you could just feel Daniel puffing his thing going, well, just look at the documents. What do the documents say? The documents say that I never touched Malaya. The documents. Yeah, well, I don't believe anything you fucking two say at all. Those are your words that you gave to the police. But those words, to me, are not truthful. And could someone like Daniel pass a 4-question polygraph test? Absolutely. What were the questions truly asked to Malaya? Who knows, right? But I've already shown you where you can still avoid. Like, you can still know the truth, and it still can come off as truthful. I would love to see a deeper polygraph test. What happened to the person that they were flying in? Anyways, all I know is I would love to see a whole new go around, right? Of polygraphs with more than 4 asked questions to them. Because I believe that Cindy doesn't know what happened. I believe that Cindy knows when her daughter is also full of shit. And that's why I think
Cindy has an idea.
I think Cindy has an idea.
I think Cindy has an idea, but I don't think she knows 100%.
Right. And not only that either, but I'll just say that I honestly don't expect Cindy. She's a nurse, but do you honestly, like, some mothers would do this and some mothers wouldn't. To sit there and call out your own child and stuff like that, that would be a hard thing to do. Because it's one thing to know and it's another thing to suspect, right? That something is going on and you start getting pissy. I don't know where personally Cindy's at with that. I just remember always that sticks in my head was when Durwood said he had called Cindy. He called me up this morning saying, Sonny, I'm just going to go to Daniel's, but first, I'm going to try to meet Cindy since Malaya didn't meet up with me and blah, 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 blah. And I remember Durwood saying that when he called Cindy kind of said, like, she's not talking about it, right? And I believe that Cindy wasn't talking about it. And I don't really think that it was to do, like, I don't think it was specific to Durwood in a sense. Maybe it was, but I just feel like, you know what? I mean, if the RCMP have something on my daughter, then bring it on. You know, then show me, prove it. Like, where's the evidence? But I think that as a gut feeling as a mother, that she knows bullshit is absolutely going on with Jack and Lily, you know. But again, are you just going to sit there and go, here, let me just hand you over to the RCMP? You know, I don't know. I don't know Cindy that way. That would be such a hard thing to do, right? I mean,
It would be hard to do, but if I knew for sure, like if I was Malaya's mother, if I was Cindy, and
yeah,
Malaya came to me and said, Mom, this is what happened, XYZ,
yeah,
I would have to turn her in because then I would fear for my other grandchild. Like I would, but I would have to know 1000% that my child was telling the truth.
yeah. But most people
And I
can't
would
even
not
have it.
cover for my child in something this serious.
Well, that's just it, right? And this is one of those definite cases where I think you'd have to walk a mile in somebody's shoes before even I could say what I would do or wouldn't do. I would like to think that I would do, absolutely. Like, my thing is always about you own up to your responsibilities, right? But it's so hard sometimes when you're literally the family versus an outsider looking in to see it without, you know, rose colored blinders type of thing. Because most people are like, okay, like, let's take, and just 1 second, my fucking arms itchy. I had to take off my bracelets because
Here,
my
let me
arms.
give you an example.
Oh, you
This is not nearly as serious as murdering your child, right? It's not. But Nick was, I want to say he was 16 at the time he did this. He may have been 17, somewhere in there. He was 16 or 17 years old. And he went to his grandpa's house for what was supposed to be the weekend. And he called me a couple hours after getting there and he said, Mom, Grandpa had to go to a funeral. He said, I'm here alone. Somebody's outside the house. I need you to come get me. I'm scared. So I drove to my dad's house. I picked my son up. I called my dad, told him what was going on. And I was on my way back home. And my dad called me and he said, do you have Nick with you still? And I said, yes. He said, does he have his book bag? And I said, yeah, he does. It's sitting here in between us. I said, it's on the seat. And he said, I want you to open his book bag and I want you to tell me if he stole my coins. My dad is a coin collector.
Right.
And I said, why I was like, are your coins missing? Like, what's, I had questions at that point. And he said, yeah, several of his coins were missing. And he told me which ones. And he said, if they're in his bag, he said, tell me, because I'm about to call the cops and report this theft because it was like $7,000 worth of coins. And I opened up Nick's bag and instantly I knew. And I told Dad, I said, go ahead and call the cops. I said, he has your coins. I said, I'm on my way back. Go ahead and, go ahead and call them. And the cops followed me from where I was at back to my father's home and arrested Nick. And he had to go down to the station. And of course, he was underage, so they couldn't question him without me in the room. And I went in there and I looked at him and I said, Nick, I said, here's your choices. I said, you can lie or you can tell the truth. I said, what you're going to do is you're either going to tell the truth or you're going to ask for a lawyer. Those are your two choices. I said, you don't have another choice besides that. I said, my advice to you is tell the truth and, take whatever comes to you. And that's what he did. He told the truth. But I had no problem because he had broken the law and I knew 1000% that he had done it, turning him in for that theft. My dad, being the grandpa he was, took and said, oh, it was only about $700 worth of coins. I got them back. You know, he took it from a felony to a misdemeanor. Nick got probation. The point is, I know it's not as serious as murder, but I know for a fact, if I know 1,000% that my child did something wrong, I am turning them in. I knew that that probably meant he was going to have a record, and I didn't care because the point of it was he was going to learn to take accountability when he did something wrong.
Yeah.
So, yes, it's not as serious as murder or
Right.
neglect, but I know from experience what I would do in the case that I know 1,000% that my child did something.
Yeah. I mean, for me, I've always been about accountability. I've never blamed anybody for my choices. Never. It doesn't matter. I'm responsible for every choice that I make. Right. You know, in life. So I am truly about accountability myself. And we did the same thing with my niece, with my twin sister's child. Took her down to the police station, told her exactly what will happen to her if she keeps on the path that she was going and stuff like that, just to give her a good shit and scare and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, so I am about accountability. And if I knew that my son did something, I'd definitely be like, son, like you need to take accountability for this, and you need to literally make that phone call, you know, type of thing. And so, yeah, I mean, if I too knew 1,000%, do I think I would do that right thing? Absolutely. You know, but I also know by the same token is that lots of times we choose not to see it, even if it's right in front of our faces, all the evidence there. We see that in so many cases where the evidence right there to show, and it's like the children or the other half or whatever is like, nope, didn't do it. They didn't do it, because most people could never picture that they did that. Now, so I wanted to go back to Jordan Geddes. So Jordan Geddes, he was like talking about Daniel, you know, on the time that he was on the Dolly Vision, and he was saying how, you know, great Daniel was, and, you know, all these wonderful tidbits and stuff like that. You know, again, I'm sure that Daniel was a great friend, great drug friend, probably to hang out with. And I don't know about Geddes' life and what Jordan has done or not done. I've never really overly paid attention to him on there, besides someone that, you know, was trying to stick up for his dad and then failed at that, because then they start, you know, it just trickles, right? But anyways, I think that, like I said, Geddes was sitting here just basically like, Daniel could never do this, you know, like, da, da, da. And that's the delusion right there, is because the person, you know, in a sense, probably most times was not capable, right? Or you didn't, right? And then all of a sudden they snap, they're on meth, something happens. And next thing you know, Jack and Lily are missing. So I don't, in my heart of hearts, with this case, think that Daniel doesn't like kids. I believe that Daniel does like kids. I believe that Malaya was a good mother until she wasn't a good mother. But I do feel like that in this case myself, that Daniel was doing drugs. There was arguments. He snapped. Something happened to those kids. And Daniel's just constantly trying to push this narrative up. And then, okay, so Daniel was the first one to tell, again, Charmaine about it. Now, did Daniel, by chance, talk to Durwood prior to that conversation with Charmaine and Daniel there having that conversation? Because that's where Daniel accused basically Cindy, right? But Daniel, because of Geddes and whatever, he could have easily have had this conversation, because I don't remember exactly what date it was on that Charmaine talked to him, but it was at least a good few weeks, definitely in, right? Like 3 weeks to a month in, somewhere in that area. And so I just think that that Jordan could never see that Daniel could do this. But and probably in most case scenarios, I think like Christopher Watts. I don't think that Christopher Watts set out to become a killer, but he did, right? Because his life was fucked up. He was cheating on his wife. He didn't want to, like all that bullshit that was going on behind the scenes. But I don't think that Chris Watts was like a born to be a killer. I think that he was happy with his wife and children until he wasn't. And then whatever fucking cracked in his brain there set him off into this thing where he took his wife's life, who was pregnant, the 2 children, and, fucked up, basically. I don't know. That's kind of how I see
Well,
this.
that's something, Charmaine and I were talking the other day, and,
I think
a
so.
lot
What's
of
up?
serial killers, their moms and their family members are like, oh, they didn't do it, or, oh, they could never do this, or, they don't, even though, like she brought up Ted Bundy's mom, she said, he said, or she said, oh, he wouldn't do this, even though he had admitted to it. You don't want to see that your child could do that, right? You want to make excuses. You don't, like you said, you don't want to see what's right in front of you. And I think a lot of that is going on in this case. And devil's advocate here, Janie McKenzie, is, oh, well, he could never do that. But he did. You don't want to see it. But he did.
Well, that's the thing
He
is
did
that,
abuse those kids.
right. Janie's just full of shit. She's there to protect her son. Like that family to me is a family that is kind of like I said, mother's gonna protect their son. And I think in this case, Janie is lying absolutely about time. And Shannon, do you remember that I asked you? I think I asked you, didn't I, on the last live about where you thought Jack and Lily were? Isn't that what I kind of asked you? And you were going to kind of do your woo-woo stuff or whatever and see where you kind of thought. Wasn't that what I had asked on the last live?
She said earlier, she said, let me see, go back up here. She said she sees, I see about at 106, she said, yes, but I see about 15 minutes inland from the water. That part is hard to see on maps. Is what she, because somebody had asked her if she is a psychic or whatever, and she said, yeah, but that's what she sees.
Yeah. Now, I'm just going to ask you, Shannon, and just feel free to say no. Me and Shannon have a lot of the same thoughts. So in saying that just could be because I'm very highly intuitive, and that Shannon is, like I said, highly intuitive herself. In fact, like she just answered that she, for people that have crossed over and stuff like that. So I'm just going to ask you this, Shannon, and just, do you want to come on a live and have a live, sit with me and talk like this about your personal thoughts and stuff like that? Because I know that almost everything you say, I agree with, because I think that we're just on that same, like I said, that same highly intuitive, line there. But not that I'll say I've communicated with the dead only because I did have my experience, but I didn't ask for that. But do I sit there and maybe I have the ability and I just don't know it? I don't know. I mean, I just wish the one gift I wish I was given was that I could take the pain away from these cases, and that I could literally visually see where the children went, where they are, and I could say, case, you know what, this is what happened. Here you go. But I'm just curious. Oh yeah, sure. Oh, okay. Right. Let me think. Do you have time tomorrow? Do you have time tomorrow, Shannon? What time zone are you, Shannon? Me and Shannon are having a conversation now. Just 1 second. What does it say? Shannon, to me, rugs, unfortunately, children suffer. Absolutely. But yeah, just to ask you, because I do have tomorrow off as well. Okay. So it's 2:11. Oh, you got the You have an Aussie accent? That's worth it in itself if you do. Okay, so it's 2:15. So I would have to do it at like shit. You got my brain fried already thinking about that. The fact that she's in Aussie time, man. That's right. I should have known that. Should have known. Sorry, Shan. I should have known that already.
Wow, she's
Something-
an hour ahead of me then.
Well, she's 2:15 p.m. not a.m. She's p.m. She's another day, in a sense, ahead of us.
Oh shit.
Yeah, shit. Yeah. Okay, so let me think here. So it's 2 now. So that would be 2 hours. Would have been at 8 o'clock. Right, it's 10 now. So 2 hours would make it like 12 o'clock. It's Saturday, 2 p.m. That's right, exactly. 2 p.m. Trying to think here. Because I'm just thinking. So it's 10 o'clock my time now, but it's 2 p.m. So go back 2 hours. So that means it's 12 o'clock in the afternoon versus my 8 o'clock. If I said 6 o'clock my time, which would be 10 o'clock, I think your time, right? 16 hours ahead of you. Yeah. You guys, fuck, I'm not a math person, telling you right now. So let me just calculate that again. So it's 10 o'clock now, but it's 2 p.m. So if we go back 2 hours, that means it was 12 o'clock when it was 8 o'clock here. 10 o'clock. That'd be 10 a.m. your time. Would that be too early for you? But it would be 6 o'clock my time. It would be 10 a.m. your time. Would that work for you? If it doesn't work for you, just let me know.
All that math makes my heart.
Right? I'm not Eastern, though. I'm Pacific. Yeah, but 11 hours for you. Yeah. No, not at all. That's perfect. Okay. So, let me see here. Okay. If I drop you, don't you all be sending me shit and stuff like that?
Why not? You love it when I blow you up throughout the day.
Okay. And just so you know, a said person here, I'll just say said person said that they volunteered at school as the principal or teacher reach out to CPS when they miss too much school. Oh, this medium. Wait, 1 sec. She did 6 months ago. 1 second.
I mean, I would assume that the school would have to turn that into somebody because that would be considered like educational neglect or something. I don't know if that's a real thing, but I'm going to make it up and make it a real thing.
Sorry, my bad too, because let me just go back to my Facebook. Where's my freaking Facebook? Where's my Facebook? Check my own profile, I suppose, eh? Okay, don't all you guys be like, requesting friendship with Sunny. No, got enough friends. I do. I don't usually add this many people that I've added, by the way. Hold on, let me just view my own profile. How do I do that? Fuck off. Archive. No, come on. Where's my? Oh, probably need to go. Oh, where do I need to go? How do I get back to my own damn? 1 second. I'll find it. I got you. I got you on this. Just 1 second. I got you. Okay. Facebook. You have Messenger, right, Shannon? You got Messenger, right? Doesn't even have to be Facebook, but just Messenger. Oh my God, learn to copy and paste mouse. Okay.
Patriot girl, you are correct. Daniel is the boyfriend, not the stepdad, but he is referred to as the stepdad by the RCMP and everybody else involved. So that is how he is referred to. or
Oh, you
why
have
he is
Messenger?
referred to
Okay.
as the stepdad.
Shannon, just go ahead and add my Facebook, my Messenger, if you could. That's my Facebook. Okay, but don't be other people be sending all these requests and shit like that. Okay, I barely like talking to people as it is, as you guys can tell. But no, in my Messenger and stuff like that, I rarely give that out to people, to be honest with you. There's some people that I've come across that I have added, and really kind, stuff like that. But I've added more people in this case to my freaking own personal Messenger than I have in any other case or years that I've been doing the true crime. Okay. Yeah. I sound like Daniel all of a sudden. No, she would be the furthest probably because we're totally West Coast here. That's American Justice Channel. Okay. Yeah. So if you could add me on that would be great. So okay, so 10 o'clock her time AM, which is 6 o'clock my time here. I send you a link. Oh, did you message me? Let's see. Let's see if I request. Shit. Nope, don't see it. Melissa, where am I supposed to see this friend request? Because I don't see it yet. Where am I supposed to see this friend request?
Hold on, let me go in here. Pull up your
Yeah.
notifications. It should say so and so sent you a friend request.
Yeah, maybe it's just going to take a second because I don't see it there. No, wait a second. No, that was 3 days ago. That one was 6 days ago. Yeah. Okay. She messaged you.
Wait a minute. It says she messaged you. So go in, click on the little messenger icon.
The little messenger.
And then the 3 dots at the top where it says options.
Hold on here now.
And then,
yeah, options.
And then go down to where it says message requests.
I don't see message requests. I see friend requests. Unread? Maybe she's in the unread. Nope.
Maybe.
Nope.
But it should be. Remember, you had to go to the options and then you had to go down to something to see it the last time.
I'm in Canada. But she's not in Canada. When I'm on Justin, he will be. When I'm on Justin, he will be 10 night. I will be 10 morning. Yeah, but he's like East Coast or whatever he is in the United States. There, it might be in requests. Yeah, I know.
Shannon, can you just send her a message?
Well,
or a friend request?
Well, I was going to say like,
go through.
Hold on, unread. Yeah, no, nothing there. On there. The other day, yeah, I just don't see it. I'll tell you what.
Here,
Shannon.
let me drop mine, and she can message me, and then I'll forward it to you, and then you'll have it. And then you'll be able to talk back and forth with her after that, if you want.
Can do, or she can just email me with her Facebook Messenger, whichever. What do you prefer to do, Shannon? You just want to email me at calmingshame@gmail.com and then just send me your messenger link and I'll add you. Do you want to do that? Actually, you know what? As we're doing that, somebody had sent me this to watch. I've never seen this one before. I think it's like someone did a reading for Jack and Lily, and she just asked me to watch. So I think as we're kind of, where did it go? Where the frick did it go? Video? Jack? Oh, right here. Share screen. Yeah. But do you want to just send me an email at calmingshame@gmail.com with your Facebook Messenger link? and then I'll do it from my side. Katie, are you sure it's YouTube or is it the user of YouTube? Just saying. Okay. So I'll at Crime and Shame, right? So maybe just send me your messenger link if you could. Appreciate it. But let's see this. I haven't seen this, so let's see who this is. Share screen, Windows. Oh no, Chrome tab. You getting tired there yet, Missy? You about to fall asleep on me yet?
No.
No, you good? Okay. So this channel is called Reign of Fire. So I'll give this channel a shout out, and hold on. I'll just put the person's link here, of course. Or Fire. Well, it says at Fire of Rain, but at Reign of Fire. And then they did it backwards this way. Copy, pasto, whatever. Yeah, please just send me your messenger link in to at Crime and Shame. We'll just keep life simple because obviously I don't see a request from you at all, and I'm hitting those 3 buttons on there, and I don't see that at all. Yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, it's not even saying like there's a friend request or message. So okay, we'll just do that if you don't mind, Shannon. Okay, so let's go back to that video.
Okay, so let's do a reading on Jack and Lily.
Let's do this.
Let's see what's going on.
Let's see what's going
What
on.
got my attention was the parents. I automatically saw that they're liars. I said what I said.
Say what I say. I say what I
Anybody
mean.
see it, they're liars. Actually, what really stood out is their photos. I looked at their pictures, and I just started having visions like right away. So apparently,
1 sec.
they wandered off, or something like that happened. And then they're saying that they left out of a back door, or they wandered out from a back door. And the police have just been searching for them for about 5 to 6 days. Here's a disclosure. My readings are very straightforward. My readings are not programmed to dedicate to your feelings or how you feel, or how you think I should be reading,
Like this
or
lady
your religious
already.
beliefs, or your path. I cannot control what I see. Whatever I see, I'm going to say it, so full discretion. So apparently they went out, they wandered away from this like back door. It was definitely raining that night. And they didn't wander off anywhere. I heard there was a guy that took them. And they were at the door. They shut the door. The stepdad had a beer in his hand. Let me look at the stepdad. He's an alcoholic. It's almost like he was pushing her to do something to like make extra money, to make cash on the side. That's what I'm getting. Let me look at the mom. And then I'm gonna start this reading. I just want to get a little outlook, and then there's a map on where they're at. So, oh, little boy, so cute. She has an ex-boyfriend who she was dealing with, and she was letting, and she would do anything for this ex. He's not slim, but he's definitely chunkier than the stepdad. Mom's on drugs. start this reading. I'm not looking no more. Let me just start the reading and I can give you guys straight answers. Okay? Because it's already too much. I'm gonna get this. Open my eyes so that I can see, open my ears so that I can hear. Check me before doing it. Amen. Those kids have been molested many times. They have also been abused. I don't know if this have already been out there. I haven't been following a case like that, but they have been abused. If not, it's gonna come up. Looks like they gave those kids something. They drugged them up. They didn't wander off. They gave them something. Okay, so now who is this? Whose body I'm in? Little girl, because I see the little boy. And she's drowsy. She's being carried out. So I feel myself, I'm being carried out. So she was supposed, and I'm hearing the mom. The arrangement was for them to be gone for like a day or just at night and come back in the morning or like within 2 days. Black truck. It's like a black, they were carried away in a black, it's not an SUV, it's like a Jeep. It's either a black truck or just a regular, I forgot what it's called, like a black truck with the thing that, with the carrier that's on the back. I'm a girl, so yeah, I don't know what it's called. Mom got some money. The numbers 2 and 4 ring a bell. And drugs. I see a guy with a mustache. He has like brownish, brunette, darkish hair. He has a mustache. He's tall. He's Caucasian. What is this on his? Is it? It's his forearm. His forearm has a tattoo. Are there mountains where they're at? Like, there's like a mountain, then there's like the gray rocks, then there's a little stream. They in the river. They're in the river. They're in the river. Is there a river nearby? There's a body that's gonna wash up by the river. Is there a river nearby? The little boy, he's bleeding from his head. So he got bashed in the head. And there is strangulation. I see marks on their neck. There's cuts on their wrists, on their arm. I see water, a lot of water. I'm in the water. I see fish. I see dirty grass. I'm struggling to breathe. I'm trying to breathe in this water, and my feet are tied. Okay. These kids were violated. They were SA'd.
Again, it's for entertainment purposes only. Mel.
Yeah, she lost me
They were
there.
thrown in the water 2 days ago.
Yeah, we'll see. I've never watched her before.
What happened on the 4th? What happened on the 4th? What happened on the 4th? Somebody comment what happened on the 4th, because I don't know. But I'm getting the 4th. 4. I'm just seeing the number 4. So, I got something tied on my feet. Wrapped up in a plastic bag. I see a plastic bag. Now the brother isn't nearby. They're not together. Right now I'm looking in the girl's eyes. $21, 2100, and then 2300. What is that? So I'm seeing the mother. She's on the phone saying that you were supposed to bring them back. There's needles in that house. There's drugs in that house. They have like this whole stash. I see tapes they're trying to hide, trying to cover up. And she told her, I guess her man, that she's gonna leave just to make it look like she was devastated about the disappearance and she was about to have like a mental breakdown. Let's say that. They just... Okay, so now I'm the little boy. I'm in the little boy's eyes. Where are you, baby? Where are you? Where are you? Still shallow breaths. He's still alive. He is still alive. Shallow breaths. Can I find you? Give me a sign. Peak. P-E-A-K. Peak. Peak. Over the river near the mountains. That's what I just heard. Over the river near the mountains. What color house is that? It's like a yellow tannish house nearby. Has a gnome. What's those things called that look like an elf in the yard? A little garden with a little elderly deck. There's a swing in the backyard. There's a line where people hang up their clothes to dry outside in the backyard. It's very country. To the left, I swear, like a few steps, like about 100 feet away, or 200, he's there. Peacock. Peacock. Eight, two, three, four, 82347. 82347. There's like a little bridge over this water, over this little pond. Gosh, why the hell did they make us say this? He bashed this boy's head with this big ass rock. He has gray, dark. I saw his hand. So he has dark brown and gray hairs, long hairs. So he has to be in his 50s. Let me try to get his face again. Same guy. He wears glasses. Mustache. brown hair. He's wearing a plaid jacket. You see his pants. It's not jeans, but it's not jeans. It's more like a navy blue pair of pants. He's wearing boots, brown, dark boots. And then he went home and drank coffee, rubbed his head. Now he's spazzing out because now he knows that they're gonna find him, find the kids. He's packing a bag. He puts tuna in there. He's taking like this ladder, this light that you carry. He's packing cigarettes. He smokes. Let me see what car he's getting in. He drinks. That's with his mother. He's about 46 to 58. He lives with his mother. He takes care of his mom. He drives a truck. What color is his truck?
Sounds like
It's like a
sounds like Kent. Is that you?
He's leaving off
Dude.
in like this reddish brownish truck.
What color truck?
But he borrowed this truck. It's not his. Where's he going? He's drinking and driving. He turned off his phone. He actually threw his phone. So he basically just ditched all contact with the parents. So their arrangement is basically over. They're gonna be found. The kids are gonna be found. I need to figure out a map of where they're at and how I can help to find this little boy because he's hanging on. All right, here it is. I do have like a blueprint of the map of where they're at, like where I guess the search is at and where they started, right? So what I did, I typed in peacock. That was the message that I got, and a whole bunch of stuff popped up on Google. Now, they have something that says Peacock Creek, okay? So what I did, I researched, and I went looking at Peacock Creek on Google. The moment I did click on Peacock Creek, I did get white smoke that came out my candle. So that was a sign for me. I just took it as a sign. Like, that's good energy. So let's see. Peacock Creek, and there's rocks. There's rocks. There's gray rocks. There's there's petals. There's a lot of rocks. I did mention rocks. Oh my gosh. Let's see. And it's right by, there's a bridge. And there's a little pathway with a lot of woods. And it's right, all I can see is a sign that I honestly can't see. Maybe I can see this sign right here. It's like a hiking area, but it's also near. Now, I'm only seeing the little boy, so they've been split up. And he's still breathing. What is this area? It is called Nature Center, and it's been temporarily closed. And then there is a gas station nearby. They will see the guy because he's wearing a backpack. They will see him on camera. They will see him on camera. Let's see if I can. Now the little girl, she's just a few miles away though. She's not that far. I don't remember the numbers that I said.
2100 and
I have to replay my video because that'll help me. I'm gonna do a follow-up video because I have to rewatch this video in order to follow up and get my search on, because once I get out of a reading, that's when I'll start to forget everything. And right now, I'm starting to not remember nothing I said. It's done. I can't. They don't pull me out.
Okay then. Any of you guys agree with that? This reading? Besides parts, maybe. What?
Nope.
But we don't know the true answer yet, do we?
I mean, I guess anything's possible, to quote Daniel.
Anything's possible. Lily could have, snuck out of bed there, and anything's possible. That's the bridge from North Nova Scotia to PEI. You know what? At the end of the day, like, I don't feel like this was an absurd reading at all, by no means. I don't necessarily have the same conclusion in certain things, for sure. Yeah. Well, she said she was going to do a follow-up, so I could drop the channel. Yeah, very, very descriptive. She does like her bubble gum. She does like her bubble gum. I hadn't watched it. I was just watching it organically with you guys myself. So, yeah, I'll just leave it at that. I just, nope.
I think we're all on the same page on that one.
Yeah, well, you know what, guys? Yeah, I tend to believe her.
Never mind.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely some pieces in there that, that you kind of like a little bridge, water. A lot of people think that the McLeod one and stuff like that. Now, I haven't heard the word peacock come out of anybody yet myself, but I already Googled it. Like, I think it was Peacock Lane. The only thing that came up was Peacock. She said Peacock Creek or something. But anyways, wait, did I ever get an email from? Oh, there she is. Perfect. I got your email there, Shannon. Okay. And I see. Oh, now I see your message. Okay, now that I've clicked that, now I see your message on there. So there we go. So blump, 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 blump. Give you kisses on there. What time is it? It's almost 11 o'clock. Well, you know what? You just never know. Do you think, Melissa, that there's going to be resolved to this case in the next 6 months?
Unfortunately, no. Not unless somebody talks. Now, maybe in the spring, maybe, but I don't know. It's hard for me to believe that they haven't been found yet.
I know.
That's concerning to me. And that's why I feel like they're underwater, but I mean, maybe they're underground, but they're definitely not out in the open. And that's what worries me. I really don't think they're out in the open.
I don't think they're out in the open either at all. No. With Tuna for his cats. Matt is a cat. See, yeah, I don't think Earl had anything to do with this. No, I'm not expanding my horizons. My line is right there in front of me. About now, it's just a matter of So in my opinion, I absolutely believe that Daniel and Malaya absolutely know what happened. Now, as for sometimes that in between part there, what's the truth? Was there anybody else that helped or aided in this? I hope time tells the story for Jack and Lily.
But now I want to correct here something, Drippy. You said, I think putting them in water is risky. When I say they're in water, I don't mean that they're weighted down or their bodies are in water. I think if they're in water, they're in something that is in the water, not just they were
Weighted
put in water. I feel like they were like in a 55-gallon drum that was put in the water, a tote that was put in the water, something like that. I don't believe that they were just, their bodies are physically in the water just by itself. I think there's something else to that, if that makes sense.
No, I'm not gifted at doing a lot of that. Shannon. Shannon will be on tomorrow, but Sunny, can you do a reading live? Yeah. So I'm not gifted, like meaning. Oh, 1 second. I smell food. 1 second. Go on. Keep talking, Melissa.
Hey, Mel Gibson, are you in Joy? Since you're calling her out to do a reading there, because Sunny said multiple times she's just an empath. She's not. She's not a psychic. Patriot girl, Derwood shoots his mouth and say or tells Daniel things. I don't know, maybe. Sunny, can you pull up Confederation Bridge so we can see it? She might when she gets back. I don't know. I think the kids are together. Yeah, I'm like that too. I definitely think that if they're not together, they're very close to each other. Like if they're not in the same, like, God, I hate to say this. If they're not in the same grave, then they're very close together, in my opinion. It's late and I'm getting giddy, so I think Derwood paid for them to go on an all-inclusive vacation south. Mel Gibson has a sock account. Yeah, I think they're definitely a troll, but that's, prove me wrong. Maybe you're not. I think kids are opposite sides, though. What do you mean by that? You want to hear? Oh, Shannon. Okay. You can't post links. Okay, sorry. They want you to pull up the Confederation Bridge.
Yeah, I tried looking at that.
Is what they want you to pull up.
When I tried to pull it up though, like in Google Earth, it's like it said Confederation Lane. It didn't actually say Confederation Bridge. And Mel, just to answer you, no, I've never asked about that of my family. Never thought to ask really, but my mom's dead, my grandma's dead, so I got really nobody to ask, to be honest with you. Maybe from my dad's side, I don't know. I couldn't even give you an answer on that. I've never even really thought about that at all. I just know that since I was personally a kid, people's auras, the vibes of people, I totally felt around me. So if somebody was being a jerk or if somebody was fake, like just from my young age, I could always just remember feeling just, I don't know how to say it better, people's auras in a sense. And so I just had a very good read on people in general. And I would just, but as I got older, I was like, dang, you're good at this shit. But yeah, but so I honestly don't have an answer for you because I never thought to ask. I always stayed away from tarot cards because growing up, we're told that playing with Ouija boards and all that shit is like playing with like the devil type of idea. So because when we were younger, like maybe it's not how kids are today brought up like that being said, but you didn't go in the bathroom and say like Bloody Mary 7 times, and you didn't, all those things, and Ouija boards were definitely something that you weren't supposed to fuck with. And so I've always just stayed away from any of that stuff. I just figure that anything that I do have for people is just what I know of myself. So there's times that I wanted to get into that just because I thought because I have been read by a couple of really good readers, and I feel like there's some really good true readers out there, and I feel like there's some really shit ones out there myself. But yeah, so I always wish probably I would have dived into it, but I always veered away from it. Even though I bought some tarot cards from Temu, get jealous, fucking Janie. But maybe when I retire one day, I'll sit there and go, let me just pull out these freaking deck of cards and stuff like that. So for the people that are gifted and stuff, and do very good card readings, then yeah. But I'm just gonna say this, Melissa. My husband brought me some pizza. Whoops, if you guys can see it, pizza. Yeah, it's interfering in my backdrop there. Anyway, pepperoni pizza. I am getting really tired myself. Shannon will be on tomorrow, which would be 10 o'clock a.m. Australia time, but it will be 6 p.m. Pacific time. So for all you people out there that are East Coast, that would be 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock Nova Scotia time, if we're going by your time zone. But anyway, so I will, Shannon, because our time zone is different, I'll do up a thumbnail tomorrow, and I will send you the link to join on the live. And then, of course, what I ask is that about 10 or 15 minutes before the live that because basically all I do, Shannon, have you ever been on a live before? I know. Yeah, I'm kind of getting tired now. Well, actually, it's more that I'm hungry than anything. I just want to go chill now. I'm mad. But Shannon, have you ever been on a live, like any sort of platform? Like, because you just all I do is I send you a link for to StreamYards. You don't have to have StreamYards. You just follow the link on in. So, and Shannon. So Shannon will be So Shannon 10 a.m. It will be her time in Australia at 10 a.m. It will be my time. So the time that I'll be going live is 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I live in Vancouver, Canada. That will be 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and it will be 10 p.m. on Atlantic Time. Okay. So, yeah. So, yeah. So, I've saw Shannon put a lot of things in here, talking and stuff like that. And, I'm glad she actually said yes there because, I really do want to hear. Like I said, I am spiritual, but I'm also, practical and what seems practical. So intuition to me, for me, and what's obviously more practical than not practical. But you guys, Melissa, again, she's going to continue to work on that wonderful document file of Jack and Lily and links and pictures and all the different things. It's a lot of work that goes out to do something like that. And so look forward to having Shannon on tomorrow. Sorry, Zach, again, that your whole issue with, coming through the speaker there. But Melissa, thank you so much. And you're not going to go to sleep probably, are you? All right.
I don't know. I might go lay down. I don't know.
You sound like you're getting a little bit tired now. Too. Yeah.
A little bit, but not like super tired. But I'm just, I don't know. You know how I am when I get into doing these documents. It's
I know it's like freaking whooshed, you know. But again, honestly, it's like a holy grail to me, those things that they just have a ton of information. And I think people will enjoy it. Absolutely. Just to be able to go like, okay, you're doing a great job. Thank you, Melissa, for that. Mm-hmm.
And anybody that's just like came in late or whatever, if you want to know what we're talking about with this document, Sunny and I went through it towards the beginning of the live. And I explained a lot of it, but I don't know. For me, I want to make the document, when I make documents and I make timelines, I make it so that if you came in to the case late, you can look at this and get up to speed relatively quickly. It takes me forever to do, but you can get through it and read it and understand it relatively quickly, which is the whole point of getting everything out there.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Sharon, our funny accent. Now, hold on a second here. I want to look for, oh my goodness. Just give me a second. I want custom files. No, not all files. Where is it? Okay. I'm going to play, you guys, the tribute video going out of here for Jack and Lily. Again, thank you guys so much for being here. Hold on a second. Okay. So thank you guys. Make sure you guys, if you haven't hit that like and share, please do so for Jack and Lily. Always for the missing and the murdered, first and foremost. Prayers to Jack and Lily. Prayers that answers come quickly. Even though we already know it's been 6 months, but please bring answers and clarity to what happened to Jack and Lily. And they deserve so much more than what's going on here. But anyways, it's another sad case is what it is. But I hate to call it cases because, they're little human beings. These people were part of this earth, and we don't know what happened to Jack and Lily, but I'll tell you what, I'll sell you my grandmother who's dead. That Jack and Lily are not being hidden anywhere. All right. I'll sell Janie's freaking grandmother. I'll sell Janie's freaking brother, Ron. Okay. For cheap. Just saying. No way that these children are hidden at all.
No.
It's just, it's so past ridiculous about the length of time on stuff like that. I think most people are coming to the realization, well, if they haven't by now, Daniel, I'll eat a bucket of KFC soon for you, Daniel. But again, you're an embarrassment. Just so you know that you are a true embarrassment to this case, the Circus Act, Malaya. You are a true embarrassment as a mother as well to this case. And it's really sad that Jack and Lily were in your guys' care. And so, Malaya, what the fuck happened to you? Okay? What the fuck happened to you? I think that Belinda was correct, that Malaya was a really great mom at some point until she met Daniel. And then she wasn't. Probably drugs, and just in my opinion, drugs, just really depressed, living in that shithole of a place that's called a trailer. Anyone that wouldn't be happy, if someone's not happy, they're not going to want to clean, right? You got kids to take care of still. They're not going to want to clean. They're going to be depressed, all that different shit, right? Priorities kind of go out the window a little bit there, but at the end of the day, they're culpable. They're the ones that are culpable for Jack and Lily and why we sit here to this day. Thank you, mods. Thank you, everybody. Ben, Sharon. Thank you, guys. My two favorite, sorry, no offense to anybody else, but these truly are my two bestie mods right there. Sharon and Ben. Appreciate you guys. All of you, regardless. Charmaine, not so much. Just kidding. Streamlabs, you're my third favorite mod. Okay, with that being said, you guys, I'm just gonna
Wait a minute. I have to rank above StreamYards now. Come
No.
on.
Melissa, come on now. What do you want? You want a pat on the back? Do you want some kudos? Already, you already got that.
Yeah, I want a cookie, dag nabbit.
Melissa knows she's loved. I was actually waiting for you to say something because I know that you have a wrench. But just remember that Sharon and Ben matter. Melissa, not so much.
I only matter when you need a document made.
Well, actually, who's the one that actually talked you into the document? Because I know I didn't talk you into it, but I know that like with this channel covering the casing, you stopped working with your brother, like meaning like you came back and stuff like that. Because it's not like I didn't miss you, but like I said, life, right? But Melissa's kind of back from her work, and she was going through some health issues and all that stuff. But now she has sunny time all of a sudden. Sunny time. But
I've been having sunny withdrawals. It's like, dang it, let me go home. I want to do stuff.
Yeah. Like I said, love Melissa. She's just a pure heart as well. Everything's done from the heart. That's what I appreciate the most, when people do things from their heart, right? And so the document again, probably in a few weeks we'll have it. Not we she Melissa.
You.
Yeah, I'll drop it. She's gonna run for it. But I think it will be at a point where, because you can just keep adding to the document regardless. But to a point.
Oh, yeah. I mean, even after it's dropped, it's not like the first document I did with Sebastian. Like, I didn't realize how deep I was actually going to make it. So then we went to this format, and I can add. And so I just want to get it to the point, hopefully within the next couple of weeks, that you feel comfortable dropping it. And then, even after Sunny drops it, check back, because things will be added from time to time, and it will continue to grow. And I've dropped my links, and my links will be in the document. If, somebody has something that they come across and they're like, oh, we should send that to Melissa, send it to me. I'll look into it. And if I feel like it needs to be in there, I'll add it.
Ben, look at bossy bitch Ben down there. Ben, I thought you had my back. He's telling me to mod up some of these lovely Canadians on there. Thing about this is that I'm not a very strict person when it comes to the channel. I don't ask mods to do anything. Sometimes I might say, hey, Ben, can you give me that link or find me that link or something like that. But there's not like a mod meeting, and there's not like, hey, make sure you drop in my, freaking PayPal link or, stuff like that. I just let them do what they do. And if I'll drop links for channels, and Ben, a lot of time will pull links up for channels, Sharon and stuff like that. Right. But I don't have the same, but the one thing that I do hold in high regard is that someone doesn't come in and have mod rights and then just kick people because they don't like what they're saying, and stuff like that. Right. So there's a lot, like in a lot of the channels, I noticed that these people go on a fucking little kick and they just are starting to boot and, block people. I don't want that type of channel. I want the pieces of crap out of here. Absolutely. But not because somebody's just doesn't like them or disagreeing with their opinion and stuff like that. So when it comes to giving out mod wrenches, I do take that part seriously, because I don't like to have, I don't want this to be where, people are getting pissy because, like, no offense, but what kind of happens in DT's channel when you guys feel like all the mods are kicking people and, and they don't have a voice and don't have a say. I want people to have a voice and have a say. I just want it done in a respectful manner, and if not, then you can get out of here. Because I don't think that what I say is gold. I think that it's a lot of combination of working hard to try to get information for the people that really care about Jack and Lily, and to focus, like I said, on that. And a lot of people have made that happen. by talking to this channel, whatever. But I always want people, even if they have a different opinion, and even if they think that they're hidden. Okay. I mean, I personally think that, that's totally out to lunch now. There was a time when I was like giving it whatever, but that doesn't mean that you still can't think that or say that, right? I'm going to disagree with you though, but it doesn't mean that you can't say that you still think that they're hidden, I might say that you're a few freaking screws short of, well, a few cards short of a full deck or something maybe, but don't take it as a personal insult. Okay, or do. But anyways, yeah, I'll have to think about that, Ben. I'll have to think about that. Because I really like to get people's watch for people's personalities first in a chat. Yeah. I'll think about that. Yeah. Let's see. Just kind of looking here. So, okay. Yeah, I'm going to leave that for tonight. But thanks, Ben. Thanks for the thought. Okay. Ben, by the way, is my online husband. My husband totally approves in real life. That Ben is my sidekick online, right? I mean, Ben. Ben's in Aussie now, Australia. So he's at the same time zone, I guess, as Shannon there, eh? Yeah. Okay. I want to eat my pizza before it goes cold, even though I do love cold pizza. But you guys have a wonderful night. Shannon, again, I'll do up a thumbnail tomorrow and I'll send it to you. Gosh, if I have a wrench, the standard must be low. Ben. No, Ben. Your standard was high. Who's always the one giving me links all the time instead of me always trying to race around trying to find them and stuff like that. So, yeah. He doesn't bring you food Sunday, though. Well, probably food for thought, though. That still counts. Your donaire is awesome. Perfect. Donairs are good, too. But with that being said, you guys, Jack and Lily, where have they gone? Anyways, so the song, of course, is
What the heck is a donaire?
Come on now. You don't know what a donaire is? It's like freaking some sort of what kind of meat do they put in donaires typically, guys? Freaking like sheepy meat or something, or freaking like meat. I know it's on a spinny thing, and it's basically like, think of it like a big fucking taco that they shave the meat, then they put in some like whatever, lettuce, tomatoes, jalapenos, all that stuff. There's usually no, they're good. Yeah, no, trust me, they're good. You'd like it. Trust me, bull, you'd like it. I know you would. Yeah, no.
I had to turn my camera on so you could see the face I was making, because that doesn't even sound good.
I'm trying to eat pizza.
Mm-mm.
Go ahead.
I'm good.
No,
I don't do jalapenos. No, and spicy meat. No, ew.
No, shut it. Okay, you don't know what you're talking about, woman. Go hide yourself.
That's got to be a Canadian thing, because I've never even heard of it.
Have you guys really? You haven't heard of donaire? No, they're good. Yeah, they're good. Like they are. And
I will take your word for it.
Like, I'm just a basic person myself. I don't need no funky shit on it. Just give me my lettuce, tomato, sour cream, beef, type of thing. Yeah. Okay.
That's a taco. I can handle that.
Well, that's what I mean. I kind of take it and make it like a taco myself. I'm not into the whole jalapenos and olives and crap like that. Or sweet corn, gyro, yeah, there's a nice sauce that goes in it as well. All right. Are you ready? I'm going to play the video now. Ready?
Let's get out of here.
All right. There we go, guys. Jack and Lily.
In the woods where shadows lay, Jack and Lily went to play. On a rainy May afternoon, now we whisper hope soft too. Echoes of laughter fill the air, but where are they? We stand in prayer. Oh, Jack and Lily, where have you gone? We'll hold on tight through this endless dawn. In our hearts forever you'll stay. With every prayer we send your way. Hundreds gathered hearts so strong, searching deep where they've been wrong. Through the trees and storms they roam, wishing every child came home. Fatigued but fierce they won't give in. For every soul we search within. Oh, Jack and Lily, where have you gone? We'll hold on tight through this endless storm. In our hearts forever you'll stay. With every prayer we send away. We'll keep the hope alive today. In the silence, love will